Wet Germ Protection Soap. Affordable and refreshing. Country Kitchen Essence. So full of flavor. Alkalado Glacial. Protect yourself with Glacial. Clayton's Cola Tonic. Reach for the next level. Nature's Discount. The ultimate health food store. Kilmart.com. The online superstore. Loridash Craft Shop. The original craft shop on Bay Street. E-Wallet by MasterCard app. Cooperators General Insurance. FM and VOB 92.9 FM. Celebration 40 years in 2021.
Grab the newest edition of the Better Health magazine and read all about overcoming the challenges of living with fibromyalgia. You can also learn about the effects of synthetic drugs and techniques for the best baby massage. This issue also covers health, myasthenia gravis, and me. Nutrition, 5 ways to detox. Turn the page. Better Health magazine looks after the population. Get your copy island-wide for $3 or subscribe at
Essence, so full of flavor. Alkalado Glacial. Protect yourself with Glacial. Clinton's Cola Tonic. Reach for the next level. Nature's Discount. The ultimate health food store. Kilmart.com. The online superstore. Loridash Craft Shop. The original craft shop on Bay Street. E-Wallet by MasterCard app. Go digital with the new E-Wallet by MasterCard app. The Dome Mall. Kensington Mall. Canary Lane Mall. Smart Med Pharmacy. The Home Outlet Inc. Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be. Arcase Auto Care. Sleepy Diapers and Wipes. L&M Bar. Nichols Bakery. Always fresh. Hot 95.3 FM. The Beat 104.1 FM. Life 97.5 FM. And VOB 92.9 FM. Celebration 40 years in 2021.
Williams Tools and Equipment Rentals Limited wishes to inform the traveling public that they will be laying pipes along Highway 7 between Tapas Restaurant and Dread or Dead Surf Shop from 6 p.m. to midnight nightly. Motorists are asked to approach the area with caution and to expect some delays. Williams Tools and Equipment Rentals Limited apologizes for any inconvenience caused.
The Barbados Statistical Service has taken special measures in order to keep members of the public safe as its officers gather basic information as part of the household listing exercise. Janelle Scantabar-Monsi of the Barbados Statistical Service explains.
We can expect all of our household listers to be adhering to the COVID-19 protocols. That means all of our staff will be utilizing masks, face shields, and will be sanitizing often when they're carrying out their duties. In addition to that, householders should not expect our staff to be entering their homes to conduct the interview. Interviews can be conducted in persons, verandas to the side of the homes, and of course, social distancing.
If you have any queries, please call the Barbados Statistical Service at 535-4600. A message from the Barbados Statistical Service and the Barbados Government Information Service.
The weekend just got a whole lot better with the Nation's Weekend Bundle. For just $76 for 3 months or $145 for 6 months, you can get the Weekend Nation, Saturday and Sunday Sun delivered directly to your home or business. Subscribe today by calling 430-5503 or 04 or emailing subscribers at nationnews.com. But hurry, this offer ends on June 24th.
Check. Down to brass tacks.
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yes.
I just so you know, the last caller, I don't subscribe to what you just said. You got a lot of good black males running a lot of big businesses here in Barbados. But what I really call about is the horse racing today. When we look at, we think the minister and BTC should, look at this horse racing thing again. Right now, we got a number of persons have been vaccinated in this country, and I think they could go ahead and look at persons that have been fully vaccinated could come and watch the racing. I know it might be a little late to go into details for that day for them to ask permission to have that done, but I think they can go about it on the next occasion, asking permission for persons that have been fully vaccinated. You can probably come in small groups and you can assemble wherever you really wanted. And then if a question was asked or if you have to show proof that you'll be vaccinated, then you can have the appropriate paperwork to show that you've been fully vaccinated. I think that's a good way if we really want to incorporate people to the way forward for the BTC. What do you think? Or what the public think?
I think, your idea that you could look at, the fully vaccinated is one option. I mean, ultimately, the authorities are going to be guided by, I believe, what the doctors are telling them, the specialists in that area. And I suppose, how are you proposing to follow races today online?
Yes, I will. That's just the only way, online or radio, that I possibly kind of, so that's the way only you can do it now.
It makes a big difference to you.
Yeah, it makes a very big difference, you know. It makes a very big difference.
You would prefer to be there physically.
Generally to be there, but, you know, if, as we know what's happening, and we have to make these precautions, but I don't have a problem going out with it, but you got to safeguard yourself. But, you know, I'm still asking for, in the long run, that we can adopt this change, that we as person attending, we ask that they be fully vaccinated. I think that's a way forward for this and any other sport going forward, if we really look at it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Down to brass tacks. Welcome to the program. Well, I got some information here on this matter of the Clearwater Company and the matter of what we know as Paradise of Four Seasons, that project. I thought that by now we might have had a fuller statement on it. And therefore, I am going to hold on what I have for the time being. And I'm hopeful that a statement will indeed be issued, because the questions which people raise arising from the comments made by the Auditor General still remain to be answered. One of the things I want to hear about when they put out this statement, I want them to tell me whether there was indeed a promissory note. To whom was that promissory note made, or to which company it was made? What were the terms under which that particular promissory note was made? And most importantly, in all the circumstances, what is the government of Barbados going to do in light of the fact that it wrote off that $124 million? From what I can see, there is a lot more in this mortar than the pestle. And those people who have been raising questions about this particular matter really have good reason why they should expect the authorities to issue a proper statement on what has taken place, leading the government to write off the $124 million, and what else the government of Barbados is proposing to do, so that ultimately the taxpayers of Barbados would not feel as though they're being taken advantage of. This is down to brass tacks.
Hello. Good morning.
Yes, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Ellis.
Morning.
I don't think, right, that Barbados needs so much water tankers. All right? I was on Facebook and I saw all these trucks coming out the port. And what do you want so much water tankers to do? We need water in the people's taps, right? That's what we need, right? And another thing too, the sport authorities in the Caribbean are very backward. All right, if you watch NBA basketball, I watched some last night, and they are in an enclosed building with air conditioning, and they had that auditorium full of people. Huh? We just watched cricket there in England, and the people had spectators in the stands. I mean that they are playing in an open air area in cricket, right? So I come in the stands. What do you think about that?
Well, I think you have different perspectives on these matters. You know, there are people who feel the way you do, then there are others who feel you need to be a bit more cautious. You know, yes.
I think
You
that
can't please everybody.
Caution. I'm being into a caution. Mr. Ellis is playing in the open air stadium in St. Lucia World Cricket playing.
Mm-hmm.
All right? In open air stands. What you could do, if you got people that are vaccinated, let the people go in one area, and the people that, like, how you going to supermarket, the people put the thing and test your temperature, and you go in there and sit down. Right? But I think that's unreasonable for the guys to be playing cricket and nobody is in the stand. That's probably real boring. So what do you think about the water tanks that come in? What do you think about? You think the Barbados needs so much water tanks, Mr. Ellis?
Well, I feel that ultimately this is about trying to address the several concerns that have been raised in so many communities. And I suppose the government is trying to err on the side of caution where this matter is concerned. You know full well that there are several parts of the country that people have been complaining about the failure to get water. And therefore, I suppose the government says that you get as many tankers as you can to make sure that in the meantime, you can deliver water to the people. I mean, sometimes you feel as though you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
but I mean, Mr. Ellis, man, come on. We want, how many water tanks there are? Barbados is a small place.
I heard about 30 something. I thought the government was importing, something like that.
So you mean that then Birmingham really come about now getting no water coming through the mains? That's where we want to get from the morning and go to the bath and turn on the tap of water coming out.
I don't think that you should see the importation of the water tankers as a statement to the effect that the government is not pressing ahead with trying to get the water through the taps, you know. The government hasn't said it that way. It says that this is the interim measure. This isn't supposed to be a long-term.
All them tanks, Mr. Ellis?
Well, the government can answer that.
So when you get the water out in the taps, through people's taps, what you can do with all them tankers? Huh?
That's for them to answer. I can't answer that.
Okay, anyhow, that's it for me.
Okay. Thank you very much. Down to brass tacks. Hello?
So when you get the water out
Turn off your radio, please. It's a bit loud.
What you can do with all that?
Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon to you. How do you do?
Good morning.
I'm fine, thank you. I got 2 items to put on the table this morning, right? I love horses, right? I want to know what provisions the turf club have made for people who want to bet. Because, you know, you got your outside horse, the bet pen, and even a horse and stuff. You can't
bet online.
I want to know if you can bet online or whatever.
I'm pretty sure people do that every day.
Yeah, but and if you're passing in the area and you could stop and have a little peek at the race.
I don't think that is recommended.
Oh, okay, all right. That's all for now. That can hurt my heart. I got the telecasting the race that you can actually see the thing, not only on radio.
I can't.
I know you can't. Anyhow, I love horses real bad. Like how I like peas and rice. Like people like putting a sauce. I like horses bad. Anyhow, and I want to bet on a horse. You know what I mean? Because I just win a little piece of change.
Okay. Somebody's saying to me here that these tankers are supposed to serve in the event of a disaster. Well, a lot depends upon how to put down these vehicles too. I saw William Duguid speaking the other day about some equipment that had been put down for quite some time and allowed to rust and deteriorate. So I would hope that whatever is done, that the tankers will be taken care of, and that sort of situation will not be allowed to recur. Down to brass tacks.
Hello. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm okay. And you?
I'm pretty good. My point today is basically on this fully vaccinated. I think we can run ourselves in trouble with this fully vaccinated thing. Because we all understand when you're fully vaccinated, you can still spread the disease. You can still get it. You can still spread it. So pushing fully vaccinated and leaving everybody else out of everything, to me, is a mistake. Because then we can drop our guard on this thing when we fully vaccinated. What do you see on that?
Well, one big reason why you want to be vaccinated is that even if you get the disease, you're not likely to be very ill or die. That's the reason why it has been pushed. Of course, being fully vaccinated does not necessarily protect you against all the variants that are out there, but it is a a step in a positive direction if you can get yourself vaccinated. In all of this, I share your concern though that you got to be careful not to be too complacent about it, huh? So you still have to take your precautions.
Yeah, but as you push everybody saying, if you want to work, you got to be fully vaccinated. And if you want to get on a plane, you got to be fully vaccinated. If you want to get on a boat, you got to be fully vaccinated. When, in truth and fact, 90% of people that had COVID was asymptomatic. They didn't even know they had COVID. So your body does what your body's supposed to do most of the time once you're a healthy person. So leaving everyone else out of this equation of anything, to me, is a mistake. And it's fundamentally wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm told that races are being streamed live, as well as they're coming on MCTV, channel 118 today. So those of you who want to watch the races, you can do so. Let's take another call at 11:04. Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Ellis. I'm calling from Dayton's Road.
Yes.
For the past 10 months, I have a burst pipe in front of me. And I keep calling Water Authority. They come, they look at it, nothing doing. I'm an old person. I'm not able to jumping over water. And I'm not able to fall. Last time I called them week before, and the lady talked to me and everything. She told me, hold on. In 2 minutes, I hear clicks. Then I call back. You know what they're going to say? There are 13 people in front of you. And I don't know what to do.
Are you really frustrated?
That's right. It got in front of my gate there all the time. I'm an old woman going 89 years old.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? The only thing we can do for you is to ask you to leave your information with the producer, and I will forward that to someone in government and see if they can get the Barbados Water Authority to address the problem for you, okay?
I keep calling them all the time.
Right.
Come
so we're gonna
come about 3 times and look at it.
Right.
And nothing doing.
Okay. So you just stay on the line, and Dennis is going to take the information from you. Okay.
Thank you.
Down to brass tacks. Hello.
How are you doing?
Hi, I'm well, and you?
I am in fine spirits. I trust that the same for you.
Yes, sir. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I quite agree with something that you were saying there not too long ago. That you didn't say everything that you want to say because you're going to hold on certain things till you hear an actual press conference explaining a lot of the issues surrounding clear water and the other issue that you brought up.
Yes.
So we just have to wait and hear what the powers that be will really say. And to add to what you were saying, my friend, it would be nice not only to come around and have a press conference. They had one a short one yesterday because of some showers and some lightning and what have you. I would like to see a press conference held, okay, by Madam PM, right, to address the following: address the crime and violence, address the unemployment situation, address the education and the school opening situation, the water wars situation that currently going on across the country, the plight of the workers, severed without the compensation that they've been thirsty for a while now. The most recent Auditor General's report that has been on everybody's lips. These are, and let me just about a few of the issues that demand urgent public statement from the PM. Okay? Not things that don't warrant, things that really want. And this is really, and I mean, for you as a journalist and other seasoned journalists, we want to know, we need answers. We want to have a proper dialogue and hear from the PM herself, okay, what is the position on all of this, and still the unanswered questions of why high executives from the BTMI, we've not yet heard from Lisa Cummings. You asked questions, I asked, and we have not heard. So I hope that somebody in the government agency heard my plight and heard the questions that and will come on air. If they can't make it on person, come on the radio, or if they can, come organize it. I guess that would be up to you. Well, I would suppose so, to organize something Sunday there and have them come there and really speak to these issues and speak to them properly. Don't just come and say one or two things like the customary doing in this run. Get into dialogue, and when questions are thrown at them, answer the questions properly. Don't get annoyed, don't get hot and sweaty. Answer the questions, because people want to know. Because I've heard you more than one occasion answer that particular question pertaining to clear water. Right? You know, it's getting a little tiresome. Not you're answering things, but they're going talking about all other kind of things. Let's deal the whole drum beat first. And you are quite right, David. There's far more in the Malta besides a pestle. Far more, my friend. Have a good afternoon, sir.
I hope that you are not surprised by some of that information that comes out. Down to brass tacks.
Good morning, Mr. Ellis.
Morning.
How are you today, sir?
I'm well, and you?
I'm fine. I just wanted to come to the defense of the much-aligned black man. And the sorry state about it is that the people who are throwing arrows at the black man are black people. But I don't want to become one of them, because I think that there is a conspiracy, and I would want to believe in this conspiracy, that there is a drive out there to make the black man feel that he's worthless. And the constant criticism of the black man is sweet music to the ears of those who want to suppress him. But we are constantly falling for that. And we need to stop it, because if we really look at ourselves and analyze ourselves, we will see that as black people, we do a lot for our own. Yes, there are going to be the few who really run afoul of the law or do this all for selfish reasons, but we have to stop it.
Where are you hearing this criticism of the black man?
Ooh. Well, even the guy today who called in today, and I was happy that another caller said, that he doesn't agree with him, because there are a number of black people out there who are doing black men, who are doing good, who are doing great things. So he is one, but I didn't even want to put my focus on him, because his position is somewhat insignificant to the bigger picture of the system. And let me move from Barbados, because I really don't think that we really appreciate the targeting of black men. Let me go to America, where we consume all of what comes out of CNN, Fox, the whole mainstream media in America. And at this particular time, there's a lot of argument around some concept called critical race theory. And on the surface, that might seem quite innocent. But all that the black people in America, those people who are pushing the critical race theory want to convey, is that black people need to understand the context in which their suppression and oppression is sort of cloaked. They need to understand that there is a movement up there that wants to deny them their history. And because if you deny a man his knowledge of this history, he becomes ignorant. We have right-wing movements trying to plant themselves in the interest of protecting the black man's interests, but actually trying to keep the black man down. Right? There is this ADOS movement, which comes over as legitimate to protect the interests of black Americans who would have been descendants of slavery. But that particular body is being funded by right-wing people who want to keep black people, in the dark about really what is their quota in the whole scheme of reparations. I don't really want to get to it because it's a heavy subject, but I just want to get people to understand that this constant, hitting on black men. The great LeBron James, he said himself that he as a black man in America, he feels that he cannot win. And they're doing a lot for black people in America, for black children in America. The great Oprah Winfrey, in spite of how much money she has, when she went to Europe, some person still want to know if she was in position to buy a purse. Because, you see, when you see black people, we automatically feel that they cannot do anything, and we are buying into that kind of narrative, and we have to stop it. If you don't have...
My deep concern is with those people who seem not to have an appreciation of where we are and what we have been through. And to see how some of the people in a country such as this are effectively turning on each other and destroying one another in one form or the other, while others, people of other races, continue to move on. All of the shootings and the killings and stuff like that. It is, to my mind, a manifestation of an absence of a recognition of where we are and where we could go. It does not begin and end there. It certainly doesn't. We certainly want to encourage as much as possible for people to be able to, having gone to school, to be able to help transform this economy and be able to get more of what this economy has to offer. I also believe, for instance, that we have to look at the education system that is turning out so many people who cannot compete. Many of these are the majority of the population in the country. So, they come from the majority of the population of the country. So it's a broad subject.
It's a very, before you go, Mr. Ellis, but that is not peculiar to the black race. I just want to make that very, very clear, because the Indians are killing one another, the Irish are killing one another, the Romanians are killing one another.
Look, that's not my point. That's not my point.
But the point that
my point is that we need to get more of our people to appreciate that this is not the solution to our problem.
Well, I understand that, Mr. Ellis. But I don't want that. I don't want that solution that we're looking at to be couched in any way that black people are some kind of peculiar people that killing one another. Only I agree with everything you were saying.
I didn't say that though.
Yeah, but I'm speaking to the people who are listening, right? But because I agree with you 100%. But every time that we speak about black people, it comes over as though if we're the only people who are shooting at one another, who are doing this to one another. And all I'm saying is that we have to read, we have to listen, we have to look and understand that that narrative is going to be self-defeating. Anyway, Mr.
Well, I hope though that in all of this, you look at the number of blacks who are killed in the United States. You look at the number of blacks who are killed in Jamaica by blacks.
Yeah, but Mr. Ellis, that is within the context of what I just said about black people killing one another. That's not peculiar to black people.
It is not peculiar, but you must recognize that from what I have seen, that the ratio is pretty high in some countries, and Jamaica is a fine example of it.
Yeah, but I wish we could continue this conversation another time because I know you haven't 12:30 or whatever it is, but I'll get back to you, Mr. Ellis. Okay.
All right, sir. Thanks. Down to brass tacks. Hello.
From start to finish, Turton's Garage and Construction. Vehicular body repair and spray painting, roadworthy certificates and valuations, and even prepare free quotations for insurance purposes. They perform site clearing, road and house building, and truck services to haul whatever load. They dig wells and septic tanks and can build basements and casement finishes. They even rent light and heavy equipment for whatever your need. Call Turtons today, 822-0794 or 424-9500, from start to finish.
Phillips Bakery and Deli has a wide variety of specialty products for you to enjoy. Our savory pastries include chicken, saltfish, and lentil patties, grand burger rolls, fish and chicken pockets, tornado, and pizza patties. Our deli and breakfast vans have chicken breast sandwiches, steak, fish, ham, and liver cutters, tuna, and pork subs. We also carry fruit, marble, ripple plain, chocolate, and great cakes, as well as Bajan lunch cakes. Give us a call at 429-2607 and look for our vans in your neighborhood and community today.
Bakery. Are we born to lead or led to believe that? The leader you look outwardly for is there within you, waiting to be realized. And the opportunity to explore your full potential is right here before you now. Guardian Group joins with the United Nations established University for Peace in offering you a full diploma scholarship in global leadership. It's time to lead the life you deserve. Visit ggscholarship.com for details. Guardian Group. Live easy.
Happy Win Big Shopping! To enter the VOB Courtesy Garage, win big in association with Standard. For your chance to win this Hyundai Grand i10 plus $10,000. Get your receipt when you purchase $20 worth of any Glucerna, Pediasure, Ensure, and Horizon products. Any 3 fragrances of Duet soaps. Any 3 flavors, any size of Country Kitchen Essence. 1 bottle, any size of Alkalano Glacial. 1 bottle of 750 ml Clayton's Cola Tonic. In an envelope, submit the barcodes of any 2 Sleepy products. 2 packs of nickel salt bread. Spend $50 at Carter's General Stores. Fill out the entry form provided if you must retain your receipt, or write your information on the back of your receipt and drop it off at Starcom Network or Nation Publishing. Spend $25 at any store and $50 at any restaurant in the Dome, Kensington, or Canary Lane Mall. Spend $25 on Calmart.com and receive a chance to enter. Plus, listen for the Win Big Sounder, heard only on Starcom Network stations. Note the date, time, and station you heard the sounder and write them and your contact information on your entry forms or at the back of your receipt, which you will receive from our shopping partner on our shopping list. Drop your entry forms or receipts in entry boxes at specified shopping locations or at Nation Publishing Fortebell or Starcom Network River Road. Keep listening to the station and visit www.starcomnetwork.net and our social platforms for details. Terms and conditions apply.
Sporting Triumph. This is my first medal, first big top competition, the second time at World Championships. I'm very, very proud. Join us on Saturday mornings from 7:50 on Voice of Barbados for Sporting Triumph in association with Triumph Barbados Limited, your #1 choice.
Good morning, down to brass tacks.
Morning, sir. How are you?
I'm okay, and you?
I'm trying to live, like I always look at it from the positive. When the road is wet or rough, I drive in low gear. According to how the road moving up and get better, I get my speed and gear accordingly. Sometimes you have to accept some of the things you cannot change, although you would love them to change. I heard a caller earlier speaking on the subject of learning or teaching to drive on Sundays. We pass on the necessary information requesting that we be allowed to work on Sundays, and we were given the thumbs down. I am in agreement with whatever the government does once it makes sense and it is something that is workable, and we can have an explanation as to why the particular happening is. They told us we cannot work on Sundays, but I still wondering why we can work Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Is the same person or same student, one or two persons in the vehicle? Sundays is a more acceptable time because Saturdays and Sundays, most people are home from work and from school. During the week, things are dead, like because people are at work and at school. And I don't. Everybody keep asking me. I'm the PRO of the Barbados School Association. Let me make that clear. And people be calling me and harassing me. I say, but I see people on the road on Sundays. All I could tell them is what I was told by the AG and whatever documents go out there that we cannot go. But I can't. I need someone to tell the public and tell those persons. Because I'm getting ready to for not going on the road on Sunday. I can't go. But I see X, but I see the next, I see the third. And we need to know why we can't go. And, just don't tell me. When we closed down the first time, we took the opportunity not to go out there. We were not told not to go. We were not told when to come back. We heard a Tuesday afternoon that they're doing tests. Let me doing tests start back. We were not informed of tests starting back. We weren't. And I mean, right now we in limbo. Don't know if and what to do. And it is difficult. It is honestly difficult. It is more difficult for the guy who's a Saturday adventist because you don't work on Saturdays. But I mean, we can't do anything on Sunday. And that is the most suitable time for driving instructors to work. So that fellow who's questioning it, lots of people, even not long ago, they come to me and they phone me regularly, ask me, but come back, you could find out. I try. And then the thing I get is when I come and I ask questions, I'm the one everybody would point the finger at, sort of combat always questioning, combat always this. Because the thing is this, nobody has opened them out. They sit back for the PR or somebody in authority to represent them. And we need to know why we can't go on the road on Sundays. It is difficult. You could tell me why you think they don't want us on the road on Sundays.
I can't tell you. I just don't know.
You could see any logic behind it?
Not really, but there are a couple of things that have been done along the way that, all couched in language of trying to protect the public. But as I say, if you are able to do something Monday to Friday, what is so magical about the weekend that stops it? I don't see. I mean, what's the upsurge in activity?
Like me, I normally go get me my dusty back on Sundays, clean vehicles. I used to take Mondays off mainly for cleaning service and checking vehicles. Most of the guys will do that at the end of the week. And Sunday and Saturday is most busiest days. And it is frustrating. And you know what got me, that some of the people going out there, and you would come there and see, I don't want to call names of people, but you see people, like private people and all sorts of people, they're teaching somebody to drive. So man, Sunday, I was in the gas station. I said, boss, it should be teachers there. He said, what is going on? So I got to do you. They're my son. Somebody can't tell me when to teach it. So he's out there and he's going, then somebody was phone me and said, why see a vehicle on the road? How come you're out there? I mean, I need somebody to tell us something because it is frustrating and it will make fellas go out there and go on the road and feel they're right. I mean, Steve Johnson telling you doing, they got Junior Jordan coming from the other time doing, this what he's telling you doing. And I urge him, come back, tell them, don't go. I ain't go, I can't support it. It can't be arrested.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Down to brass tacks.
Good morning, Mr. Ellis. How are you?
Good morning. I'm okay, and you?
Yeah, I'm fair. I'm like the weather. Yeah, I just want to make an observation here. It concerns our national debt. Now, I will give praise to Prime Minister, the current administration, for the debt restructuring and so on, but it's still bothersome. For me, from the point, I am a demand type of person in economics. I won't call myself an economist because I don't have a pure degree in economics. But I remember something Randall McLean would have said to me when I first joined the BES years ago, and it's this: in order for an economist to be worth his or her salt, you have to try and have as much information as possible. And I guess the last caller there, Mr. Kamabat, the problem is information. Sometimes there's adequate information. We don't know where to go for it. But this is why I come, because the Prime Minister was speaking, on the IMF forum recently, and she again, the problem for Barbados and most small open economies is debt. It's like a ton of lead around your neck. My thing is, though, specifically, I'm going to get to this one quickly. I heard the Minister of International Transport, the Honorable Carol Simmons, he was saying when the debate came about the leasing of the airport, he said government cannot, they don't have the money right now, which is a fact. They don't have the money. My question, though, I'm trying to find out whether there was a costing done on what it would take the Barbados government to upgrade the airport, and if so, where can I find it? That's my question, because he did say it will cost too much. He never gave a figure, and I don't know where to find the figure, because I'm trying to do some analysis on the debt situation. I think it is something that you would have spoken about. I listen to the program regularly, but I don't call. And any person out there, the debt is there. It doesn't matter if you restructure, if you put it down, for another 50 years, if the world lasts that long. The fact is that we still have, we're going to be indebted, quote unquote. So I was just wondering if you may have heard, in your journalistic, area, if you had heard whether there was a feasibility study done as to put the dollar value to the airport, because I think the Prime Minister has always said that, we have to share in the burden and so on. I know that there is a lot of hardship and so on around, but this is our country, and things like debt and so on, especially to foreign entities and so on, they don't really have a Bajan connection. So I'm just wondering.
You have used the issue of the airport. You mentioned that in the context of debt. Now, my recollection of the discussion about the airport is that basically the airport is going to be kind of put in the hands of an arm of the World Bank, I think it was, that is driven, is private sector focused, so that there could be this, the development of the airport. I did not interpret the airport situation as one that would lead to an increase in debt. So I'm curious that you have raised the airport in the context of the debt situation. You heard me?
Yes, I'm with you. But that's what I'm saying about information. Randall McLean, when he was alive, he said, well, if you're going to be good economist, you need to have your information before you make any predictions or come up with a model. So I heard Mr. Simmons' statement. For me, it was vague enough for me to ask the question whether or not there was a dollar figure attached to the airport by way of, say, a study done here. But you've explained to me now that if under that arrangement with the World Bank, I still will want to have an idea. I still will want to have an idea of, like, say, the outlay that they plan to, their budget and so on for bringing the airport up to that level. Because at some point, after all, it's still going to be dollars that we're talking about, whether we have to pay it back in the way of debt repayment per se, or whether or not, you know, the lease, you know, I'm trying to have an idea of a projection based on information as to the value of the lease. You know, 30 years might not seem like a long time. You know, so I'm just trying to find out where I can get the information. So you know, maybe I might have to go to the World Bank website and see if there's anything there that I can put up. You know, but it's just telling me, because for me the airport is our main security risk. It's even more a risk than the seaport.
Are you still hearing?
Ships and so on travel a lot slower
no problem. I could
than an aircraft. You know, and they move. You know, they're cumbersome. They're large. Can't really miss them that kind of way. So I was just wondering where you can find information about the.
Okay,
the
first of all, there was a bill. I think it was Grantley Adams International
1, 2, 3,
Airport
4, 5.
Transfer of Management and Vesting of Assets bill.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
This is to provide for the Grantley Adams International Airport, Inc. to contract with licensed operators in relation to the management and maintenance of the airport and to provide for related matters. That's the first place I believe you will have to begin. So you can go to the Parliament website and look for that particular piece of legislation, which should give you some insight into the new arrangement that is being proposed, this 30-year lease that you referred to. As it relates to this study, I did see some comments which were made by the minister about the kind of traffic and that sort of thing. He did say that the financial model was that if you look at 71,000 passengers coming to the island in January of 2019, and you compare it to 2020, that dropped to 62,000, and then by 2021 we are down to 4,000. So there has been some kind of a study or analysis, but your concern is that ideally you don't know where to find that information, and therefore if the information is available, I think it is valid to ask government to share with us as much as possible, because you know sometimes people want to hold on to this information because they feel that competitors may get an advantage over them in some form or fashion, especially where you're dealing now with the private sector interests, because this is basically a kind of public-private sector partnership that the government is embarking on at the Grantley Adams International Airport. So, were you aware of this Grantley Adams International Airport Amendment Bill?
Yes, I wasn't able to find out.
You have a copy of it?
No, I don't have a copy. So I'll go back.
Go to the Parliament's website. Yes, it will be there. All right?
Right.
And it will come. You can download it as a PDF.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
All right. Thanks very much.
All right. And if there are any follow-up matters arising from it, please, you can always give me a call and I'll see what can be done. Thank you very much. Down to brass tacks. It's 11:35. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I was talking to a friend that lives in South Africa, and she was telling me how the crime rate has gone up, how the blacks are killing blacks, and then if you go to Chicago and if you go across the world, a lot of black people are killing blacks at a very high rate. So that guy that was talking, I don't know where he's got his statistics from, because I think we're number 2nd in the world of race killing out race. And America right now, over 5 black men missing. And it's very scary. You know, you see her talk about Jamaica, but if you do the statistics to South Africa, we get a hard hit. The water getting my computer, so I don't have the statistics. No, but it's very sad to see what going on with black people throughout the world. It's not only men, but the women too. So what's going to happen in the next 5 to 7 years? I don't know. It's really frightening.
Yeah, I think I take his point that black people aren't the only people who kill one another.
But
what you got to look at is the ratio.
Right, we're high.
Yeah, and South Africa is a good example. Chicago, as you pointed out, is another example of it. Jamaica is high up there on the list. So
I got one question for you though. It's bothering me all the time, and nobody don't like to give me an honest answer. When a white man kill a black man, there's got marching in the streets. There's got all sorts of things. But if you go yourself and you company, you got there now, you check the rates in America, blacks is getting up. Blacks are the high rate in America, 2021. And you do not hear no news outlet. And when I talk to my cousin that lives in Chicago, she's getting vexed with me all the time. But I don't understand why nobody don't want to deal with this crime on blacks throughout the world. It's very high and sickening. The numbers, the amount of black people, like not only the young, the only amount of people that get killed every day in the world, black people, you bring water to your eyes.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can't change the world from here, but what we can do is try to influence change in this country. And that's why we talk a bit more about some of the things that we are seeing, the trends that we are witnessing in Barbados. And there's so much work that has to be done to try to get a sense of consciousness among some people, to reduce the sense of rebellion, which I sometimes detect in some of the people that speak about what is going on, and some degree of anger sometimes with the domestic situation in their homes, situation with their jobs, they can't find work and stuff like that. They look at the structure of society and they feel that something is wrong, but they can't change it. They don't know how to. I was talking to someone only yesterday it was, and I was focused on the fact that I've seen
process, they love Anthony Fisher process. Like, why do we have to be so bad all the time? I mean, I get in, but like it took forever. Why? You was like, okay, sorry to keep you waiting, but I had you in there just now. Why do you have it? Let me go along, find it yourself. Why do we have papers? Why do we don't have an Excel spreadsheet? You know? Why do we don't have something computerized that then got me to come there, stand up in the midst of, you know how small the opening is.
Side around, log on to
as we've seen in the past, but still nice warm conditions. That's delivery outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Elgar, showing good discipline, letting that one go through. The keeper not being tempted, and it's been a good example being shown by the South African captain.
Yes, certainly his patience has been tested, facing some 63 deliveries for his 19 runs. So he's pretty much determined to be out there for as long as possible.
40 for 3, South Africa in 21.2 overs, 10 extras, 5 byes, 4 leg byes, and 1 wide. So, again, the sun obscured by a cloud, like overcast conditions yet again, but no immediate threat of rain. As Gabriel will continue in his 5th over. Elgar is coming across, plays it up, back the track of the inner portion of the bat, maybe just losing his footing momentarily, and Gabriel in his follow-through fields, and there is no run. 40 for 3. So I'm sure the West Indies will be really keeping their fingers crossed that Gabriel stands up for this entire test. You know that he's been having some problems recently with hamstring, and so far he's been able to stay out there for just for a short while. He was off the field and replaced by Raheem Cornwall, but it's good to see him back out in the field, doing what he loves to do best. We know that after the end of the first test, which the West Indies lost here at the Darren Sammy Creek ground, he was out immediately going through his paces, and it's good to see him back here in operation now. From the northern end, this one is outside the off stump, and maybe at the last moment, Elgar pulling the bat out of the line. Good length, good line, and another good delivery there from Shannon Gabriel.
Yes, good probing deliveries there from Shannon Gabriel to Elgar. Looking at the monitor, he actually played at this one, Ryan, and afterwards he sort of brought the bat across the body to indicate as though he allowed this one to go by, but he certainly did fiddle at this one.
Yes, and played it very late indeed, and I think batsmen have been able to master the art of faking the ones that they actually genuinely pull the bat out of the line. It was a good delivery, went across him, and some movement of the seam too from Shannon Gabriel. Good carry, he's been consistent in his space, and it is some hazy drizzle coming across the ground. We thought for a moment that Kemar Roach himself wanted to lead the players off, but they're still on. It isn't really that heavy to say that they're going to come off at this stage. 2 deliveries left in this over from Gabriel. A bit of hesitancy on the part of some of the fielders. I don't know why, and I don't know.
The groundsmen are moving close to the side screen area, so
yes.
That's why the batsman.
The covers, we'll be hoping that it doesn't really disrupt play that much. We have it that just might just be the final over before the luncheon interval anyway. There is a little bit of sunshine peeping out, and we don't really see the rainfall as being anything heavy at this point. We know we've got a perspec here in the commentator's booth that's not really allowing us to have the actual environment in front of us, but it seems like there's nothing too threatening at the moment. Gabriel looking to complete his fifth over. Elgar is coming across and playing into the offside. Thought of a single. Now they go for it. Braffett was coming across his right. They'll actually get 2. Sliding pick up now by the West Indies captain. And the over actually coming to an end of those 2 runs. Good shot by Elgar coming forward, not looking too unsettled by what was happening around him with a possible threat of rain. And that takes the score up to 42. For the loss of 3, South Africa batting first, having been sent in by the West Indians.
Yes, good shot there by Elgar. The last ball there from Shannon Gabriel. Basically just using the pace of the delivery, just getting in line and just punching this one through the mid-on area and picking up 2 valuable runs. So the struggles still continue for this too. Certainly, Ryan, you could see that they are bowling well. Verena, some 12 deliveries he has faced and yet to get off the mark.
Yes, I do agree with you. A very good bowling performance by the West Indians here today, really justifying the fact that they decided to bowl first. And I think that's what they will need to do. Play session by session and try to do the basics right, and so far they've done so quite well. And Verena will be looking to get off the mark now. A new over starting by Jason Ola. This time he gets off the mark. They're still going to probably play it on the inside of the inner portion of the bat, goes through to the vacant extra cover region, and the man having to move from point, and that's the captain Braffett. Their single completed, so Verena is finally off the mark. It took him some 13 balls, 21 minutes, but in the context of this format of the game, a test match, that's really well within the allowed parameters, and the South Africans more or less pleased with the score inching up to 43 for the loss of 3. It brings the captain Dean Elgar into strike. He's taking his time as well. He's already faced 67 deliveries for his 21 weights as Jason Ola moves into his run, into his stride now, delivery stride. This one is well pitched up, driven, but off the inner portion of the bat, straight to mid-on. Shannon Gabriel. Down 9 overs. Bowler is looking to get one almost up in the block hole. The batsman looking to whip that one off the pad. Verena doesn't make contact. The over coming to an end, and will it actually be the close of play before the luncheon interval? We're going to wait until the umpires get into position. It's 44 for 3. That's the latest score here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
The Crumbs Bakery question of the day. Name the 3 West Indies captains to have won test matches against South Africa. You can email your answers to middlestumpvibes@gmail.com or WhatsApp 1758-723-2576.
Well, you haven't missed any cricket, as it's going to be Shannon Gabriel who will resume from the northern end, and Greg doesn't seem like we might go even longer, maybe it's closer to 12:30. So we just have to play it based on what the umpires do out there in the middle. Gabriel starting a new over. It's Elgar who is going to be on strike. His delivery is just looking to work it off the pad, comes high off the pad. So Gabriel, again, one of the consistent bowlers in terms of his discipline. 1 for 11 now in his 6th over. Verena still on 1, watching on from the non-strikers end. We've had 23.1 overs sent down in a day's play so far, and anticipate that we're looking at probably another possible 66 overs in the day's play. And we haven't seen any spin in operation so far today. Probably based on the situation, it might only call for the intervention of either Chase or maybe Braffett just before the break, if that's at all in consideration. But Braffett is always played back up the track, and the bowler himself feels Gabriel, a big man, getting down rather easily there, and I'm sure not showing any signs at this time of being discomforted in any way.
Yes, he's been looking like he's in good rhythm, watching him running in, and certainly enjoying the conditions out there. Into his 6th over, and he has only considered some 12 runs, and has picked up a crucial wicket for the West Indies.
Yes, he has, and the bowling figures has shown some good discipline by the West Indians. Roach 9 overs, 5 maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket, as Gabriel in his 6th over moves away from us. This one is outside the off, an attempted cut, but too close to him, and Elgar doesn't make contact. Gabriel 5.3 overs, 2 maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. And he also had Seals, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 8 runs, 1 wicket. And Holder has been really miserly. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 5 runs, no wicket, and an economy rate of just 1.
Yes, certainly good bowling there by Jason Holder today, especially to the captain Elgar.
So the attacking field still being employed, and reminding you that you can be part of the broadcast by letting us know some of your thoughts, particularly on the link with the commentators, as Shannon Gabriel moves away from us, passes umpire Wilson now, and again outside the off stump. Elgar again, knowing it's too close to the lunchtime to offer any bat at all. It goes through to the keeper, and no run.
Yes, continuing to be bowling that probing line just outside the off stump. Continuing to test the patience of Elgar, but Elgar is pretty much aware that lunch run just around the corner. He has been there for a while. Faced some 75 deliveries.
Yes, and it seems that the luncheon corner seems to be a bit lengthy on this occasion. We're actually playing it by air, hoping that it would be around soon. They know that we are probably unable to get the sort of communication based on our location. And we know that it's going to be around pretty soon, and we know for sure it's been a relatively good day for the West Indians, picking up 3 wickets inside the first session. It's Gabriel now with some sunshine at his back, and turns and sees The batsman, Elgar, ready into his stance. And he moves away from us now. There's a white marker out in the field, but I don't know exactly whose it is because they haven't really been starting from it, or maybe just an indication as to where they're going to pick up their actual momentum into their bowling stride outside the off stump. And again, Elgar is allowing it to go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yes, continuing to test Elgar's patience outside the off stump, but he's very much equal to the task. Knows clearly that this ball is not threatening the off stump, and is pretty much happy to allow it to go through to the keeper, the silver.
Yes, 44 for the loss of 3. So again, the West Indians with a lot of anticipation of another wicket, and the South Africans looking to stay out there for as long as possible, hoping that their fortunes swing their way in the post-lunch session with Elgar, the captain out there, looking to direct things as far as the South Africans are concerned. Shannon Gabriel looking for his second wicket, looking to stay out there for as long as possible. A good delivery, this time tucking Elgar up. He has to come back in defense. Plays it into the offside, the captain, Bradford Fields, and there is no run. 44 for 3, that's the latest score here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Any time is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Now with 2 convenient locations, Fairchild Street in the city and Speightstown, St. Peter. Try their snack boxes, 2 pieces, fries and a bun for only $12.99, or the loaded fries with chicken deliciousness for only $11.99. With barbecue and fried chicken, delicious burgers, the freshest salads and sides. Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Follow at Crispy Fried Chicken BDS on Instagram.
Welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. 44 for the loss of 3. And as we hinted, Greg Wilson, it might have been some spin coming on just before the lunch. So that in itself could give us an indication that lunch is just about to be taken. It's going to be Ross and Chase.
Yes, Chase is being introduced into the attack, so it's an indication, right? Ryan, yes, lunch might just be around the corner.
Yes, that's the biggest hint that the corner is finally here. 44 for the loss of 3. We have in spin for the first time after 24 overs. Ross and Chase just looking to adjust his mid-off, just to come a bit more to his left. Here he's in. It's about 6 tries before getting to his delivery, and this one just played off the pad, and no chance of a run there. The line maybe not what he would have wanted, especially looking to get some turn, but probably needed to get a bit more on the off stump. But no damage done there. The score remaining on 44 for the loss of 3. He's driving there, the offside. Craig Bradford moving quickly to his left, preventing any possibility of a run. So keeping the pressure on Verena. Elgar is 22 at the non-strikers and 44 for the loss of 3. We've seen 2 deliveries from Ross and Chase. Being encouraged by his close fielder, just 1 slip though, Jermaine Blackwood. As good delivery, pretty flat, but some turn as well, forcing the batsman Verena to get down his bat in a hurry to keep that one out of his stumps. So good start by Verena, facing to Hope, keeping his defense intact to keep that one out. He's coming forward, driving it down to mid-on, and if he is stationed, Seals. He picks up, no chance of a run, so good tidy start by Ross and Chase so far. 4 maiden deliveries, 2 deliveries left in this over, which we anticipate will bring us up to the close of the first session on this first day of the second Betway Test match between the West Indies and South Africa. Ross and Chase passes and by Gregory Bradford now, and this delivery is again forcing the defensive shot of Verena. So really good hallmark there set by Chase. Bang on the money immediately as he's come on. And could this be a maiden over? We'll have to just wait.
of Madame Marie. Way down to number 9, St. Celia. This one is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Aristodemus out of Never Turn Right, owned by Mr. Ryan Mosley, ridden by Ricky Wolcott. He catches 118 pounds on the Victor Cheeseman trained 3-year-old. Cold War, very well fancied in the betting, is horse number 10. Races in the colors of CAH Racing. And this one is trained by Kenny John. Afri Ward's on board, 123 pounds for the debut. This 3-year-old chestnut colt by War Crime out of Lavani. As we continue along, number 11, Fallujah. This one is owned by Mr. Anderson Clark Jr., trained by Richard Dean, his third runner here. Tashawn Hazelwood will claim 7 to go at 116 pounds on this brown colt by John Bryan out of Midnight Express. Number 12 is Judgment Day, and it is that day today, Judgment Day. A 3-year-old bay colt by Birdwatch out of Bandana Day, racing because of Legends of Racing, trained by Rommel Perkins Lovell. Shane Dawson will claim 7, and the final weight is penciled in at 117 pounds. Moving down to horse number 13, Bazadi Gal, owned by Stephen Allen Madu, trained by Robert Pierce, ridden by Eric Daniel, who claims 113 pounds on this 3-year-old chestnut filly by Kit Fisto out of Cavanagh. Then we're going to flick the page again. We go to horse number 13, horse number 15, Bally High. And this is owned by Melrose Racing, ridden by Rashid Hughes, the champion jockey. 3 times he's won this championship. And this one is carrying 118 pounds with Rommel Lovell in the irons. The second runner here for Melrose Racing. This is by 3-year bay filly by Rockamador out of Amaniara. Rommel Lovell is your trainer. Enrico Prescott is down to claim 5 and will go to post at 113 pounds on horse number 18, Amancora. Drawn 19 on the outside is Fantastic Move. And this is a 3-year bay filly by Kit Fisto, Right Move, owned by Mrs. Francis Coley, trained by Xavier Blanche. Raheem Thorpe will take off 7, goes to post at 111 pounds for the debut. As I said, 3-year-old bay filly by Kit Fisto out of Right Move. That's the field for the afternoon's first race. The horses are already up at the start. And this race pretty much offers Parry Forecast and a trifecta. My 3 here is going to be horse number 13, Bazadi Gal. And I'm going strictly on breedings here. And we've seen some nice young 3-year-olds or 2-year-olds turn 3 from this combination, from the Cavanagh line. Hence the reason I'm going for Bazadi Gal for Stephen Alamado, despite the fact that the outside draw will obviously take more out of her. She's ridden by Eric Daniel. Robert Pierce is no stranger to winning 2-year-old races, and they get my backing. On my second line, I'm going to take the one that the tipsters believe is tied to the post.
Good
this is horse number 10.
We are ready for you at the Garrison.
This one must be burning up the track.
Good afternoon, studios. We are ready for you at the Garrison. The horses are
CAH Racing. They know that Levani was no slouch as a
1.
juvenile. Afri Ward is on board, 123 pounds. Kenny John looks to start the season on a high note. They fall on my second line. And to complete my trifecta, I'm going to take horse number 3, Impeachment. And this is related to conflict of interest, which would have finished second in last year's United Insurance Barbados Derby. You will see conflict of interest a little later on in the afternoon's card. And Impeachment is by Copy That, out of Set Seal. Anderson Tom Trotman, an 8 times champion jockey of the turf here in Barbados, is on board for trainer Richard Dean, and he can get them ready to run from the get-go. Race number 1. The novice dash, a lot of weights race. West Indian by 3-year-old maidens going 1,100 meters. I'm going 13, 10, and 3. Good luck. And do join me for race number 2 and any further changes.
Egan, if they don't come over, you need to take it out of my head, please. Well, welcome to the Garrison Savannah. We're back racing at last, and I'm joined by Rashawn Allen, who has all the information for you leading up to race one.
Good afternoon. Race number one is the Welcome Back Handicap. It's running at 1,100 meters for, race number one is the Novice Dashes. A lot of weights race. The feature is the Welcome Back Handicap. And welcome back. It feels great to say welcome back. We're on the first day of the second racing season, June 18th. We have a few non-starters, number 1, 5 through 7, 14, 16, 17, and 22, 24. We have 12 first-time starters here to contest the opener. Number 2 is Ebony Rose. She's ridden by Lester Edwards, and he takes along 113 pounds. This is a 3-year-old daughter of Preach to Me and the the Navigator mare Empress Isabella. Number 3 is Impeachment. It's 123 pounds as Anderson Trotman gets the leg up. This son of Copy That is out of the Carpe Diem mare Set Sail. Number 4 is Sexy. Goes here for Mrs. Gay Smith. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Storm Arrow and Ocean Turn. She's ridden by Antonio Bishop. Edward Walker Jr. does the training. Horse number 8 is Unstoppable. The filly is by Derby Kitten out of the Federico May Madame Marie. She's ridden by Rashad Knights, who takes along 113 pounds. Number 9 is St. Cecilia. Ridden by Ricky Walker. Victor Cheeseman does the training. The weight is 118 pounds. She's by Aristodemus out of the Carpe Diem mare Never Turn Right. Number 10 is Cold War. This one is ridden by Afri Ward, who puts 1 pound overweight, 124 pounds. A 3-year-old chestnut son of War, Crime, and Lavani. To his outside is number 11, Fallujah, ridden by Tashawn Hazelwood. Fallujah takes along 116 pounds, trained by Richard Dean. This is a son of John Bryan out of the Perfect Host mare Midnight Express. Number 12 is Judgment Day. A 3-year-old son of Birdwatch and the bandsman mare Bandana Day. Shane Dorson rides 117 pounds. Number 13 is Baza de Gal in a town tide. Eric Daniels aboard, and she goes to post with 113 pounds. Baza de Gal is a daughter of Kit Fisto and Kavanagh. Number 15 is Bali High, ridden by Rashid Hughes. Ramel Level does the training. The weight is 118 pounds. Bali High is a 3-year-old chestnut daughter of Janak out of the Bornstein's mare La Chatelaine. 18, Bali High stablemate is Amancora, 116 pounds, as the apprentice Enrico Prescott is aboard. And Amancora is a 3-year-old bay daughter of Rockamador out of the Guineas winner Amaniara. And the final start is horse number 19, Fantastic Move. In a nasal dilator, Raheem Thorpe is aboard. Xavier Blanche trains, 112 pounds is the weight. Fantastic Move is a bay daughter of Kit Fisto out of the Pen in Hand mare Right Move. And just to backtrack one, number 18, Amancora, wears blinkers. So all the betting has started with horse number 13. And this is Baza de Gal, opened at 4-5. She is a full sister to the Stephen Alamadou owned Semper Fi, who was a leading 3-year-old last year, but missed the majority of the year due to an injury as the rain begins to fall. Kavanagh herself, her dam, was able to win first out as well. So there's some pedigree here to be precocious. Physically, this filly, in my opinion, needs a bit of tucking up, has a lot of baby weight. And it's weird to be analyzing these horses making their first start now that they're 3 years old as opposed to 2. They've had so much time to grow up, and I think that this favorite here is going to benefit from a start. I think Richard Dean holds a strong hand in this field. He has Ebony Rose and Impeachment as well as Fallujah. We'll start with Ebony Rose, who's a daughter of English Rose, who's a half-sister to Horse of the Year, Bounce Back. Actually, Ebony Rose is out of Empress Isabella, my apologies. And this one looks pretty quick from the inside. Lester Edwards is aboard. Love the weight of 113 pounds. She can get out. She would definitely be tough. Right to her outside is number 3, Impeachment, who is a full brother to Derby runner-up of last year, Conflict of Interest. And Conflict of Interest was able to win second out, but showed speed in his debut. I think Impeachment is a physically appealing sort, very big, very leggy, robust colt. Looks like you would want further, but drawn on the inside with Richard Dean, who's able to get them ready first time out. This one definitely needs to be kept an eye on. He's on the board at 21-1. There's so much value here. Not sure how the betting is really being done, as we have moved to online betting because of the COVID protocols, and we have a lot of options here if you don't want the favorite. And the other Richard Dean starter is number 11, Fallujah, who is by John Bryan out of Midnight Express. So the pedigree is not spectacular, but there's been words out on this one. It's a very nice looking dark bay colt. And we have Cold War on the outside with Aman Kora, and these two are a bit chilly in the batting, but it's everybody's first start, and anybody can be a factor here, and we'll see what they can offer with one out. Dean has the call.
Thank you very much, Rashawn. Seems like forever since I've said those words. As we wait now for Aman Kora to join the lineup. Striking Chestnut. She goes in. They're locked away. Racing at last, and very quickly on the inside is Ebony Rose. Impeachment also shows lots of speed. Coming across from the outside, Fallujah goes up to dispute the lead. So it's Fallujah and Ebony Rose disputing the lead. On the inside is Sexy. Between horses is Bazadi Gal towards the outside, going up, circling the field with a ground move. It's fantastic move as they head up the hill towards the 3 furlong marker. Just out of the 3 furlongs to go, and it's Fallujah being pestered now by fantastic move. There's a break of 3 lengths to Ebony Rose. Behind Ebony Rose, that looks to be St. Cecilia, then Sexy. Falling away on the inside is Bally High as they come inside the quarter pole. The opening quarter was 25 flat. Inside the quarter pole, and it's fantastic move, who's in command under left-hand drive. On the outside, Sexy appears with a grand run. Fallujah with a return effort. Also trying to close again is Ebony Rose. But fantastic move has opened up by a wide margin. Gets a right-handed crop just to keep her up to date. The rider celebrates. He's going to win. He's down. Fantastic move. Fantastic first time out. Bazzy Girl was second, and rounding out the top 4 were Fallujah and Unstoppable. The winner stopped the clock in 109.1. In a moment, we'll be back with a recap for you. The gal towards the outside, going up, circling the field with a grab move. It's fantastic move as they head up the hill towards the 3 furlong marker. Just out of the 3 furlongs to go, and it's Fallujah being pestered now by fantastic move. There's a break of 3 lengths to Ebony Rose. Behind Ebony Rose, that looks to be St. Cecilia, then Sexy. Falling away on the inside is Bally High as they come inside the quarter pole. The opening quarter was 25 flat. Inside the quarter pole, and it's fantastic move who's in command under left hand drive. On the outside, Sexy appears with a grand run. Fallujah with a return effort. Also trying to close again is Ebony Rose, but fantastic move has opened up by a wide margin. Gets a right-handed crop just to keep her up to date. The rider celebrates. He's going to win. He's down. Fantastic move. Fantastic first time out. Buzzity Girl was second, and rounding out the top 4 were Fallujah and 25 flat. Inside the quarter pole, and it's fantastic move who's in command under left hand drive. On the outside, Sexy appears with a grand run. Fallujah with a return effort. Also trying to close again is Ebony Rose, but fantastic move has opened up by a wide margin. Gets a right-handed crop just to keep her up to date. The rider celebrates. He's going to win. He's down. Fantastic move. Fantastic first time out.
Pretty precocious early, as that one is by Show Me the Money. She's by Kit Fistel, who's Show Me the Money sire, which was why she's the 3/4 sister. But for Xavier to tell you that whenever, no matter who shows up, there's a sprint for this filly, and he's going to win with it, he had to have known, because look at the performance, as I said, from 12 of 12 to do what she did. She had to be touting her hand, and we completely missed this one. I don't think.
I think the only thing that I was really worried about was the draw, because
it's a fair concern.
Coming across from out there, I mean, you know, it's really like a no man's land. But by the half mile, she was right alongside Fallujah on the bridle. Exactly. While others were being ridden along to train their legs, she was there to just cruise over the hill. Took on Fallujah at the top of the hill. Fallujah went asked to quickened. Because the 2 of them drew away, but then she was able to just quicken away
and sustain that
for Fallujah, and just kept going, you know. And it was only a matter of how far she was going to win by. At the quarter pole, it was really a race for second.
Yeah. And I think we have to note the fractions for our viewers: 25 and 25 flat, sped it up to a 49 and 2/2, and she kept going 109 and 1. We know we had a lot of rain this week.
Yeah.
Like the track has probably not seen that rain for quite some time. Even there's water on the outskirts and on the sand track. So we don't expect to see blistering times today, but this one set the track on fire to start the day. She really was impressive, and she never gave them a chance. She was clear from the time she put Fallujah away, and she just went on about her business. I think some more impressive runs behind her, especially number 13, Bazadi Gal, another one that was drawn pretty far out, and she was back in the pack. She didn't make that move early, like fantastic move, who made a fantastic move, and she was drawn on the outside, was wide throughout the race, and then she angled down to the rail about after the quarter pole, and completely and finished with great interest. I also thought she would be one to benefit from the start where she wasn't completely tapped up. As you know that the pedigree and the connections can win first out, but I thought that she would be one to benefit from the start. And she still showed the talent, that the better thought she had, because she opened at 4 to 5. She ended up being 3 to 2. And I think that with this race underneath her belt, and she'll get a ton of fitness out of it, she is definitely one to watch going forward.
She was one that caught my eye in the ring. She looked like solid type of horse. Well, fantastic move. Built more like her mother, right move.
Right.
Slim.
And leggy.
Frame,
yes,
leggy, but really quick. And Fallujah also looked good in the ring. And didn't disappoint, I don't think.
Especially given the modest pedigree that Fallujah has, being by John Bryan out of Midnight Express, who really wouldn't have been rated, I don't think, any higher than 30, 35 in her day, racing for the A team. And there was some whispers saying that Fallujah is the one to beat, and she ran like she would have been. He ran like he would have been. Yeah, it's a colt.
Yeah.
And set the pace, was well, but felt it late. And I think this race, like Bazadi Gal, will bring him on where he can have a bit more foundation going forward. And that was a pretty encouraging performance from that one. And then fourth was number 8, Unstoppable. And Unstoppable was another one at the back of the pack. Another one with a pretty modest pedigree, but what I like about Unstoppable, she's by Derby Kitten. Derby Kitten has had 2 runners so far, leading 3-year-old in Dream Society, and Bucephalus, who's a maiden, but it's a pretty good horse in his own right, and I've heard he's missed some time. I know this is his 3rd start here with Unstoppable, who's, in our terms, hit the board. She's ran 4th, but I think Derby Kitten is off to a quietly great start to stud, and that's going to be one sire that we're going to have to watch out for if his progeny continue to run the way they've been
yes.
running.
I mean, to be quite honest, his performance as a racehorse outside of Barbados is recommended. I mean, it's decent quality horses he's run against.
And it was miles better than the performances he had here.
Yeah.
When he came here, it was like he was over the hill.
He was, you know.
He was definitely over the hill.
But you can't knock him. He's got that Kitten's Joy, the whole.
Not out and out turf pedigree. And he was a Derby contender in his day, Kentucky Derby contender.
You know, and I think it does well for breeding to have a style like him on the island.
Yeah, he's not flashy, but he clearly can throw that good horse, and he's been doing that so far.
Right. So the unofficial results: 19, 13, 11, and 8. The fractions: 25, flat, 49, and 2, 109 and 1. And that puts race 1 behind us, and we move on to race 2, and I believe you have all the information.
Yes, race number 2 is the Play Park Handicap. It's for 3-year-olds and older, rated 80 to 62, and also 61 and below. For the betting, this offers Exacta and Trifecta. It's run at 1,570 meters. Number 1 is Good Vibration, ridden by Anderson Trotman. 110 pounds is the weight. Number 2, Showed the Money, in a visor and a tongue tie. Enrico Prescott rides after claiming 5. The allotted weights would be 123 pounds. Number 3 is Campaigners Goal, ridden by Raheem Thorpe, claiming 7. 121 pounds is the weight. 4, Jack Manani Gap, Rashad Knight's aboard. He also claims 7. 121 pounds is the weight, and Jack Manani Gap is declared in a tongue tie. Similarly, equipped is number 5, Deja Vu. In a tongue tie, Rashid Hughes, 113 pounds is the weight for this Guineas winner. Number 6 is Inspired Adventure, equipped with blinkers, and will be ridden by Gerald Beckles, who claims 3, 122 pounds. 7 is Junipero Avenue. The blinkers come off, but he wears a tongue tie. Afri Ward is aboard, 128 pounds. Number 8 is Honey Jazz. The filly will wear a visor and a tongue tie. Eric Daniels aboard, who claims 5, 110 pounds. Ciroc is number 9 in a tongue tie. The blinkers also come off of this one. Kimar Kelly aboard. He claims 7 to go to post at 105 pounds as the allotted weight. And Ricky Walker will ride horse number 10, Shane Doan, in blinkers, 116 pounds. So those are the 10 that will contest race number 2, the Play Park Handicap, which has a scheduled post time of 1 p.m. We're 7 minutes out from post, but until then, that's it from the Garrison. because why you say so is because someone just told me that they can hear you. So if they hear you in entry, like one is this, two, I don't need to do that upstairs.
Right.
Because that's what I do just now.
Because you're on radio, it's different.
Oh.
So don't forget that problem. The radio still
But I
got
was
starters.
okay, fair enough. Okay, no problem. But with that, I still would like know.
And then more leave here?
Yeah.
Alright, no problem.
So if you could do it a little earlier,
Alright,
that's fine.
yeah, cool.
And then what are you doing post race?
Not really.
Okay, fine, great. Alright, I don't think I have any more.
Alright.
Control room to stewards. Is this race one official?
Go ahead, stewards. Thank you very much. Copy that, sirs.
Race number 1 has been declared official. Race number 1 has been declared official. And the official placings. The winner, horse number 19, Fantastic Move. Second, horse number 13, Bose de Gal. Third, horse number 11, Fallujah. And fourth, horse number 8, Unstoppable. The final time, 109 and a fifth. Coming up next is race number 2, and that's the player part handicap for 3-year-olds and older horses rated 80 to 62. It's also open to horses rated 61 and below, going 1,570 meters. There's a post time schedule of 1 p.m. The horses are pretty much making their way into the parade ring. Once again, race number 1 has been declared official. The novice dash a lot of weights race over 1,100 meters for West Indian bred 3-year-olds has been made official. The results: first, number 19, Fantastic Move. Second, horse number 13, Bose de Gal. Third, horse number 11, Fallujah. And fourth, horse number 1, Unstoppable, in a time of 109 and a fifth. We do apologize for the timer on the board not working at the moment.
And we are trying to ascertain some brighter light on the tote board as well. And welcome back to the program, Banking with the Best. We're on to race number 2. It's the Play Park Handicap, 1,100 meters for horses rated 80 to 62. Number 1 is Good Vibration, ridden by Anderson Trotman. 113 pounds is the weight. Number 2, Show Me the Money, a visor and a tongue-tied equipment. Enrico Prescott will claim 5, and the final weight is 123. Horse number 3, Campaigner's Goal, ridden by Raheem Thorpe. 121 pounds, having claimed 7 from 128. Rashad Knight will do likewise. He will claim 7 from 128, and he sits aboard horse number 4, Jack Manani Gap, who's fitted with a tongue tie. Deja Vu, third in last year's Massey United Insurance, last year's Barbados Derby, fitted with a tongue tie and reunites with Rashid Hughes. 113 pounds is the weight. Number 6, Inspired Adventure in Blinkers. Gerald Beckles is on board, and he will claim 3 to go to post at 122 pounds. Juniper Avenue is horse number 7 with a tongue tie, and Alfred Ward takes the reins and carries the top in post of 128 pounds. Shelling some weight is horse number 8, Honey Jazz. Will like this good to soft going. Ridden by Eric Daniel. 111 pounds is the final weight. Sirrah is horse number 9 in a tongue tie. Kemar Kelly will claim 7 and will put back up a couple pounds of weight. Will go in at 115 pounds. And on the outside, Ricky Walcott, a former champion jockey, rides horse number 10, Shane Doan. And the weight on the Andrew Nunez horse is 116 pounds. This race offers parry, forecast, and a trifecta. My winner here is going to come from horse number 2, Show the Money. And as we welcome you back, I'm sure that everybody wants money in these times. And he's carried good form since coming to Barbados. 2 wins, and the second is his last start. Attempts the longer trip for the first time. I don't think it should be a problem since he was bought with the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup in mind. So we'll see how he fares going 1570. Take some weight off, which I think is paramount to his chances. Enrico Prescott is on board 1, 2, 3. On my second lane, we'll take horse number 5, Deja Vu, and he ran a corker in last year's Derby when coming back off an injury, and he was really taking some of the sting out of him in terms of his preparation to go into that event, and he was only beaten, I think, a length and a half in that Derby over 2,000 meters. This is the first time he steps out of his company, and Rashid Hughes stays on board. I think he has a lowest position in 1,570 meters of a second, so he has 2 wins and a second under his belt at this trip, and I am putting him no further than the second, and I think he should really challenge for the victory here, despite the fact he steps up in company. To complete the 3, I'm going to take horse number 8, Honey Jazz, the going, good to soft. She relished these conditions last time out when she got her lone victory since coming to Barbados. She's ridden by Eric Daniel, 111 pounds. I'm going to Show the Money for owner Mark Goodrich, trainer Ronald Perkins Lovell. Number 5, Deja Vu for MTD Racing and trainer Mark Bird Armstrong. And on my third line, I'm going to take horse number 10, Honey Jazz for Harriet Brathwaite and trainer Robert Pierce. Good luck. Join me for race 3. I have the party dividends for race number 1. The winner horse number 19, Fantastic Move, paid $8.95 to win, $180 to place. $8.95 and $180 on horse number 19, Fantastic Move. For running second, horse number 13, Baziligal, paid $3.55, 3.55. Third was horse number 11, Fallujah, and she will return $5.35, 5.35. The forecast combination of 19 and 13 returned $38.40, 38.40, and the trifecta of 19, 13, and 11 returned $452.10, $452.10, and that is the official payments for race number 1. Distances of that race aren't available as yet. Thank you. Your attention, please. We are asking that you follow all protocols so that the racing can continue in earnest without any interruptions. So those of you who are wearing your masks, you're asked to wear your mask, cover your mouth, and have your nose covered.
Well, the horses have
You're asked to have your mask on at all times with your mouth and nose covered.
The play
Thank you.
part handicap is over 1,570 meters. You've got 10
Except
stars.
when you're eating or drinking. Thank you.
Interesting bunch. And
You're on the ball.
Deja vu.
Only in exception circumstances when you're eating or drinking. In the meantime, we ask that you.
Also, and here's the ever consistent.
Thank you.
Jack Manani Gap. Good vibration races in different colors as we've seen previously. There's Honey Jazz, a lightly raced filly. Interesting bunch as we look down. A slight drizzle once again. Jack Manani Gap, as usual, looks absolutely brilliant. Inspired Adventures, another one that was very eye-catching going down to the start. Show the money, he'll be stretching out. He's very speedy type. And overall, I think it's going to be a very interesting betting race for Sean. Looking at this field, the one in here that's probably a question mark would be Shane Doan.
Yeah, I
only
think
had 2 starts.
Yeah, he's definitely one that if he were to win here would be a big question. You had alluded to Deja Vu, and he is going to be the first one out of the crop of 3-year-olds last year. We're going to get to see Test Open Company. I think it is a pretty good crop. and he's going to be the one that's going to test the waters of Open Company first. And I think here in this spot, he cuts back to his ideal trip of 1,570 meters. We won the Guineas. And in the Derby, his last start, when War Eagle started to make his move, I think Deja Vu kind of idled and was left with a lot of work to do. Made up great ground to be beaten less than 2 lengths. There's no War Eagle today, who prior to that had 19 lengths in him in the midsummer. And he's offering good value here in the face of a 3-5 at 5-2. And if you think that this 3-year-old crop is the next up-and-coming big crop, definitely 5-2 is what you're going to want to take here on Deja Vu. And speaking of 3-5, that's number 2. Show the money. I think this one should appreciate the stretch out to 1,570 meters, and I'm on the camp of the bettors who have this one at 3-5. I think at 1,100 meters last time he was run off his feet, where he was beaten by a pretty good sprinter in Dominus. He had 130 pounds last time. Well, actually, all 3 of his starts in Barbados have been 130 pounds, so he gets a great claim here now down to 123 with Enrico Prescott.
But he steps up in class too. I mean, when he broke his maiden, it was a sprint race. They did come back in record time. And he was able to.
Yeah, and I think stretching out from 1,100 meters to, yes, he was a closing sprinter, but I think he should be a pace factor here. I think that will play into his hands very well, because I think he is the class of the field. And if he is a pace factor, I'm not opposed, or I'm not worried about the weight that he has to give to the likes of Deja Vu, 10 pounds. He will be very hard to reel in. Some long shots to look at here for your exotics. Number 7, Junipero Avenue. Now, that name doesn't really jump off the page, but his last start was his best start to date in Barbados, and it was with the 100 to 80 class bracket. And if he continues to improve, I think this class drop should be a big help. The blinkers come off. The big question for a horse like this, who doesn't have that great form, is the 128 pounds, and he's going to be one of those closers. But as I said, his last start was by far his best, and he's made that steady improvement with each start. He's yet to hit the board, but he's offering pretty good value here now on the board at 19-1. And as I said, the blinkers come off of him, but the blinkers also come off of horse number 9, Ciroc, who last time out was in a sprint. We're pretty early in the race. He had to fight his rider, and he was pretty unsettled. And he still finished with interest. And with the blinkers coming off, that should help him settle. He goes back to 1,570 meters, a trip where this son of Sydney Scandi has been victorious at before. He's also at in that race where Dominus did defeat Show the Money, and he's the one that you can look at. He's on the board at 50. He's now 39-1. And then you mentioned early the Honey Jazz, a pretty improving filly. She's not very, you wouldn't look at her as scream superstar. She's very small, very slim, very elegant, but she keeps running. I don't think she's ever been off the board either. Actually, she's been off the board twice.
She's been off the board twice.
Yeah.
But I think she's really coming into her own now, maturing. And then there's the old guy here, Jack Manani Gap. I think he's the one that will really be the test of how these horses are, because he's ever consistent, especially at this trip.
And that's the thing with Jack Manani Gap. I agree, 1,570 meters is his trick, but he and Inspired Adventure, I think, are coming off 2 very underwhelming performances, and it's not up to their regular standard. The Jack Manani Gap, we know, would be a factor here, and his last start at 1,570 meters, he was beaten over 8 lengths by Queen of Pitons. He's another one that is dropping in class. And in that same race with Queen of Pitons is the race that I'm mentioning with Junipero Avenue, who's run an improved race and did beat Jack Manani Gap on that day. So that's why I'm looking for that one, who's offering a bit more value than Jack Manani Gap, who's at 15-1. Again, if the good Jack Manani Gap shows up, he will be a factor.
I think, the good Jack Manani Gap shows up more often than not.
Right.
He's always run. He very rarely fails to deliver a good run.
But I can't make an excuse for that last race, Dean. I don't see where it came from. As you said, he's very consistent. He's been on the board in all 6 prior starts to that, but that's 7th. And it wasn't even like a distance, a ground, the ground on the foot, nothing like that. And it's the company he's accustomed with. So that's why I was looking into the other direction. But if he were to show up here, I wouldn't be surprised. Good Vibration was running for the new connections for the first time. And this is definitely one that I would be very, very surprised. Was a quality 3-year-old, but that group in its entirety never trained on. And I don't see Good Vibration magically turn the corner here now that she's in the hands of the Deans as Jack Manani Gap goes behind.
Yeah, so it's just show the money outside and Jack Manani
Yeah,
Gap.
but I think Show the Money's going to take some beating here.
Well, we will soon find out as the rider no goes in. Show the money goes in. Jack Manani Gap will be the last to be brought forward. They're under starters orders. Racing absolutely picturesque beginning. But coming off the shoot onto the main course, it is Honey Jazz who going to show the way. On the outside is the green and yellow silks of Sorot. Down the inside, the white blinkers of Show the Money. On the outside, Deja Vu is fourth. Then on the inside, Junipero Avenue, Good Vibration in black and gold cap is next. Jack Manani Gap polishes the plastic on the inside behind her. Then towards the outside is Campaigner's Goal. Inspired Adventure has one beaten at this speed, and that is Shane Doan, who is off to a hesitant beginning. The opening quarter, a blistering 24-3. And Honey Jazz, yet to see arrival, opens up by daylight now. Two Show the Money on the outside. Going next is Deja Vu. Sorok is fourth. Then fifth is Junipero Avenue. Going up on the outside, Good Vibration. Jack Manani has about 6 lengths to find. Inspired by Adventure has about 8. Campaigners Goal has 9 and Shane Dawn about 15. As they get to the quarter pole, the opening half is 48-3. And Honey Jazz is clinging to the lead. On the outside, here comes Show the Money to ask a question. Honey Jazz doesn't answer. And slipping through between them now is Deja Vu. The Creole picks it up and dashes on by a length and a half. It's Deja Vu on the left-hand drive now. In front by a length and a half for long to go. Deja Vu in front. Opening up. Honey Jazz staying on the outside. Good Vibration. Jack Manani got trying to close. But you can sing this feel a lullaby. They're being put to bed. Deja Vu in front. Wins it from Good Vibration. Close for third between Jack Manani Inspired Adventure, and Honey Jazz. They'll round out the top 4, and the winner passed the post in 1:37.4. In a moment, a recap for you. beginning the opening quarter. A blistering 24-3. And Honey Jazz, got to see her rival, opens up by daylight now. Two show the money on the outside. Going next is Deja Vu. Ciroc is fourth. Then fifth is Junipero Avenue. Going up on the outside, Good Vibration. Jack Manani has about 6 lengths to find. Inspired by Adventure has about 8. Campaigners Goal has 9 and Shane Dawn about 15. As they get to the quarter pole, the opening half was 48-3. And Honey Jazz is clinging to the lead. On the outside, here comes Show the Money to ask a question. Honey Jazz doesn't answer. And slipping through between them now is Deja Vu. The Creole picks it up and dashes on by a length and a half. It's Deja Vu on the left-hand drive now. In front by a length and a half or for long to go. Deja Vu in front, opening up. Honey Jazz staying on the outside. Good Vibration. Jack Manani got trying to close. But you can sing this feel a lullaby. They're being put to bed. Deja Vu in front. Wins it from Good Vibration.
Was really stepping. But you will get that, given the fact that they haven't raced for almost 6 months. And Honey Jazz is the property of Harriet Brathwaite. And of course, she's a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Amir's Prince out of Jazz Drummer, ridden by Eric Daniel, 112 pounds, and Robert Pierce is your conditioner. Actually,
I appreciate that.
So
race number 2 has been completed. It's the player part handicap, and it went the way of horse number 5.
And 8.
Second was horse number 1, Good Vibration. Third was number 6, Inspired Adventure.
Up next is race 3,
number 8,
the novice dash.
Jazz. The opening quarter was 24-3, a half mile and 48
meters for West Indian
3/4 of a mile and 112
maidens with a post-time schedule
Deja Vu was 1:37 and 4.
A field of 11 and all 11 up to this moment
by Aston Martin out of the Janat Vanity Affair. And Dean, before the race we were talking about how this is the first sight of the 3-year-olds of last year getting into deeper waters with open company. And I think Deja Vu starting to answer those questions of the quality of that crop astoundingly.
Oh yes, without a doubt. I was one that said from last year that I would hold off my judgment of them as a crop until they see them take on all the horses. But Deja Vu's performance today definitely says to me that that crop could be a very, very good crop. At least the top 5 or 6.
Yeah, I think so.
It was a very impressive runner.
Yeah, and it was pretty impressive because no one else was close, and this is a race for 80 to 62, and he's rated 68, so he's like at the bottom of the barrel of this class, and we know he's gonna go up the ladder from here. Like, it was very impressive, and he showed that he is above heads and shoulders above this group. And as you said, the first 5 or 6 past the post in the Derby have shown that they have the talent that if they step into the open company that they will be able to hold their own, because this one didn't win the Derby, so there's some better than him.
He is the benchmark.
Yeah,
right
he is
now.
the benchmark right now, because the same conflict of interest that beat him early in the Derby is going to be seen later on the card. So there's so much litmus test for this crop, but it started very well.
Yes, without a doubt. An interesting race, however, outside of him.
Because look who was second.
The second was Good Vibration.
Was Good Vibration. A Good Vibration, I was very surprised. She turned for home with a head full of steam. I did not see her, as I said before, I didn't see her turn in the corner in her first start here, especially with this group. And it's clear to see that
she benefited from a lightweight, 110 plus a couple pounds overweight. And of course, Anderson Trotman is always a positive on any horse he rides at the Garrison.
I feel like if you put, for example, let's bring it to human terms, if you put a bag of bricks on Usain Bolt's back and me none, I'm not going to beat him. So I didn't even think that with 110 pounds that she still had a shot. And she proved me wrong. I was a fan of her when she was 3 years old and she was beaten left, right, and center in those classics. And now she's gone through since Nunez. She went through with the Cheeseman for a short period of time. Now she's with Richard Dean. And God knows what he can do with her now, because that was a pretty encouraging first start for him.
Also came from Inspired Adventure. He was towards the back end, almost all the way to the top of the stretch, and he really just came home.
And this is what put Deja Vu's win into more perspective. You saw Good Vibration come from behind an Inspired Adventure, who wasn't in much form coming into this race, come from behind as well. The fractions were really, really quick. 24:48 into 1:12.
Yeah, I
and yet
think
Deja Vu, who was sitting like third, was still able to hold him off.
Yeah, but having said that, Honey Jazz, who finished fourth,
Yeah.
she really was zipping along some fractions there.
And she's just naturally quick. No one was forcing her to do that. She didn't have to do that.
No, but I really think if she had gone a smidge slower, she may have actually been.
And the thing
little
that
higher
I like
placed.
about her is that she showed great grit. Like, she was passed after Deja Vu blew by her, and she still was able to rally and fight to be in that 3-horse photo for third.
So it was a very
So it was
gutsy
a really gutsy performance. As we talked about before the race, she's not a huge filly. She's not robust. She's not a bull. She's not a tank. And yet she still has that heart. And heart is immeasurable, as you would know, like in horse racing. You could have the tiniest horse, but as long as that thing that's pumping in their chest is huge.
Give
they'll
me
be
give me an average horse with lots of heart,
Yep.
rather a talented horse with no heart.
Yeah, because it's like, what am I going to do with you if you don't have the heart? And I think that the betting was really looking at Honey Jazz. She went off at 2-1. I think that made her at shorter odds than Deja Vu at some point, because Deja Vu I think was 5-2, and she is improving. As I said, she's very consistent. Only been as low as fourth, so this is now her third fourth in her fifth start. And she will see what she can do. She can just, kind of slow down a bit. No one is forcing her to go that fast. If she can slow down, we'll hear a lot more from Honey Jazz. But it was a pretty good run from these top four. But then you have to talk about the dismal performance from the 3 to 5 favorite, Dean. Show the Money, who had a perfect trip, in my opinion, stalking the Honey Jazz. The pace was kind of quick. It's his first time going over 1,100 meters in Barbados. And I must mention, first off, that his dad is showcasing, who is out-and-out 6-furlong sprinter.
Well,
no
I think
farther.
that's it. I just think he.
So, yeah, what is the question here?
I think the question, I don't think we had a fast surface to
Right.
start with.
So that makes it more taxing for someone who might not be a...
His main win here was a fast track. He did run past a couple of tiring horses in a sprint race. On this going and the early fractions, I think his stamina may have come into question, but I wouldn't discard him as yet over this trip. But I would not be surprised if that 5.5 furlongs becomes
the ceiling, where we don't seem to go past that.
Yeah, where he really excels.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you wouldn't win a 7.8. I always say a horse will get any distance with the right company.
So fast. It's just so fast you'll get it.
Right, with the right company.
Right.
Chapmanani Gap, I'd say he ran his usual race. He was just edged out of the first 4.
Right, because he was a part of that 3-horse photo as well, where he was with.
Junipero Avenue, really not much to say for that run. Shane Doan never.
That he was in a separate race. Shane Doan.
Campaigner's Gold, I think. Father Time is starting to catch up with him.
And then you had Ciroc, who was a part of the pace, and that goes like Honey Jazz had Ciroc pressuring her for the first 2.5 furlongs, and he was nowhere to be seen in the end. And Honey Jazz was still able to fight on to place to finish 4th. So a lot of factors went into a lot of different performances in this race. And again, the major one for the 3 to 5 favorite, is he going to be better as the distances get longer? And you mentioned the track. The conditions on the front aren't really conducive, if you're stretching out and your stamina is called into question, because one, you're going to have to go farther than you ever have before, and the conditions add a different element to it and makes it a bit more testing.
Yeah.
So what would you do if you were Romel Level here with Show the Money? Are you going to try it again, or do you go?
I would try it again. I hope that we get a firmer trot.
Right.
You also remember a lot of these horses may be a little short of work. They haven't not raced for 6 months. So I wouldn't rule it out yet, but obviously if I try it again and he comes up short, I would go back to sprinting and target the Spa, which he was.
Because you can make a career sprinting.
Oh yeah, I always tell
people,
people, people in Barbados has a way of saying, but it can't get a mile, it can't get 9 furlongs. My answer to that was Usain Bolt less an athlete because he didn't run a marathon.
Exactly. I'm sure his bank account does not care how far he runs or how long it takes him to run.
If I can have the best sprinter, I don't need to have an average miler.
Exactly.
So that would be my move with him. I would give him another shot at it. Maybe try to hold him up a little bit instead of going that close to the pace, especially at a race that has so much speed early up. because with the exception of Honey Jazz, everyone else collapsed.
Right, everybody else
By the
collapsed,
time-
including him.
Yeah, by the time they got over the hill, you know, all the front runners, with the exception of Honey Jazz, were backpedaling quickly. And that's what that hill will do for you as well. I remember it was a friend of mine once referred to it as the great separator. It really separates who's going to be there at the end of a race and who's not. As the look down, we see the horses coming into the parade ring for race number 3.
And maybe you'll see the blinkers come off for another try at that trip. The blinkers could be either to keep him focused or for more speed. But I think, as you said, I would give him another shot with more favorable conditions. But I think ultimately 1100 meters is where we're going to see the best.
But the real takeaway, I still think the real takeaway here, though, is deja vu. That performance, it's a good. If he is what the other 3-year-olds are going to from last year are going to step up to be, it could get very, very, very interesting.
It's going to make you very eager to see War Eagle for sure.
Yes, and I think the connections of Honey Jazz cannot be disappointed in that run. Your fractions were a little too quick. They were not easy, and she showed such guts and grit when she got past, because she did not surrender. Even though she was blown by, Surratt was there. I mean, Deja Vu was there to blow by her. The others did not. They came to her, and she found another gear, and she kept on trying. And that was the kind of performance that any connections should be happy with. As we look at the next race on the card, the 3-year-old maidens, West Indian bred, going over 1,570 meters. We've got a few here that's had some starts. Absolute Star will probably be the favorite here, or Miriam, having both been second in their careers. But I must say that looking into the prayer ring, what we see so far, they all look very, very well.
So that is the preface to race number 3. It's the novices distance allotted weights race division A. It's for West Indian bred 3-year-old maidens. And this race is contested at 1,570 meters. Number 1 is Rockin' Rubbing. Where's the tongue tie? Eric Daniel aboard. He claims 118 pounds is the weight. Number 2 is Absolute Star. Rashid Hughes is aboard, 123 pounds. Number 3 is Hard Knock Life. Gerald Beckles is aboard, 120 pounds is the weight. He claims 3. Number 4 is Caballito. Shane Dawson's aboard. He claims 7, 116 pounds is the weight. Also claiming 7 is Rashad Knights. He's riding horse number 5, Miriam. And the allotted weights will sit at 111 pounds. Number 6 is Mirror of the Sky. This is debutante. Is a 3-year-old daughter of Rockamador out of the Lemon Drop Kid Stream Kid. She is owned by Melrose Racing and trained by Ramel Lovell, 113 pounds, after jockey Enrico Prescott claims 5. Number 7 is High Velocity, a 3-year-old daughter of Happy Memories and the Boomerang Mare Rebound, owned by Mr. John P. Drake and Mrs. Gloria M. Drake and Mr. Luau Rawlings and Mrs. Aldith Rawlings. So the Rawlings and the Drake send out number 7 High Velocity in blinkers with Trotman aboard, 118 pounds, and she's trained by Andrew Nunez. Number 8 is Gazy in a town tie and cheek pieces. Antonio Bishop aboard, 118 pounds. Her stablemate to her outside is horse number 9, Hunter. He's in a town tie, ridden by Matthew Waddell. Edward Walker Jr. trains the son of King of the Jungle and the Thady Quill mare Heavenly Angel. Number 10 is Bridge the Gap, a 3-year-old bay son of Speech Maker out of the Pleasant Tap mare Pleasant Amour, owned by Mr. Stephen Alamadu and trained by Robert Pierce. Delana Lopez aboard, 120 pounds is the weight. And the final starter is horse number 11, Destino, in blinkers. Afri Ward, 1, 2, 3. And those are the 11 that will contest race number 3. That's a few minutes away.
Eric Daniel, 123 pounds is the weight, and he will claim 5 to go to 118 pounds.
Number 2, Absolute Star. And number 1, Rockin' Robin, is, yes, Eric Daniel up 118. Number 2 is Absolute Star. Rhythm and Rashid Hughes, 123 pounds. Number 3, Hard Knock Life, one of several first-time starters in this field. Actually, he's had a start before, beg your pardon. This one's Rhythm and Gerald Beckles, and will go to post at 120 pounds for trainer Greg Goddard. Cabalito is horse number 4. Rhythm and Shane Dawson, he will claim 7. We're looking at 116 pounds on the chestnut colt. Moving down to horse number 5, Miriam, the monk of Rashad Knight. And the final weight for Miriam is 113 pounds. Richard Dean is your trainer. Number 6, the first-time starter is Mirror of the Sky, owned by Melrose Racing, trained by Ramel Perkins Lovell, ridden by Enrico Prescott, who's entitled to claim 5, and he goes to post at 113 pounds. Another first-time starter is horse number 7, High Velocity, a 3-year-old bay filly by Happy Memories out of Rebound, owned by John P. Drake, Gloria Drake, Louis Rollins, and Aldif Rollins. And Andrew Nunez is your trainer. Anderson Trotman takes the rein and goes to post at 118 pounds for her debut. Horse number 6, Mirror of the Sky, is by Rocco Mador out of Stream Kid for Melrose Racing. Gazy is horse number 8, ridden by Anthony Bishop, 118 pounds, and trainer is Edward Walcott Jr. From the very same stable, with the trainer assigned as well, is Hunter, a 3-year-old dark bay colt by King of the Jungle out of Heavenly Angel, ridden by Matthew Badal, who will claim 7, puts up a couple pounds overweight, and will go 3 pounds overweight, and goes in at 119 pounds. Over the page, the final first-time starter is horse number 10, Bridge the Gap. This one is owned by Stephen Allen Madu, trained by Robert Pierce. Delano Lopez is on board, and their weight is 122 pounds, so he would have claimed 3 and put back up some 2. And in that instance, this is a 3-year-old bay colt by Speech Maker out of Pleasant Amor, and having his debut here at the Garrison. And on the outside, Destino. Honda jockey Afri Ward, 123 pounds. Stephen Bino is your trainer. That's the field of 11 for the afternoon's third race. The novices dash a lot of the race, Division A, over 1,570 meters. My winner here is going to come from horse number 2, Absolute Star, and it is a good day for Absolute. It's a little bit humid, and it's also a good day for a Star to shine. So Absolute Star is my winner for K&C Stables. Your jockey is Rashid Hughes, 123 pounds, with Victor Cheeseman as your conditioner. Form has been very good, including a pair of seconds in his last 2 efforts. He's now changed barns and has gone to a very successful barn, having triumph on Boxing Day last year when it was all War Eagle in the Derby. On my second lane, we'll take horse number 4, Cabalito. I'm going for the experience here, run a decent race when finishing 3rd last effort. Racing the colors of Joan Pavicino, the estate of Joan Pavicino. And Roger Pavicino is a trainer. Shane Dawson takes the leg, 123 minus 7, and falls on my second line. And to complete, actually is a superfecta race, so I have to give you another 2. We're going to look for some money, so I'm going to take horse number 1, Rockin' Robin. And for the Starboys Syndicate, with Eric Daniel on board, 123 pounds. We have a tongue-tied equipment. And Robert Pierce is your conditioner in at 7-1. And to complete my 4, I'm going to go downfield and take the 28-1 shot, Destino, with Afri Ward up 123 pounds. Just looking to make the money a lot fatter if you can get Destino on the 4th line. Afri Ward is on board for Stephen Biner, the trainer, 123 pounds, fitted with blinkers. Just let me give you the equipment. Number 1, Rockin' Robin wears a tongue tie. Number 7, High Velocity wears blinkers. There's tongue tie and cheek pieces on number 8, Gazy, a tongue tie on number 9, Hunter, and blinkers on number 11, Destino. So I'm going 2, 4, 1, and 11. Good luck your superfecta in race number 3.
Welcome back. We're on to race number 3, the novices distance allotted weight to race division A, and the horses have gone down to the 1570-meter start. Before we go on to those runners, we're going to just take you back to race 1 and 2 and give you the payments for that for those races. Race number 1 was won by Fantastic Move. Second past the post was horse number 13, Bazadi Gal. Third was horse number 11, Fallujah. And fourth was number 8, Unstoppable. Fantastic Move paid $8.95 to win and $1.80 to place. For running second, horse number 13, Fallujah, paid $3.55. For running third, horse number 11, Fallujah, was $5.35. The exacta combination of 19 and 13 paid $38.40, 38.40. And the trifecta combination of 19, 13, 11 in race number 1 paid $452.10 for 52.10. And race number 2, the play part handicap, was won by number 5, Deja Vu. Second was number 1, Good Vibration. Third was number 6, Inspired Adventure. And fourth was number 8, Honey Jazz. Deja Vu paid $3.75 to win and $1.35 to place, 3.75 and 1.35. For running second, horse number 1, Good Vibration, paid $6.70, 6.70. And for running third, horse number 6, Inspired Adventure, paid $1.60, 1.60. The exacta combination of 5 and 1 paid $56.80, 56.80. And the trifecta combination of 5, 1, and 6 paid $381.80, 381.80. So we move on to race number 3, where the favorite's even money. Now that's number 2, Absolute Star. And I think that he definitely deserves favoritism, and he comes out of the most, as I would say, the most eventful race of 2020. I think there was trouble in the top turn that he may have initiated, but he dropped all the way out to last, came very wide, and only flattened late to be second. And that was with the best 2-year-olds that we had. So if the good Absolute Star shows up, Dean, I think he'll be very tough as he comes back here with maidens. And if he shows up, they're all running for second. We have number 4, who I think is a pretty live long shot at 9-1. This is Caballito. His last start at 1,100 meters, he was ridden very widely throughout and given no chance. I think he's a big horse that should appreciate the stretch out. And he is here on 9-1 with Dorson. Then there's Miriam, and I think that Miriam's last start, where she was second, was a bit exaggerated by the company that she was with on that day. Somebody had to be second. No boss, no loss to stirrups, so she was able to get up, and then the rest were so far behind that there was no other horse to contest that second position. And I think that she's one that I would go against here, especially given that this is preference 2 and not preference 1 for the connections. And then Gazy, she's a maiden that was thrown to the wolves with the ones with experience from the beginning. She gets a chance to regroup here. I think the experience should do her well, and she has the pedigree to be a better 3-year-old, as she's half the Derby winner Knight Rider and Tanglewood runner-up Gazy, horses that were able to run well as they got older. And that's Gazy, who's on the board at 12-1. So some value outside of Absolute Star. First time started taking some money is horse number 7, High Velocity, and she's a half sister to Horse of the Year, Bounce Back. She's running here for Anderson Trotman and Andrew Nunes, who once upon a time were a very lethal first out combo. I don't think she doesn't have much substance to her. She's a bay filly. She's very, very small. She's running with blinkers first and mount. Not really a negative for Andrew Nunes, but I think that I would go elsewhere here. I'm not saying she can't win, but she is not one that I fancy. On her inside is number 6, Mirror of the Sky. And she's the third foal to race from Stream Kid. And her older brothers are Go Frankie and a horse you may have heard of, Dean, War Eagle. So if she were to be a superstar like War Eagle, I'm sure she would not be 47-1. And she's by Rock Mador, who's been able to throw his fair share of good horses. And I think that Mirror of this Guy is being tremendously overlooked, but I don't think that she's one that will factor here either. Then there's horse number 9, Hunter, who is by King of the Jungle out of Heavenly Angel. And the Dam is from a racing dynasty. The Dam is a full sister to Gold Cup 3rd Meteorite, a half to Zoom, Butterfly, Champion, Heaven Sent, and Derby 3rd First Edition. So the family is a racing family. Heavenly Angel herself wasn't much of a racehorse compared to her siblings. Hunter's a gorgeous looking son of King of the Jungle with a big white face. Been reacting to everything, the flags, the trees, everything has gotten Hunter's attention. I don't think he's yet settled down and focused on what he had to do yet. So maybe of the first time starters, this isn't one that you want to take. And then the final first time starter is horse number 10, Bridge the Gap, who is by Speechmaker, who's a maiden, but his Dam is a grade 1 winning sprinter, My Trusty Cat, by Tisnow, and there must be some stamina influence there with some speed, and we'll see what he does coming across from TNT. His Dam, Pleasant Amours by Pleasant Tap, who was very versatile, went to the Breeders' Cup for the sprint, the classic, and even the turf. So there's some pedigree here to talk about with Bridge the Gap and connections that can get them ready first out. So that's the field for race 3, the novice distance, 11 contenders. And with 2 outside, Dean has the call.
Thank you very much for Sean. A very accurate analysis. I do like Mirror of the Sky, however. I think just attractive type. As Destino in the red hood. And Bridge the Gap are the last two to load. And Bridge the Gap being a little bit hesitant to go forward. Starter Mark Batson, Pete Cap on the restroom. And on the inside, Rockin' Robin, who's been in there quite a while, is starting to get a little anxious. They're under starter's orders, and it's an absolutely level beginning. Coming off the chute for the first time, the one who's very prominent is Absolute Star. Also, Mirror of the Sky coming across from the outside. Destino has on his early running shoes this afternoon, and he switched across to pick it up. So, and past the stands the first time, and Destino is the leader from Absolute Star. Then Mirror of the Sky, Rockin' Robin is next along the inside. Then there's Bridge the Gap towards the outside is Hunter, towards the inside Gazy. High Velocity going by horses around the turn. Then Cabalito. Behind Cabalito is Miriam, who's under hold. And Hard Knot Life is about 15 lengths adrift of the field. As they head down the back stretch, the quarter, 25 and 2. And Destino's red hood leads the way. High Velocity goes up to join. Down the inside, Absolute Star is third. Mirror of the Sky is fourth. There's a break of 2 lengths to Rockin' Robin. Caballito has found his best right and starts to make up ground. So too has Hunter. Gazy not going on. And we can forget the rest as they go past the 3 furlong marker, the half in 49 and 4. And it is out in front. High Velocity in front by about 4 lengths. On the inside, Destino's had enough. Caballito is closing with every stride. Absolute Star not today. Also, Mirror of the Sky trying desperately. Hunter is trying also to close, and there are no more turns. And High Velocity has no challenge at this point. In front by 3 on the outside. Caballito trying desperately, but it's High Velocity, and Caballito trying desperately to close. But High Velocity is going to report home in front. Wins it cozily now by about 3 lengths from Caballito on the outside. Hunter runs a good race to be third, so too did Mirror of the Sky. A disappointed Absolute Star finishes fifth, and the winner stops the clock at 141 flat. Tino is the leader from Absolute Star. Then Mirror of the Sky. Rockin' Robin is next along the inside. Then there's Bridge the Gap towards the outside is Hunter, towards the inside Gazy. High Velocity going by horses around the turn. Then Caballito. Behind Caballito is Miriam, who's under hold. And Hard Knot Life is about 15 lengths adrift of the field. As they head down the back stretch, the quarter, 25 and 2. And Destino's red hood leads the way. High Velocity goes up to join. Down the inside, Absolute Star is third. Mirror of the Sky is fourth. There's a break of 2 lengths to Rockin' Robin. Caballito has found his best right and starts to make up ground. So too has Hunter. Gazy not going on. And we can forget the rest as they go past the 3 furlong marker, the half in 49 and 4. And it is out in front. High Velocity in front by about 4 lengths. On the inside, Destino's had enough. Caballito is closing with every stride. Absolute Star not today. Also, Mirror of the Sky trying desperately. Hunter is trying also to close, and there are no more turns. And High Velocity has no challenge at this point. In front by 3 on the outside. Caballito trying desperately, but it's High Velocity, and Caballito trying desperately to close. But High Velocity is going to report home in front. Wins it cozily cozily now by about 3 lengths from Caballito on the outside. Hunter runs a good race to be third, so too did Mirror of the Sky. A disappointing Absolute Star finish. Absolute Star not today. Also Mirror of the Sky trying desperately. Hunter is trying also to close, and there are no more turns. And High Velocity has no challenge at this point.
In front by 3 on the outside, Caballito trying desperately, but it's High Velocity, and Caballito trying desperately to close, but High Velocity is going to report home in front, wins it cozily now by about 3 lengths from Caballito on the outside.
Hunter runs a good race to be third, so too did Mirror of the Sky. A disappointing Absolute Star finishes fifth, and the winner stops the clock at 141 flat. Well, it's starting to get a little anxious. Around the starter's orders, and it's an absolutely level beginning. Coming off the chute.
For the first time, the one who's very poor is Absolute, so well, it's a little anxious. Around the starter's orders, and it's an absolutely level beginning. Coming off the chute for the first time, the one who's very prominent is Absolute Star. Also, well, it's starting to get a little anxious. Around the starter's orders, and it's an absolutely level beginning. Coming off the chute for the first time, the one who's very prominent is Absolute Star. Also, Mirror of the Sky coming across from the outside. Destino has on his early running shoes this afternoon, and he sits across to pick it up. So, and past the stands the first time, and Destino is the leader from Absolute Star. Then Mirror of the Sky, Rockin' Robin is next along the inside. Then there's Bridge the Gap towards the outside is Hunter towards the inside gate.
Lane Bridge. Horse number 11 don't go in race number 4. And we are left with 11 starters. The post time for that race is 2 p.m. Remember, track conditions good to surf. Well, remember, we are running under the heavy maintenance of the COVID monitoring unit, so you're asked to adhere to all protocols. Wear your mask, not only on your mouth or your chin, but it must cover your nose. Do hand sanitize whenever you have to, and where possible, have your temperature checks. There's also the advantage of using your cellular phone, where you can download with the Wi-Fi available the racing app. You can also sign up for it. It is also available. You can pay with your credit card and have all your betting at your disposal in your hands and at your fingertips. And of course, racing on the Barbados Surf Club website, barbadossurfclub.org. And we also think carrying racing on channel MCTV channel 117, CBC 100.7, and VOB 92.9. So racing all around in pristine conditions with the sun blazing down here at the lush green Garrison Savannah on this, the first day of the Barbados Surf Club's second racing season, the Welcome Back Race Day. We have 3 down and another 7 to go. Good luck. We're moving on to the afternoon's fourth race in this banking with the bet, and it's Division B of the Novices Dash a lot of weights race. It goes 1,570 meters for West Indian by 3-year-old maidens. The purse is some $16,500. This race offers price forecast and welcome back to the program Banking on the Bet, where we're moving on to Division B of the Novices Dash a lot of weights race. It goes 1,570 meters for West Indian by 3-year-old maidens. This race offers price forecast and a trifecta. The purse is some $16,500. Number one is No Boss No, ridden by Enrico Prescott. The weight there is 114 pounds. Andrew Nunez is your trainer, having taken over the stables from Liz Dean. Number two, Storm Catcher in a tongue tie. The mount of Ricky Walcott, 123 pounds. This one will race in the cars of MTD Racing, the owner. And Mark Armstrong is your trainer. Number three, Tudor Rose, a first-time starter. This one is owned by Melrose Racing. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Eagles Peak out of English Rose. Ridden by Anderson Trotman, 118 pounds. Robert Pierce is your trainer. Horse number 4 is Despoiled Child. Afri Ward will ride at 123 pounds. Moving downfield, horse number 5, Anastasia, ridden by Rashad Knight, and he goes to post with a weight there of 113 pounds for the Andrew Nunez second runner in this event. Downfield or over the page, whether you're using your computer or your tablet or a booklet like I am, is horse number 6. And this is Supermodel, the first-time starter, fitted with tongue tie for the stables of Mrs. Gay Smith, trainer Edward Walcott Jr. Dara Dalrymple will ride at 118 pounds, and this is a Dark Bay filly by Lion King out of Heaven Saint. Number 7 is Cavalier, ridden by Eric Daniel, 113 pounds. Robert Pierce is your trainer, and this one will race in the colours of Mr. Nicholas Moutet and Michael Hoyos, and they are drawn position number 7. A lot of money on this one. This is $1 billion US in blinkers. Joel Beckles will ride at 115 pounds for trainer Victor Cheeseman. And this one will race in the colors of Mr. RJ. Horse number 8. Scratch horse number 9, Prominent. Number 9, Don't Go. Horse number 10, Thunder Lady. This one gets the services of Slade Jones. We want to wish the young man all the best as he starts out his riding career at the age of 15 years. He is the grandson of Mr. Chandler Jones and the son of Jonathan Jones, so it's rich in his veins, and I want to wish him all the best as he starts out his riding career. He sits aboard Thunder Lady, the chestnut filly, and together they will go to post at 113 pounds for trainer Philip Batson. And completing that field on the outside as number 11, Lane Bridge, is a non-starter. 11 is a non-starter. And on the outside is Round Table Stud Farms Sarah. TNT Bread, 118 pounds. Raheem Torp will claim 7 to go to post at 111 pounds. Kenny John is your trainer. And they said this one will race in the colors of Round Table Stud Farms. So there you have it. A field of 11 runners for this event. And my winner here is going to come from horse number 4, Despoiled Child. And that's a Bayesian term associated with most children for one reason or the other, whether right or not. And this one, they ran a decent race when finishing 4th last effort. And I get the impression that he will go better and go further by Lion King out of Sprite. Afri Wars on board 123 pounds from Mrs. Claudette Haywood and trainer Richard Dean. So my winner is horse number 4, Despoiled Child. On my second line, I'm going to take horse number 10, Thunder Lady, for Slade Jones. And this one was 4th in her first outing at a shorter distance of 1,100 meters. And now gets the extended trip. And we see how this one goes with the extended trip, with Slade Jones having his first ride as well. And we see how the daughter of Copy That out of Coral Lady will act on the going, and we know that Copy That fancies this going. They fall on my second line. To complete my trifecta, I'm going to take horse number 3, and this is Tudor Rose. Just like the breedings here, Eagles Peak out of English Rose. And the dam, after showing some promise, her career was cut short. And we see how her daughter acts in her very first outing under Anderson Trotman for trainer Robert Pierce. The connections and the owners here are Melrose Racing. Horse number 3, Through the Rose. So in this event, I'm going 4, 10, and 3. Good luck. Do join me for race number 5. The winning horse, number 7, High Velocity, paid $3.85 to win, 160 to place. 385 and 160 on horse number 7, High Velocity. For running second, horse number 4, Cabalito, paid $7.25. $7.25. Third was horse number 9, 9 Hunter. In his debut, returned $12.85. $12.85. The exacta combination of 7 and 4 returned $92.30. $92.30 if you had the 7-4 or 4-7 reverse. And the trifecta and superfecta, they weren't one. The trifecta of 7, 4, and 9 returned $295.91. $295.91 to go over. And the superfecta also not one. There is a carryover of some $2,433.96 converted
to $2,434. So there you have it. Superfecta and trifecta, not one, and both carryovers. And fourth in that race was horse number
start for race number 4,
6.
the novice
Mirror
distance allotted
of the
race,
Sky.
Division B. Couple of
you.
non-starters, crash horse number 9 and horse number 11. They will stay indoors, and those are going are as follows. Number 1 is No Boss, No. And this is a chestnut daughter of Preach to Me, out of Woman is Boss by Zwick. Listed in the book as owned by Sir David Seal, but will be carrying the colors of his wife, Lady Seal. That's a black body with turquoise sleeves and black cap. Number 1, No Boss, No, is partnered this afternoon by their apprentice Enrico Prescott. And presently in at 5-2. 12-1 for horse number 2, Storm Catcher. Owned by MTD Racing, this 3-year-old chestnut colt is by Aston Martin out of the Happy Memories mare Zenyatta. And will be partnered this afternoon by Ricky Walcott for trainer Mark Armstrong. Robbie Pierce trains number 3, Tudor Rose. This is partnered this afternoon by Anderson Trotman, by Eagle Speed out of English Rose, and owned by Melrose Racing. Despoiled Child is number 4, owned by Mrs. Claudette Harewood. Afri-Ward rides for trainer Richard Dean. And this 3-year-old colt is by Lion King out of Sprite. Number 5 is Anastasia. Rashad Knight has the leg up for trainer Andrew Nunes, owned by Sir David Seal. And this is a brown filly by Aristodemus out of Dance Goddess, who is by Shuller. Number 6, making her debut, is a dark brown filly by the name of Supermodel, a daughter of Lion King and Heaven Sent. Owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, partnered by Dario Dalrymple for trainer Edward Walcott Jr. Number 7, Cavalier, is the mount of Eric Daniel for trainer Robbie Pierce. Owned by Mr. Nicholas Moutet and Dr. Michael Hoyas. Having just a second start. And this filly is by Janat out of the Royal Academy mare, Royal Cavalier. 1 billion US is number 8. And she's the daughter of Almadoro out of Integration. Jarrell Beckles will hold the reins for trainer Victor Cheeseman. And 1 billion US is campaigned by Mr. RJ. Number 9 stays indoors, and Thunder Lady is number 10. Chestnut daughter of Copy That out of the mare Coral Lady. Slade Jones gets his first ride, and we want to wish him all the best. Trained by Philip Batson, when he's riding for Mr. Richard and Emerson Selman, so that's number 10, Thunder Lady. And we want to wish Slade Jones the best, and he's got the pedigree as well. He is the son of John O. Jones, the grandson of Charlie Jones. His mother, Sarah, is a more than accomplished horsewoman herself. So he has the pedigree, and he gets his first ride this afternoon. Number 11, Lane Bridge, will not face the starter. And number 12, Sarah rounds out the field. This dark brown filly by Vegas No Show out of the YY mare, Carlos Legacy, is partnered by Raheem Thorpe for trainer Kenny John and owner Round Table Stud Farm. 8-5 favorite right now is number 4, Despoiled Child. Anything out to 9-5. We also get 3-5 odds on number 1, No Boss No, now 3-1. 8-1 for horse number 2, Storm Catcher. Tudor Rose is a long shot at 66-1. Despoiled Child is the favorite at 9-5. 99-1 for number 5, Anastasia. Number 6, Supermodel, goes off at 22-1. 5-2 for number 7, Cavalier. 1 billion US. A generous 7-1. Thunder Lady is in at 8-1, while number 12, Sarah, is in at 12 to 1. So an interesting field here.
I think that the betting is going in the right direction with the spoiled child being your favorite. I'm sure some are sweating after they saw the performance of Absolute Star in the race prior, but the spoiled child being a maiden, running in that same race on Boxing Day that Absolute Star came out of, it was a very confusing performance for confusing ride for a maiden like that against winners, where he broke one from the outside, was angled down to the rails. Before the 5.5, the rider had him widest of all, and then up the back stretch, he was back down to the rails, and then over the hill, he was widest of all, and then he still finished fourth.
Yeah.
So I think for a maiden to do that and still stay on well enough to hit the board, per se, with the best 2 years that we had, I'm not surprised that he is at 9 to 5. But again, coming out of that race, who beat him was Absolute Star, and Absolute Star was just odds on to win by a mile, and he did not.
Yeah,
he was beaten by a mile.
I remember that race well. The spoiled child, he ran like how I play golf. Left, right, all over the place.
Right. I think another one interesting one is Stormcatcher. So Stormcatcher was pretty heavily bet in his debut. He was like, he started at 4 to 5. I think he then drifted to 9 to 5. And he didn't look like he was supposed to be 9 to 5, and today he's come back. Now he's 7 to 1. He's filled out. He's got a lot more substance to him. He's stretching out to 1,570 meters, which is a trip I think is going to be better for him. And maybe he's drifted because of such a bad performance first time out that the bettors have forgotten about him. But I think he's going to be one that they're going to have to watch, as we are having a bit of a delay as they're doing some maintenance to the track going around the top 10. I think they're filling some holes as the horses continue to circle riderless by the gate.
One I like in here is No Boss No. I will admit I do have a weakness for this Chestnut filly. I remember the first time she came to the track, she just, something about her caught my attention.
And this is definitely one with the experience that you're going to have to watch. I think given her history, she's going to be a part of the pace. And last time out sprinting, she lost the irons. Prescott's feet came out of the irons and just came all the way and ran third and was hopelessly out of it, well beaten. But with No Boss No stretching out to 1,570 meters, the pedigree doesn't scream that. Woman is Boss was best at 1,100 meters. And Preach to Me's progeny seemed to have been better there as well, even though he's been able to throw winners at longer distances. So we'll see what No Boss No can do, but the experience definitely will be a huge plus for her. As we speak about experience, there's some here without experience. And number 3, To the Rose, is the first we'll start with. She is a 3-year-old daughter of Eagles Peak out of the Janat Mare English Rose. So we'll start with the dam side, and the English Roses have to bounce back.
Yeah, she's got the pedigree.
Yeah, she's got the pedigree, which makes her a half to High Velocity, who won the race prior.
Yeah.
So we always talk about how Bounce Back got better as she got older, but then we saw High Velocity was able to win first time out. English Rose also was pretty pretty precocious. So To the Rose isn't a bad looking sort either. So we'll see which side of the coin she's on. If she's gonna be like her aunt, who's gonna take a second to get it together, or she's gonna come here and fire first off the bat.
I'm really interested in Supermodel. The Mare Heaven Saint is one that I've always thought should have been better than her on-track performances, where she always seemed to be flattering, but just never would deliver the big deal.
She was champion 2-year-old in 2008, and then when she stepped out at 3, I think she won the Phillies Guineas, but then that was it because she ran into our last Triple Crown winner. She ran into Are You Talking to Me?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, and that time Gay Smith had about 5, and she was the one who had to be on the pace dealing with Are You Talking to Me, and I think she ultimately would have been a better sprinter, but that's a tall mountain to climb. And with this filly, Supermodel being by Lion King, that makes her 3/4 sister to Butterfly, and that's not bad.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's a good pedigree.
And for me, I looked at her going down to the start. I just liked how calm and relaxed she looked. She looked like she'd been out here 1,001 times, and
that's a big positive, as you said, being calm and relaxed, because you saw the race prior, Hunter from the same barn. came out here and completely lost his mind. He was
I think
picking
the
up the flags. He came here at this tarmac and he was going mental.
Yeah.
So her coming out here the race after, and you saw how she just walked calmly. She wasn't bothered by anything. That's a good plus. You don't want to expend that energy. And Hunter went on to finish third.
Yeah.
So it clearly didn't take much out of him. And then there's
I don't know
one
much
more.
about Sarah. Vegas no show out of Kara's legacy.
I'm not sure if this one was brought to Trinidad in full or if this was conceived in Trinidad.
I believe Vegas no show. I think this mare was brought to Trinidad in
Right.
full.
And the thing about it is that there's not much pedigree there to talk about either. Like, the mother was an okay racehorse, and she was by a grade 1 winning 2-year-old. What's the name? YYY. And the thing about YYY, as I said, a grade 1 winning 2-year-old, but he did not progress at all at 3, and the family did not get better as they got older. So now Sarah's making her first start, but she's a 3-year-old, so I'm not sure what she's going to offer. So she's a huge outlier. We don't know what. Anything on paper, obviously she doesn't have experience, but anything to go on the pedigree, there's not much to talk home about. And then on the experience, the lack of experience side, on the jockeys, we have Slade Jones making his debut.
Yeah, that's also an interesting. And Slade, of course, I'm sure right now his heart is pounding.
I could only imagine that he's nervous, and then we have a delay. So like, it just makes the nerves stretch.
Yeah, it does.
And then he's on Thunder Lady, who ran 4th first time out, and I think
and that's a decent rate.
Yeah,
I think
it's not a bad rate for a first time.
No, because a lot of time for jocks come on their first ride, they're riding these horses that have absolutely no chance.
Right.
Thunder Lady, on the other hand, in this race does seem to have a shot.
And the thing about Thunder Lady, her first start, she flipped before the start.
Yeah.
Right in front of the stand, she flipped. And yet she was still able to regroup and finish 4th. I don't know if she would have been injured or anything, but she had the time off as the rain now begins to pour. So, again, as you said, Slade is not coming here with a hopeless ride.
It is a good position for a young man to start his career, and with something that at least he can learn from it. I always say, when you see a guy ride 3 races and all 3 horses, the horses are finishing 25, 30 lengths behind the field.
He's learned nothing. Yeah.
He doesn't learn anything. All it does is make that person look bad.
Right.
Because people have to understand it is horse racing, not jockey racing. Yes, a good jockey would make a difference.
But he has to have the horse.
But, at the end of the day, not even Frankie Condori can pick up a bad horse and win a Group 1 race with it. As we look through this field, the others, we spoke about the spoiled child Anastasia. 1 start by Aristodemus, so we know stamina is not an issue here. We'll probably benefit from stretching out.
With Anastasia, she's a half-sister to Dominus, who won first time out and was a long shot when he won first time out, and also Scarlet Ann. These were 2 sprinters. So we'll see now she's at 1,570 meters because she didn't do much running first out.
Yeah, but I do like the fact that Aristodemus will put some stamina into that pedigree. Rashad Knight gets the call.
He was aboard Dominus when Dominus won first out. He got Dominus going.
Maybe lightning can strike the same place twice.
Well, let's hope we don't get any lightning, though, because earlier this week we had serious lightning. Now the rain is pouring, so let's hope we don't get lightning striking.
Cavalier, by Janat out of Royal Cavalier, has to be one that on pedigree must be considered. Being by Janat, Royal Cavalier was a nice race. It was a nice horse. She has proven to be a decent brood mare.
Yeah, she has.
Her first start, while it was nothing to scream about, it was not a bad run either. And I think she'll go much better and enjoy the distance grown. $1 billion US by Almadora out of Integrations. 2 stars, has some experience, but they both were, I would say, somewhat disappointing.
And it's great, like, when you see pedigrees like this. Integration is also a half-sister to Bounce Back, and it's also a half-sister to English Rose, and also a half-sister to High Velocity.
Yeah.
So this is a family affair.
It really is a family affair.
So that's all descending from Rebound.
Yeah. who is one of the better foundation mares by far in the island. And then, of course, we talked about Sarah. So, just as the loading process has started, just to let you know that there's no change, real significant change. 5-2 for horse number 1, Woman is Boss. 7-1 for horse number 2, Stormcatcher. And horse number 4, Despoiled Child, remains your favorite. Well, 43-1 for Tudor Rose. Anastasia goes off at 55-1, 24-1 for horse number 6, Supermodel. Cavalier is in at 5-2, 8-1 for horse number 11. Sorry, horse number 10. And that is Thunder Lady. As the board now switches.
$1 billion US is also outside.
It is
Stormcatcher
interesting.
just got his rider.
The view is actually better looking through the binoculars than on the monitor right now.
Yeah, because I said the rain is down. Slight drizzle now, but it's closing the camera. So hopefully everybody goes around safely.
Yeah. You know, the thing is, at least there's some softness underfoot. It is not like when it's really hard, firm track,
Right, and
and
it's
then you
slippery.
get a drizzle of rain, so the grass gets slippery, and the horses just slide on it. I'm
Okay,
not saying that these conditions are by any means ideal, but I much prefer it like this than firm underneath and sprinkled
So
on top.
Stormcatcher comes forward and Anesthesia completes the line for the novice distance. Field of 10. Head is high, he's 5 lengths off of the lead. He's to the inside of Sarah. Then Thunder Lady behind her, 5 lengths behind her is Tudor Rose, and another 5 to Supermodel as No Boss No blew the turn, took Cavalier and Stormcatcher with her as they raced down the back stretch. And No Boss No regroups and retakes the lead. So No Boss No causing a bit of havoc, but continues about her business. She's clear by 3 to $1 billion US. Anastasia on the inside is third to the half-mile pole they race. Then there's Despoiled Child, Sarah and Cavalier race together. Then Thunder Lady, Tudor Rose, and the trailer is Supermodel, and she's 100 lengths last as they get over the top of the hill. No Boss No. 3 furlongs left to run, and she's the leader by a length and a half. And $1 billion US runs into contention second. Anastasia is third. Then Despoiled Child. Cavalier's trying to get into contention as well. Tudor Rose is next. Then there's Sarah and Thunder Lady with a quarter mile left to go, and No Boss No has been put away. The new leader is now Cavalier, Despoiled Child, Absolute Star down the inside. These 3 fan across as Tudor Rose is fourth. Anastasia as they turn for home, and Cavalier, unbothered by that trouble in the first turn, has come to the front. And it's Cavalier. Here's Tudor Rose, and behind us, Despoiled Child. Tudor Rose coming after Cavalier, and these 2 up to the wire. And Tudor Rose with an impressive first outing gets up to win from Cavalier. Then came Despoiled Child, Sarah, $1 billion US, Thunder Lady, Anastasia, No Boss No. And then there was Supermodel, and the last one home was Stormcatcher in a final time of 140 and 4. And away they go. No Boss No and Cavalier were the quickest away. And these two will contest the early lead. They're clear of Storm Catcher. Then there's in between horses Anastasia, and on the outside is 1 billion US. The Spoiled Child isn't settled at all. He's head is high, he's 5 lengths off of the lead. He's to the inside of Sarah. Then Thunder Lady behind her, 5 lengths behind her is True the Rose, and another 5 to Supermodel as No Boss No blew the turn, took Cavalier and Stormcatcher with her as they raced down the back stretch. And No Boss No regroups and retakes the lead. So No Boss No causing a bit of havoc, but continues about her business. She's clear by 3 to 1 billion US. Anastasia on the inside is third to the half-mile pole they race. Then there's Despoiled Child, Sarah and Cavalier race together. Then Thunder Lady, Tudor Rose, and the trailer is Supermodel, and she's 100 lengths last as they get over the top of the hill. No Boss No. 3 furlongs left to run, and she's the leader by a length and a half. And 1 billion US runs into contention second. Anastasia is third. Then Despoiled Child. Cavalier's trying to get into contention as well. Tudor Rose is next. Has been put away. The new leader is now Cavalier, Despoiled Child, Absolute Star down the inside. These 3 fan across as Tudor Rose is fourth. Anastasia as they turn for home. And Cavalier, unbothered by that trouble in the first turn, has come to the front. It's Cavalier. Here's Tudor Rose. And behind us, Despoiled Child. Tudor Rose coming after Cavalier. And these two up to the wire. And Tudor Rose with an impressive first outing gets up to win from Cavalier. Then came Despoiled Child, Sarah, 1 billion US, Thunder Lady, Anastasia, No Boss No. And
was second was horse number 7, Cavalier, and there was lots of drama going around the top turn. And this 3-year-old Bay filly by Janata Royal Cavalier finished second under Eric Daniels. Good comeback. As a matter of fact, it's a 1-2 in here for trainer Robert Pierce. Eric Daniels was on board 113 pounds. Third on the board is horse number 4, The Spoiled Child. And this is a 3-year-old Bay colt by Lion King out of Spike, owned by Mrs. Claudette Heelwood, trained by Richards. 25 and 3 for the quarter mile, half mile and 49 and 1. 6 furlongs in 114 and the fifth, and the final time 140 and 4. Race number 4, unofficially out of the way. Up next will be race number 5 on the program. And this is the BTC Bubble. And you know, with the advent of COVID-19, for most sporting events and most social events, the bubble has been invented. And it's no different here at the Barbados Turf Club. And this goes 1,800 meters, the first on the day's card, and the only one at this distance. A field of 7 competitive starters to go down to start a Mark Batson with a post-time schedule of 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
so race number 4, the novices distance. A lot of its race has been completed.
Just a reminder to
it was run at 1,570 meters. West Indian bred 3-year-old maidens. The unofficial results past the polls were 3, 7, 4, and 12. With first-time starter Tudor Rose winning. She is a 3-year-old Bay filly by Eagles Pete out of the Janatmere English Rose. She was bred by Peter Ole, owned by Melrose Racing, trained by Robert Pierce, and ridden by Anderson Trotman, his second consecutive win for the day. Second past the post was number 7, Cavalier, and this was a pretty impressive performance considering, and we'll get to that in our analysis. Third was horse number 4, Despoiled Child, and fourth was number 12, Sarah. And with Tudor Rose, she just sat, the opening quarter was 25 and 3, the half and 49 and 1, 3/4 of a mile and 114 and 1, and Tudor Rose completed her 7.8 furlong journey in 140 and 4. So with that, Tudor Rose, again, we were talking earlier, Dean, about how this family is just, today is their day. That rebound.
But you also remember that rebound, and a lot of her progeny liked a little cut in the going.
I love how you say remember about rebound. Me?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I can remember that rebound.
You're
wasn't
educating me
front.
now.
Liked a little cut in the going, and they definitely got that. Also, Eagles Peak, his Dams progeny also seemed to prefer a little cut in the going. He also went on soft
And
going.
we saw how much the soft elevated Eagles Pete's son, War Eagle, in the midsummer.
Right. So once they get the right going, they're obviously going to be a lot better than those that prefer much firmer going. The run of the race to me, though, okay, from Cavalier.
Yes, definitely. Cavalier, I thought he was going to win it and for a second, but then Tudor Rose came at him. But again, still being second after being taken out into the sand after No Boss, No Blue the turn, and still was able to come back into the main body of the group, regroup, and made a big wide move. The race didn't come back to him. He made a move, or she made a move into the field, and
yeah, I think that was
obviously
a
she paid for it
really
late.
positive run. She paid for it the last couple of straights, but I think she recovered nicely. She made a big move, and honestly speaking, at about a furlong from home, she looked like she would have just got her home. But
yeah, I thought she was going to win the race as well.
I think once again, fitness may have been a question because we've not had any racing for so long.
Plus, she ran 9
she
furlongs.
She didn't run 7.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, she ran 9 furlongs.
She really ran. She had a couple of times where she had to change gears.
Right.
And a lot of people don't understand that. But having to change gears 2 or 3 times in a race is very, very challenging for even very good horses. And I think Connections will be really happy with that run. Third was number 4, Despoiled Child. Another favorite goes under.
And it makes you question the quality of that 2-year-old juvenile on Boxing Day, because we've now seen Absolute Star come out of it and lose. We've seen now Despoiled Child come out of it and lose. And these weren't also runs in that race. Yes, that race had a ton of trouble, but these were the ones that were 2nd and 4th in that race behind People's Champ, where you saw Mantane, Bucephalus, and Criterion were in that race. So it makes you question how the early horses that have performed in this crop are related to the ones that we're going to see now.
Yeah, there definitely would be some question marks. Although one of the things I do like about Despoiled Child, I think the Dam Sprite, I think she was really more of a late bloomer, honest type horse. Nothing spectacular, but I wouldn't write him off just yet. But it's getting close.
Right, yeah. How many chances can you give someone?
Right.
Yeah, but he's not very exposed, so we can give him another shot.
Yeah, I wouldn't write him off yet, but he's definitely got a dent. Of the others, there's really not much to talk about. No Boss No, well, she just blew it when around the turn. She recovered, took the lead, but once again, to lose that much ground and get back, she didn't just lose the ground and just slot into the field. She lost,
took the lead.
She lost the ground away, straight back where I was. I want to be in front.
Right.
And that probably did her more harm than good. Stormcatcher, well, he lost every chance going around the paddock bend as well, and was not really harassed after that.
And 4th was Sarah, by the way. Sarah was 4th, and we were talking before about how there wasn't much pedigree to go on. There weren't any whispers about her, and yet she still was able to hit the board.
Yeah, and that brings into question. But once again, that just brings into question some of the others, because the race, we did have a little interference going around there, but I don't see any other horses, with the exception of Stormcatcher,
having that as an excuse.
Woman is Boss, who did it to herself.
No Boss No.
No Boss No. And Cavalier as having any legitimate excuse why their performance was not better. Thunder Lady, well, she did get a little squeeze coming past the stands the first time, but she never really got going. Young Jones was asking her to have more effort from about 3 furlongs out. She just seemed to be very slow to pick up. But there's not much to take out of there except for, as you said, the first 2.
Right.
Or 2 that you can really take away. And I said you can easily forgive No Boss No and Stormcatcher.
And then and Stacey and Supermodel just did no running.
Yeah,
Supermodel never got engaged.
They were just there.
Yeah.
Creating traffic problems, if anything else. And there was, I can't even say they were creating traffic problems because
They were so far
nothing,
behind.
nothing was getting in.
They made a number.
Yeah, and that was all. There was really not much to take out of that one. But it's unofficial posted, and race 5 is the BTC Bubble Handicap. And this looks to be one really nice race. Number 1 is Butterfly, and let me tell you, this is for 3-year-olds and up, rated 100 and 8 to 82, also open to those rated 81 and below, over 1,800 meters or 9 furlongs. Number 1 is Butterfly, this 7-year-old bay mare by Lion King out of Flying Dove by Boomerang. We should like this going, I think. And it's ridden by stable jockey Bishop. Edward Walker Jr. does the conditioning. Number 1, Butterfly, Bishop rides. And this one is trained by Edward Walker Jr. Number 2 is Stockyard, the mount of Enrico Prescott for trainer Robbie Pierce. Is an 8-year-old dark bay horse by Scat Daddy. Out of the King Bamboo mare, Ravishing. And has been racing in Trinidad. And we will have to see how he goes for owners Steve and Alan Madu. Voldemort is number 3. And this is a 10-year-old bay horse. It seems to be quite a race for the men inside older. They weren't joking. Rashad Knight rides with 120 pounds for trainer Victor Cheeseman. Of course, Voldemort is owned by Bills Inc. And he will enjoy this going as well this afternoon. Reef Fire is partnered by Eric Daniel for the Reisman brothers, Martin and Daniel, and trainer Richard Dean. He's an 8-year-old chestnut horse by Lonro out of the Unbridled Sound mare Refrain. And he is an enigma at best. And he's down to take 121 pounds. Number 5 is also owned by the Reisman brothers, and this is the very promising 4-year-old Terrain, highly thought of by Violence out of Icarus Queen by Arch. Rashid Hughes has the leg up for trainer Richard Dean. He takes 110 pounds. We'll get some overweight there. Queen of Pitons was a very impressive in her 2 starts here. This 5-year-old dark bay mare by Gio Ponte out of Never Never is partnered by Jarrell Beckles with 110 pounds for trainer Andrew Nunez. And number 7 is Brigadier Wood. Delano Lopez rides also for Andrew Nunez. He's a 7-year-old horse by To Honor and Serve out of Muir Station, who is by Street Cry and owned by Sir David Seal. He's down to take 123 pounds. So that's the field for race 5. Interesting event. We have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, 10-year-old, 8-year-old, 5-year-old, 7-year-old, and I'm going to go with the 4-year-old because I believe that there's something for being young and being an athlete. So until a few minutes before post time, we'll be back with you.
Went on up. We're on to race number 5, the BDC Bubble Handicap. Going 1,800 meters or 9 furlongs on the turf. The horses rated 100 to 82, 3-year-olds and older. There's also open horses rated 81 and below. The purse is some $20,000. This race offers exacta, trifecta, and it's the first leg of the Soca 6. The Soca 6 races being races 5 through 10. Horse number 1 is Butterfly, ridden by Anthony Bishop, 116 pounds for her. Number 2, Stockyard, ridden by Enrico Prescott. The weight is 123 pounds. And Stockyard is trained by Robert Pierce. Number 1, Butterfly is trained by Edward Wolcott Jr. Voldemort, one of 2 Derby winners in here. Actually, the second of 2. The other being Butterfly. Trained by Victor Cheeseman, ridden by Rashad Knight, 113 pounds on number 3, Voldemort. Flick the page, horse number 4 is Refire. One of two in here for the Reisman's brothers. And Refire gets the services of Eric Daniel, goes to post with a weight of 116 pounds. Richard Dean is your trainer. Stablemate Terrain is horse number 5, Rashid Hughes is aboard. And the young man will pick up just about 4 pounds of weight. 114 pounds on number 5, Terrain. Number 6, Queen of Piton, ridden by Gerald Beckles, and their final weight is 113 pounds. And Nunez is your conditioner. And on the outside, horse number 7 is Brigadier Wood, the mount of Delano Lopez, 122 pounds is the weight. So a field of 7, a competitive field going 1,800 meters. We're looking for Parry, Forecast, and Trifecta. My win is going to come from horse number 6, Queen of Piton. She was very impressive when she romped home, I think at hefty odds of 40 to 1. We've just seen a 40 to 1 winner on the board at the very last race. And then she returned to also win at 1,570 meters when dropping in distance. She once again will confront Terrain, to whom she had his measure. And they will meet now at 1,800 meters once again with the score 1-love to her, as the great man Bob Marley said. This one races in the colors of Mr. Stefan Narang Singh. Trainer is Andrew Nunes. The jockey is Gerald Beckles, 1-3 as my winner. On my second line is horse number 5, Terrain. And if you really, really love horses, you must love this one. Has nothing to do with the form, but simply looks like worth every penny or every wager in a good movie. You would put it that way, or if you want to say world-class pageant. Magnificent looker, Terrain. Rashid Hughes is on board, 113 pounds with a score to settle, having won his last start, and he now tackles Queen of Piton once again to settle the score. So we'll see who gets the right to laugh last. And on my third line, I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to take horse number 4, Refire. There's a little bit of rain around, so the track has good to soft conditions, and it depends on which mood he would have left the stables in this morning or moments ago. We will find out momentarily. He's down in weight, which is a good sign. And once he brings his A game with this company, he's usually a handful. Might find it difficult to separate the top 2, but it's not impossible. So I'm going 6, 5, and 4. Just the reverse of 4, 5, 6. It's the Soca 6 event, so I am going to try to pick 6 ones. The bet will only cost you a single $6. In race 5, I'm taking horse number 6, Queen of Pitons. In race 6, I'm taking horse number 10, Conflict of Interest. In race 7, I'm going for Mascara, horse number 11. Race 8, I'm taking horse number 8, Piton's Punch. Sorry, horse number 17, Piton's Punch in race 8. Race 9, I'm going to the Body Tap, horse number 1. And I'm taking Dashing Princess in race 10, and that's horse number 2. So my Soca 6, if lucky, will be race 5, 6, race 6, 10, race 7, 11, race 8, 17, race 9, 1, and race 10, 2. Of course, you can play any amount of horses on each line, and the bet will just go up, but it gives you a better chance. You just pay a little wager more, but it's worth the wager. Good luck. Join me for race 6. Let me give you the party dividends as it's owed to you for race number 4. The winner horse number 3, Through the Rose, paid $40.85 to win, $8.35 to place. $40.85 and $8.35 to place on horse number 3, Through the Rose. For running second, horse number 7, and that's Cavalier, returned $1.65, $1.65, along with horse number 4, Despoiled Child, returned $1.05, $1.05. The exact combination of 3 and 7, Through the Rose and Cavalier, returned $161.45, $161.45, 3-7 or 7-3 reverse. The trifecta, again, a carryover, no winner, and that would have been 3, 7, and 4. Through the Rose, Despoiled Child, Through the Rose, Cavalier, and Despoiled Child on the third line would have paid $781.05, $781.05, and that is a carryover. Thank you.
Well, the horses have made their way down to the 9 furlong start for race number 5, the BTC Bubble Handicap. An interesting event. We have small but interesting field. We start with Butterfly, the mount of Antonio Bishop, with 115 pounds. She has held her own against this level consistently, and I will not be surprised if once again she is in the do, as they say, at the wire. Number 2, Stockyard. This is the first time we are seeing him in Barbados. He has been racing in Trinidad. His last win there was over 1,600 meters. But it's really hard to equate that form to Barbados. But his lifetime record is 26 starts, 3 wins, 10 seconds, and 4 thirds. So that's a pretty decent record. And
he likes to be a runner-up.
yeah, he clearly tends to find one going better than him. But, you know, a change of scenery, maybe a fresh look on life. Voldemort, he's a 10-year-old, has done very little wrong in his career. His last start was a bit of a disappointment. His last 2 starts, but the old boy would enjoy the little cut and going. I think at his age, the little cut will help those joints and knees quite a bit. Refire, he is the enigma in here. On any given day, he can turn up and run with the best of them. The question is, which Refire is going to turn up today? Terrain, this is a 4-year-old that is highly thought of. Very talented sort. He is definitely a very classy type. Was second to Queen of Pitons, who opposes again today. Won his last start. That occasion beating Sing Sing and the ever-consistent Jack Manani Gap. And obviously having champion jockey Rashid Hughes up cannot hurt. Queen of Pitons, well, she is 2 for 2 in Barbados. And this 5-year-old dark brown mare is partnered by Jarrell Beckles, who rode her to her first win. Rashid Hughes opting to ride Terrain instead of Queen of Pitons here. Maybe that's a sign. However,
and speaking of Terrain just broke through the front of the gate, and he's riderless. So we're going to have a delay. As the one that Rashid Hughes chose just broke through the front, one of the favorites.
And hopefully he's not going too fast, but he seems to be picking up a little bit of speed as he comes down here. We'll wait and see what they do with him as the other riders now have dismounted.
Your attention, please. A horse is loose on the track. 2 horses are loose on the track, so please be careful. You have 2 horses loose on the track.
That is Voldemort.
So please be careful.
And the field is already small as is. So Terrain now loose.
Please be careful. 2 horses loose on the track.
And Voldemort loose.
One now approaching the 5. The other now coming down the home stretch. So please be careful.
So we've got 2 loose horses.
Well, Terrain is like battling with
2 horses loose
that he had dangling. So he's slowing down because they just saw him jumping that. Voldemort isn't traveling as fast as Terrain, but he's still traveling fast enough.
But he knows home.
Yeah, he's an older guy, so he knows where he has to go. But Terrain is, can Terrain back to the start. So I think Terrain going to the gates may be a good thing.
So horse number 3, Voldemort, has been apprehended.
And they've got Voldemort.
And we are just waiting on Refire. Terrain, sorry.
Well, Terrain has backed away from the handlers that are at the gate. He's turned around and he's galloping on his way back. I guess they're going to persevere with Voldemort.
Yes. I mean, the absence of Terrain here would really take a lot away from this race.
Right.
He's really, I can't see them taking him back to the start now. He's really going helter-skelter.
I just don't want him to hook up in the rope.
Yeah, that's the other concern. He has his head high.
Oh, he's
And
traveling.
He's going to put on the handbrake now. Yes, he does. And hopefully they've got him.
It looks like Terrain's gone.
Number 5, Terrain, has been withdrawn, which is not surprising.
But it looks like he's gone through the gate.
I see his groom, Bonnie, jogging towards him. I hope he didn't go through the gate because, I mean, he's such a nice horse, and we hate to see him get hurt. I mean, we hate to see any horse get hurt. But, you know, there's such high optimism for him. And they've not brought him back around this way. Maybe they've opened the gate and let him inside.
Right. Well, we'll wait for an update on Terrain, but at least we've known that he is a non-starter.
So that Ben, actually, who we were just talking about, heading towards the gate.
Right.
Ben has become the ipso facto paddock manager, track manager, and must say he'll have his work cut out for him to get this track ready for next race day.
Yeah, because we're going to be right back here next Friday.
Next Friday, but I have to say, I mean, he has been around a long time. He's passionate, and I'm sure he'll rally the guys to get us back in good condition. And then,
so I guess
Brigadier Wood.
Now we have to readjust and see what is left now that this field is without Terrain, and he's going to be happy.
I'm going to circle Queen of Pitons.
Yeah.
Right now, lightly weighted, a 5-year-old.
She's done nothing wrong.
Done nothing wrong. Jarrell Beckles won with her already, so it's not like it's a new rider. And you know, Jarrell is, I think, one of the most underrated riders here. This 5-year-old mare by Gio Ponte, out of the NXS mare Never Ever. I mean, this pedigree that you really and truly can't fault. And it's going to be quite interesting now to see how the race will shape up. With the absence of Terrain, who I thought would have gone to the lead, and now he's out.
Right.
Who's going to make the early running? Brigadier Woods, one that over this distance likes to be on the front end.
And being off almost 600 days, he's more than likely going to be fresh, no?
Yeah.
And so he knows should be the one that is kind of happy that Terrain is done. I mean, they all might be, but I mean, as it pertains to the pace, the early pace, he's going to be, or should be predicted to be setting the pace now alone. Then you have, and this did not, believe it or not, this did not shift the betting in any way, having Terrain come out, because we see that Stockyard is the 3-4 favorite, and he was the favorite, a huge favorite in the face of Terrain.
I mean, I really wonder why he is a favorite. Maybe the trainees know something that we don't know. So Voldemort has now been withdrawn, so we've lost.
We've lost two.
We've lost 2, 3 and 5. And I don't think that will either affect the betting. We still have 9-2 on, no 4-1 on horse number 1 Butterfly, 3-5 for horse number 2 Stockyard.
And Butterfly is going to be a very interesting one because
Refer at 11-1.
Yeah, because with, again, like we're talking with Refer and Butterfly, these are two horses that belong this class 100 to 82, and we'll start with Butterfly. She 2 starts back. I think Butterfly is a major player, but she's coming off of the worst race of her life. She's a very consistent animal. But the last time, yes, you can say it was 1,570 meters, but Butterfly was not even a factor. So we're wondering if she's over the hill. She gets the weight,
maybe
the
it's
trip.
just one bad race. I'll say, you know, like I said with Jackman and Gap, don't care how good they are, how consistent they are, you have to give them that one bad race.
Right.
I'm willing to give her that as just that. One bad race.
Well, if we give it to her and then we bring this to you, have we seen from Queen of Pitons? has the good butterfly even ever run a race remotely? It's good. So it's like, okay, we may cross the line through butterfly's last start, but if the good butterfly shows up today, is it even good enough?
Well, I don't. That's the question mark we'll have to ask. I mean, a couple of starts back, she was second to Gandalf, who is by no means a slouch. Fifth to Night Prowler and Celestial Storm. Cannot knock that run. Second to Stablemate Arrowhead. Then she was unplaced, but then she came before that. She won, beating Voldemort and Carbon Copy. She was second. So I think she's one of the more consistent type horses, and I will forgive that bad run. I don't know if she's good enough to turn the tables on Queen of Pitons.
Because she has to overturn a lot of lengths on Queen of Pitons. 9.5 actually.
Yeah, but as you said, that was just not. Was that just a bad race? I guess we'll find out shortly.
Right.
Refire is one who was knocked around with some tough horses as well.
Say that again.
He was third to Queen of Pitons, but I mean, you think about this. He raced with the likes of Night Prowler, Infrared, Celestial Storm, Bodhi Tap, Debonair David. He defeated No Not Again and Debonair David. Then was behind Infrared, Brave Star, and Night Prowler. I mean, he's been running with the Gold Cup winners.
Right.
And runner-up and not being disgraced. Yes, he's not at that level, but I think this is his level.
You're right, this 100, not the 140s, but now we're in the 100. I agree with you because, as you said, if you look at his form line, apart from his last start, it's the Gold Cup horses day in and day out. And he gets a little breather now as he comes second consecutive race with this crop. He was behind Queen of Piton, so it's not like he's coming here, he's just getting an easy race to win. But it's easier than Infrared and Night Prowler and Celestial Storm.
And I think 1,800 meters will suit him even more than 1,570 meters. But he is such an enigma.
Right.
You know, you watch him train on a morning, he's dancing all over, he gets himself all riled up. And yet, you know, I've worked with him from time to time in his stable, and he's been such a real gentleman to work with.
Right.
But I was also told I was just lucky he likes me.
Yeah, because you know you've heard many stories about Refire.
Yeah.
He's been a nutcase.
And then there's
but he's
Brigadier
still
Wood.
talented.
And then there's Brigadier Wood, who, as you said, has been off for a very long time. However, he's a solid horse. He did go on a 3-win streak before running into the likes of Bodhi Tap, Infrared, and Celestial Storm, which once again are the top horses. So I think this is really an interesting race. Obviously, robbed.
And robbed heavily.
with the absence of terrain, Voldemort. But I still think we could be in for a very competitive race. Well, there's still the riders have remounted at least, so it would be a short loading process. So the question mark in here is going to be Stockyard for me, being so heavily favored.
Right.
In the betting, 4 to 5, joint favorite now with horse number 6, Queen of Pitons. Nothing that doesn't surprise me that she's down in the betting.
I thought she would be the favorite, especially with terrain out, but with online betting, you can bet from anywhere. So maybe the Trinidadians have tuned in and put some money on their familiar face Stockyard, as we have Brigadier Wood and Queen of Pitons left to load. But again, that offers value then for if you like Refire or Butterfly or Queen of Pitons, because the favoritism is so heavily swayed in the direction of Stockyard. So it's the BDC bubble. And the bubble's gotten smaller as we've lost terrain. And Derby winner Voldemort, who's still at the gates, but he's saddleless, I guess.
Bubble is now a marble.
Right? As Brigadier Wood, who hasn't done this in quite some time, and he is reluctant to go forward. As his first start now for trainer Andrew Nunes, who has taken over Sir David Steele's Hopefield Stables. And they're coercing Brigadier Wood, but he wants no part of it. And again, with terrain scratching, and the Brigadier Wood that we know would be the one to set the pace here.
And maybe he can steal it if they allow him to just relax on the front end. He's got the class.
Because of the ones that run in Barbados, so that excludes Stockyard, he's the highest rated in the field.
Yeah.
Not to discount that Queen of Pitons will not end up there, but he's the highest rated, and you said he's the class. So we'll see. If you're left alone long enough, you can get brave. And Queen of Pitons is the last one if they finally convinced Brigadier Wood to go forward. And she's the last one we're rating on. So they're reloaded from the inside. Butterfly, Stockyard, Refire. There's a space that Queen of Pitons will now fill. And Brigadier Wood. They're all in. They're off in the BTC bubble handicap, and Butterfly broke on top of the field, but Brigadier Wood will channel his early speed and goes clear to lead by 2.5. So it's Brigadier Wood off his hiatus, leading clearly from Refire. Then Queen of Pitons runs early into contention. She's third. Butterfly, who broke on top, is now fourth, and she shares that position with Stockyard as they swing to the stretch for the first time. So now they're sorting themselves out, one behind the other, and it's Brigadier Wood who's assumed the lead. He's gone through the opening quarter in an unchallenged 25-4. Refire now picks up the mantle. He runs into second. On the inside is Stockyard, who's made up headway up the rails all the way into third. Queen of Pitons is fourth, and Butterfly is the trailer. She is 6 lengths off of Brigadier Wood, who Refire now decides to engage, and Refire puts ahead in front. It's the blinkered face of Refire past the 5-furlong marker, who leads from Brigadier Wood. Stockyard runs up the inside, and Queen of Pitons to the outside of Brigadier Wood, and the last one is still Butterfly. First to last, 6 lengths past the half-mile pole. The half in 51-1, and Refire has picked up the running from Stockyard. Queen of Pitons is next. Butterfly runs to the inside into fourth of Brigadier Wood, who's the trail as they get over the top of the hill, and Refire is quite comfortable with a 2-length lead. It's Refire. Queen of Pitons being niggled at by Beckles. Then comes Butterfly, who just went by Stockyard with a quarter mile left to go. Brigadier Wood is still the trailer, and somebody has to commit, and they have to commit now because Refire could get brave. It's Refire under the mile marker. Here's Queen of Pitons. Butterfly's on the outside, and it's between these three as they swing to the judge, and Queen of Pitons at the throat latch of Refire as they swing to the judge. Butterfly out 3 wide as they come inside the final furlong, and Queen of Pitons has wrestled the lead away from Refire. Antonio Bishop imploring Butterfly to get on terms, but Queen of Pitons has come to Barbados and taken these shores by storm. It's Queen of Pitons who wins a photo between Refire and Butterfly for second, long way back to Stockyard in fourth, and the last one home was Brigadier Wood in a final time of 1:55.3.
Class is class. Form is just temporary. As we await the results, and classy lady having been shipped up from St. Lucia, and she's done absolutely nothing wrong since migrating to Barbados. She's now 3 for 3. The results posted on the board: 6, 4, 1, and 2. 6, 4, 1, and 2. The winner, horse number 6, Queen of Piton, with Gerald Beckles on board, 113 pounds. Second, horse number 4, Refire, and he came with his A game today, so he meant business today. And ran a good race on the Eric Daniel, 116 pounds, finishing second. Third was horse number 1, Butterfly. She tested the waters, but just didn't have enough in the
BT
tank when it mattered.
Fly broke on top of the field, but Brigadier Wood will channel his early speed and goes clear to lead by 2.5. So it's Brigadier Wood off his hiatus, leading clearly from Refire. Then Queen of Pitons runs early into contention. She's third. Butterfly, who broke on top, is now fourth, and she shares that position with Stockyard as they swing to the stretch for the first time. So now they're sorting themselves out, one behind the other. And it's Brigadier Wood who's assumed the lead. He's gone through the opening quarter in an unchallenged 25-4. Refire now picks up the mantle. He runs into second. On the inside is Stockyard, who's made up headway up the rails all the way into third. Queen of Pitons is fourth, and Butterfly is the trailer. She is 6 lengths off of Brigadier Wood, who Refire now decides to engage. And Refire puts her head in front. It's the blinkered face of Refire past the 5-furlong marker, who leads from Brigadier Wood. Stockyard runs up the inside, and Queen of Pitons to the outside of Brigadier Wood, and the last one is still Butterfly. First to last, 6 lengths past the half-mile pole. The half in 51-1, and Refire has picked up the running from Stockyard. Queen of Pitons is next. Butterfly runs to the inside into fourth of Brigadier Wood, who's the trail as they get over the top of the hill, and Refire is quite comfortable with a 2-length lead. It's Refire. Queen of Pitons being niggled at by Beckles. Then comes Butterfly, who just went by Stockyard with a quarter mile left to go. Brigadier Wood is still the trailer, and somebody has to commit, and they have to commit now because Refire could get brave. It's Refire under the mile marker. Here's Queen of Pitons. Butterflies on the outside, and it's between these three as they swing to the judge, and Queen of Pitons at the throat latch of Refire as they swing to the judge. Butterfly out 3 wide as they come inside the final furlong, and Queen of Pitons has wrestled the lead away from Refire. Antonio Bishop imploring Butterfly to get on terms, but Queen of Pitons has come to Barbados and taken these shores by storm. It's Queen of Pitons who wins, a photo between Refire and Butterfly for second, long way back to Stockyard and Queen of Pitons. Butterfly's on the outside, and it's between these three as they swing to the judge, and Queen of Pitons.
The winner now being led in by the Happy Connections, and congratulations to the connections of horse number 6, Queen of Pitons, with Gerald Beckles back aboard. Congratulations to the connections, the owner, Mr. Stefan Naran Singh, trainer Andrew Busher Nunez, and jockey Gerald Beckles as they take the BTC bubble over 1,800 meters. Another impressive performance by Queen of Piton, and she is a 5-year-old dark bear mare by Gio Ponte out of Never Ever. Second, horse number 4, Refire, an 8-year-old chestnut horse by Lawn Rowe out of Refrain. Third, horse number 1, Butterfly, and of course she's a 7-year-old bear mare by Lion King out of Flying Dove, owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Errol Walker Jr. Bishop took along 116 pounds. And fourth was horse number 2, Stockyard, owned by Stephen Alamadu. An 8-year-old dark bear horse by Scat Daddy out of Refishing Look. And the second horse in horse number 4, Refire. This one is owned by Martin and Daniel Reisman, and who were a little unfortunate as they had a trump card. Their main trump card here to reign, the impressive Looker, had a free gallop around the track and was a late non-starter along with Voldemort horse number 3. So this race would only play pari and forecast. Thank you. Time fractions, 25-4 for the quarter, half mile in 51-1. 6 furlongs in 1:16 flat, a mile in 1:41, and to stop the clock in 1:55-3. Do stay tuned. Up next is race number 6, and that's the Garrison Road Handicap. It's for 3 years and older horses rated 70 to 50 by extension. It's open to those rated 49 and below. Scratches 4, 5, and 11. Jericho number 4, 5 Caribbean Dreaming, and 11 Sirop, which leaves us with 11 horses
for the strip of
Well,
1100
do some
meters. We have a post time
housekeeping to
schedule
start
of
with.
3 p.m.
Got some party
but
dividends
we are
from race
well
number
behind the
3,
clock.
where the
Approximately just
winner
over
paid $3.85
half an hour
to
behind
win
the
and
clock, so we'll be making up some
$1.60 to
time,
place.
so
That's
do stay tuned.
385 and 160. For finishing second, horse number 4 paid $7.25 at 7.25. While horse number 9 paid $12.85 for finishing third. That's 12.85. The 7-4 forecast paid $92.30. That's 92.30. The trifecta of 7, 4, and 9 paid $295.91. The trifecta paid $295.91, and the superfecta paid $2,433.96. That's $2,433.96. The payments for race 4, we also have that for you. The winner there, horse number 3, paid $40.85 to win and $8.35 to finish second. $40.85 to win, $8.35 to place. For finishing second, horse number 7 paid $1.65. That's 1.65. And the third place horse number 4 paid $1.05. That's 1.05. The forecast paid $161.45. That's 161.45. And the trifecta paid a healthy $781.05. And actually, that was not one, it was carried over. That's $781.05. The fifth race has been declared official. And I can tell you that the winner there, Queen of Pitons, paid $1.95 and 105. $1.95 to win, 105 to place. While Refire for finishing second paid $1.95. The Exacta 6 and 4 paid $11.60. And the trifecta carryover remains as previous. As there was no trifecta, it was refunded any bets for the trifecta as we had 2 late non-starters. Moving on to the 6th race on the program. It's the Garrison Road Handicap. And it's for horses rated 70 to 50, also open to those rated below. It's over 5.5 furlongs. Speed can't done. And number 1 is Heroic Adventure, the mount of Jarrell Beckles. Takes along 120 pounds for trainer Kenny John. And the connections are H&M. Number 1, Heroic Adventure. Beckles rides 120. The Legends of Racing's Too Much Bling is partnered this afternoon by the apprentice Keem Markay. He'll claim 7 from 130 pounds for trainer Victor Cheeseman, owner Legends of Racing. Number 2, Too Much Bling, 130 minus 7. K. Kelly rides. Raheem Thorpe holds the reins for horse number 3, Fantastic Francis. Conditioned by Xavier Blanche, and this team teamed up earlier in the day to win the first race. And they return here with Fantastic Francis, a 5-year-old mare by Show Me the Money out of Right Move, down to take 111 pounds. Number 3, Fantastic Francis, Thorpe rides 111. Number 4 is a non-starter, as is number 5. So we go down to number 6, Dominus. Rashid Hughes will hold the reins as he pilots Dominus with 129 pounds for trainer Andrew Nunes. Dominus is by Preach to Me out of the Shillermere Dance Goddess. Dominus takes 129 pounds to post. Rashid Hughes, the pilot. Delano Lopez will be legged into the irons by trainer Robbie Pierce on horse number 7, Nasty Critter. The weight 128 pounds. Number 7, Nasty Critter. Lopez rides 128. And Nasty Critters is campaigned by the Jet Setters. Number 8 is Mr. Luther G. Miller III, JP, and Mrs. Suzanne Miller's Maria Roar. Enrico Prescott is aboard. Victor Cheeseman does the training. The weight 123 pounds. Number 8, Maria Roar. Prescott rides 123. What do you think is number 9? Rashad Knight gets the call for trainer Naz Issa. And what do you think is asked to carry 123 pounds? Number 9, what do you think? Knight rides. Issa trains the weight 123 pounds. Conflict of interest is conditioned by Richard Dean, and Anderson Trotman will be looking for a hat trick here. He rides for owner Mr. RJ. Conflict of interest takes 115 pounds to post. Number 10, conflict of interest. Trotman rides 115. Surratt is a non-starter. We go to 17 million US. Also trained by Richard Dean and owned by Mr. Adam Dean. This 5-year-old daughter of Eagles Peak out of Speed Enough is partnered by Antonio Bishop with 122 pounds. Number 12, 17 million US. Bishop rides 122. Donico Did It is a 9-year-old bear horse by Copy That out of Body and Soul, owned by Melrose Racing. Robert Pierce does the conditioning. Eric Daniel will be the pilot, the weight 121 pounds. Number 13, Donico Did It. Daniel rides 121. And rounding out the field is Sir David Seals' Defiant David. After Ward gets the assignment for trainer Andrew Nunes, the weight 122 pounds. Number 14, Defiant David. After Ward rides, the weight 122 pounds. So that's all the information we have for you, and we will join you shortly before post time.
and older horses rated 70 to 50. By extension, is opener horses rated 49 and below. The purse is some $18,500. This race offers pari, forecast, trifecta. It's the high five event where you're asked to pick the first 5 horses past the post. And it's the second leg of the Soca 6. So your Soca 6 that I gave you is very much alive as I pick Queen of Piton. And you just need to get the next 5 winners and you can collect at the end of race 10. Starters are number 1, Hero Adventure. Gerald Beckles claim 3, 113 pounds. Sorry, 117 pounds is the weight. Number 2, Too Much Bling will claim 7 with Kemar Kelly for Victor Cheeseman, the trainer. 123 pounds. Too Much Bling is fitted with a tongue tie. Kenny John is the conditioner for horse number 1, Hero Adventure. We've already had a fantastic start to the day with Fantastic Move. Now it's the turn of Fantastic Francis. And this is a half to the winner of the debutant winner of the first race, Fantastic Move, Fantastic Francis. Raheem Top is aboard, so all the combinations here once again, and the light in post of 111 pounds, which means the young man would have claimed 7 and added it back. Xavier Blanche is your trainer. Scratch number 4 and 5. Number 6 is Dominus. This one has been a rampage in form. 3 wins from his last 5 starts. Looks for the hat trick. His shoulders 129 pounds. Rashid Hughes looks for win number 2 on the card. Trainer Andrew Busher Nunez seeks a hat trick on the card. So a lot of things going for this combination. Or actually, I should say for that trio. The jockey seeks a double. The trainer seeks a treble. The horse seeks a treble. Horse number 7 is Nasty Critter, 125 pounds, with Delana Lopez having claimed 3 from 128 for trainer Robert Pierce, and that's horse number 7. I'm going to take a turn of the page. Number 8 is Mari Oro, 5 pounds allowed for jockey Enrico Prescott. The final weight is 118 pounds. Victor Cheeseman is your trainer. On number 8, Mari Oro. What you think? Would relish these conditions? 116 pounds is his final weight. Rashad Knight is on board for Naz Issa. And this fella has been in tremendous form with a win, a 4th, a 5th, a win, a 2nd, a win, and a 2nd. So he's in good form. But you will find this a different kettle of fish. And if he can catch them in time, he will do it, providing the speed stops. Well, second in this year's Derby is horse. In last year's Derby is horse number 10, Conflict of Interest. We've already seen the 3rd place finisher of that event romp home today rather easily, Deja Vu. And Conflict of Interest race under Anderson Trotman, who also seeks a treble on the card, 115 pounds for trainer Richard Dean. Siroc, horse number 11, stays indoors. Horse number 12 is 17 million US. Mr. Adam Dean is now the new owner of this bear mare. 122 pounds, and Tony Bishop takes the reins, and Richard Dean will give the final riding instructions. Number 13, Donico Did It, will benefit from a 5-pound apprentice claim of Eric Daniel. 116 pounds is the final weight, with a Robert Pierce having combined with owner of Melrose Racing to pay out a whopping $40.85 went through the rows romp home. So the only thing they're doing different here is that they're using a different jockey. They're obviously not going to pay $40 here either. And on the outside, the second runner here for Sir David Seal and trainer Andrew Nunez is Defiant David, once lethal. That speed is now being toned down significantly, so we'll see whether he can rekindle some form. Afri Ward is on board, 122 pounds, and they're going to come from the wide outside position. And in this instance, drawn 14, 3 non-starters, so they'll be in post position number 11 for a very, very competitive and quick affair. Now I'm going to create some interest, and I'm going to go for conflict of interest. That form has proven to be good, the Derby form, as Deja Vu romped today against older horses, and no conflict of interest. I believe, having run a corker in the Derby, he was only caught mid-stretch by War Eagle, the best horse in the race, and denied on that occasion at some good odds. I think the odds were 18 to 1 anyway in that region, and actually 25 to 1. Drops back to the only distance that he is won at. And I'm sure that the Speedy has the light impulse of 115 pounds. He will have a point to prove or a score to sell with Dominus, who obviously had his measure earlier when carrying 129 versus 128. So he's now the recipient of some 14 pounds. And I think it's a tough assignment for Dominus, who ironically falls on my second line. And this one had an impressive last victory, second in consecutive victory, shouldering 114 pounds on the occasion. He defeated Show Me the Money, who was on place today, and Too Much Bling, who reopposes here. You can't take it away from him, but I'm going to go against him because of the weight factor 129. He's won with this weight before when he defeated Roof, and the same conflict of interest. There was 1 pound separating the two. Today, 14 pounds makes the difference. On my third line, I'm going to go for Fantastic Francis, and if she gets out the gate, they will have to go get her. She is lightly weighted 111 pounds. She has speed galore. And as I said, if she gets out to the gate and holds that inside berth, the fact that they're shouldering the weights around, if she doesn't shorten, she'll get home. But she falls on my third line under Raheem Torp. We're seeking 5. I'm going to take Too Much Bling. And he always finds a check. In this instance, it's the 4th part of the check for me because he comes very late. Doesn't have that get up and go. I know the groom, Megs, is extremely sweet on him. And this is like his Christmas gift. And he usually would tell me to put down everything I got. And these days, I don't have a lot. So he falls on my 4th line. To complete the 5, I'm going to take a long shot and take horse number 1, Heroic Adventure, showing at about 22 to 1. When you go down this part of the field and you have the favorites on top, you really don't want another favorite in the 4th and 5th line. So I'm taking a 22 to 1 shot on my 5th line. But my winner is going to be horse number 10. And that is conflict of interest for Mr. RJ and trainer Richard Dean. Anderson Trotman seeks a treble. Good luck. Join me for race 7.
Yeah, welcome back to the Garrison Savannah, where the horses are leaving the parade ring and making their way down to the start for race number 6. And it's an interesting one, at least on paper. And we have a prohibitive favorite in horse number 6, Dominus, in at 8 to 5. As we look at the field, number 1 is Heroic Adventure. Jarrell Backles aboard for H&M and trainer Kenny John. And presently, the board changes just as I go to give the odds. And at 20 to 1, 23 to 1 for horse number 2, Too Much Bling. the mount of the apprentice Kimar Kelly. Number 3 is Fantastic Francis. We saw her half-sister win early in the day. And that was Fantastic Move. This is Fantastic Francis. The same team again, Raheem Thorpe and Xavier Blanche. And Fantastic Francis is in at 5-2. 4 and 5 are non-stars. 3-2 favorite is number 6, Dominus, the mount of Rashid Hughes, for trainer Andrew Nunes. Then we get 29-1 for horse number 7, Nasty Critter. No form there. And Delano Lopez holds the reins. As we go on down the field, Mari Aurora is horse number 8. And she's in at 15-1, as is What You Think, also at 15-1. The former being ridden by Enrico Prescott, and the latter, Rashad Knight. Cheeseman and Issa are the trainers in question. Number 10 is Conflict of Interest. And in at 115 pounds, Anderson Trotman, in search of a hat trick, gets a 2-1 shot here. Number 11, Surratt doesn't go. Number 12 is 17 million US. Antonio Bishop has the call, and this one is not well considered in at 53-1 for trainer Richard Dean. Robbie Pierce trains Donico Didick, and Donico Didick is horse number 13. Eric Daniel will be the rider, and this one goes off at 9-1. Well, Defiant David is in at 19-1 for trainer Andrew Nunes and jockey Afri Ward. I can tell you they're loading up really quickly now, as we are running a bit late. Heroic Adventure is the one who's going to be brought forward now. And really and truly, this race is a wide open race. There's not one here that I can say really stands out apart from the rest. I wouldn't be surprised if any of these win. Conflict of interest. Well, if you're going to go on the performance of Deja Vu, it's run early in the day, he must be considered in with a really good chance, although this is sprinting, which I don't think is quite his forte, but he'll be probably putting in his best work towards the end of the race. I think Fantastic Francis would probably be the one who will set the early fractions along with Defiant David, but Defiant David will have to come across from the outside. Dominus has had 5 starts and 3 wins, and he really, once he figured out what he's doing, is really showing to be quite classy. His only disappointing run was back in October. On that occasion, he finished behind Deja Vu and War Eagle, and those two are definitely two of the better 3-year-olds last year. We've just got 3 outside, and Rashawn will have to call.
Yes, and those 3 are Donico Did It, Midsummer winner from a few years ago, What You Think, and the speedy Defiant David, who's the stablemate to the 9-5 favorite Dominus. And Dominus is projected to be a part of the pace. And if he's who we think he is, with this 129 pounds, it shouldn't be a problem. He's won with it before. It'll be interesting to see how he handles the pace pressure, if any, because he has Fantastic Francis to his inside, and the aforementioned Defiant David. You don't really see or expect 2 stablemates to take on each other, but Defiant David has one way of going, or if Dominus is just superior speed and is going to leave them in his dust. Then, as you said, you have Conflict of Interest coming out of the Derby. Also, another Midsummer winner who might be one for your exotics is 17 million US, who might appreciate the cut back to sprinting. And I'm subject to correction, but for the first time since she was a 2-year-old, after all those long distance running, she's got her fame at 9 furlongs within the Midsummer. But she cuts back here for Adam Dean and Richard Dean, as What You Think goes in. And the jockey climbs aboard. and they're all in line. Right flag raised. And where they go, Dominus broke smartly. So too did Fantastic Francis. And coming across from the outside is Defiant David. So Dominus in between horses is the leader. His stablemate Defiant David runs into second. Then there's Fantastic Francis. Conflict of Interest is fourth and 2 lengths off of Dominus. There's a break of 5 back to Heroic Adventure. Then comes Donico Did It. Too Much Bling is on the inside, 10 lengths off of the lead, shadowed by What You Think. Behind What You Think goes 17 million US. Then there's Mario Roar, and the trailer is Nasty Crit as they run down the hill, and it is Dominus on the inside who's put away Defiant David. But right to attack is Conflict of Interest with a quarter mile left to go, and it's Dominus who's bracing for the challenge of Conflict of Interest. These two cleared out by a length and a half to Defiant David. Fantastic Francis looking to complete that daily double for the Mayor Right Room as they swing to the judge, and Dominus has shaken away from Conflict of Interest who's drifting under pressure, and Dominus straight and strong inside the final furlong has cleared out to lead by 5. What You Think is running into second. Then comes Fantastic Francis and 17 million US from far back, but Dominus has won definitively from What You Think. Then came Fantastic Francis. Too Much Bling may have held forth over 17 million US in a final time of 107 and 1.
And that's the hat trick. The final time, 107 and 1. And that was race number 6. The Garrison Road handicap over 1,100 meters. No doubt about the winner. He took on all comers, all prisoners, and then sprinted clear at the top of the lane, then to ease down across the line. So just waiting on the results to go up on the board. The unofficial results for race number 7. So that was the high 5 event, just waiting on the horses to get back. Winner on their way back. Time fractions for that event, 25 flat for the quarter, half mile, and 49 and 2. The results posted on the board, 6, 9, 3, 2, and 12 completes the high 5. The winner, horse number 6, Dominus, just about to be led in by the Happy Connections, which includes Mrs. Janine Fields. So the winner being led in, and on top is champion jockey Rashid Hughes, who celebrates his double on the card. And many congratulations to Dominus, who looked splendid pre-race and after race, and looks like if he could go wrong again, well quartered up at the back. Good mass and good comfortable victory. Victory number 4 out of career 6 starts. So this 4-year-old Dark Bay colt by Preach to Me out of Dance Goddess is going from strength to strength, owned by Sir David Seal,
trained by Andrew Busher Nunez, and that's the hat trick for the Jamaican veteran. And he still has a lot left in the tank for today. So stamping his authority. And congratulations to all concerned. Second was horse number 9. And that was What You Think. As I said, this one arrived on the scene late. Just didn't have the get up and go from the gates, but we're getting to the towards the end, especially if there's a battle royal up front, as there was with Dominus, Defiant David, and then Conflict of Interest. And those two, the latter two, paid the price for attacking the Speed Mogul, and Dominus was able to draw off easily at the top of the lane and win fairly easily in the end. And What You Think came from What You Say out of the clouds to grab second. And I'm sure that training as Issa will be pleased as Punch. So too will be owner Barry Bishop, as the 6-year-old bay horse by Almador out of nicely arranged continues to perform exceptionally well, and the conditions good to soft right up his alley. Third was horse number 3.
Agrees. And away they go. Dominus broke smartly. So too did Fantastic Francis. And coming across from the outside is Defiant David. So Dominus in between horses is the leader. His stablemate Defiant David runs into second. Then there's Fantastic Francis. Conflict of Interest is fourth and 2 lengths off of Dominus. There's a break of 5 back to Heroic Adventure. Then comes Donico Did It. Too Much Bling is on the inside, 10 lengths off of the lead, shadowed by What You Think. Behind What You Think goes 17 million US. Then there's Mario Roar, and the trailer is Nasty Crit as they run down the hill, and it is Dominus on the inside who's put away Defiant David. But right to attack is Conflict of Interest with a quarter mile left to go, and it's Dominus who's bracing for the challenge of Conflict of Interest. These two have cleared out by a length and a half to Defiant David. Fantastic Francis looking to complete that daily double for the mayor right room as they swing to the judge, and Dominus has shaken away from Conflict of Interest who's drifting under pressure, and Dominus straight and strong inside the final furlong has cleared out to lead by 5. What You Think is running into second. Then comes Fantastic Francis and 17 million US from far back, but Dominus has won definitively from What You Think. Then came Fantastic Francis. Too Much Bling for the challenge of Conflict of Interest. These two have cleared out by a length and a half to Defiant David. Fantastic Francis looking to complete that daily double for the mayor right room as they swing to the judge, and Dominus has shaken away from Conflict of Interest who's drifting under pressure, and Dominus straight and strong inside the final furlong has cleared out to lead by 5. What You Think is running into second. Then comes Fantastic Francis and 17 million US from far back, but Dominus has won definitively from What You Think. Then came Fantastic Francis. Too much. Right flag raised.
A field original 15, and we have full 12 starters with scratches being 1, 3, and 7. 1, Black Rock Don't Go. 3, King of the Valley Don't Go. And number 7, Firecracker Don't Go. I've just received the exciting news from the stewards that race. Copy that, stewards, thank you. As I was saying, just received the exciting news from the stewards that race number 6 has been declared official. The official winner, horse number 6. So 6-6, which is Dominus of the Garrison Road Handicap. And that race has been declared official the final time, 1:07 and 1. It finished 6-9, 3-2. And 12 for the high 5. Moving back to race 7, where there are 3 scratches. 1, Black Rock Don't Go. 3, King of the Valley remains indoors. And 7, Firecracker will race another day. 1, 3, and 7 are out of race number 7, which goes 1570 meters. And we had a post time schedule of what, 3:30. You can scrap that because we are behind the clock. And following this, there's another 3 exciting races, including the afternoon's feature race, the Welcome Back Handicap for 3-year-olds and older horses, rated 140 to 122. My extension open to those rated 121 and below, and that promises to be a cracker-jacker of a race. Thank you. And the latest score, the Darren Sammy Stadium, South Africa asked to bat first, 158 for 4, 158 for 4. And that's at the end of 59 overs. With Dean Elgar, the captain, not out on 63. Centurion of the first test, Quinton de Kock, is not out on 20. Gabriel, he has 2 for 44. And he has come back and has delivered some 11 overs, 3 minutes, 2 for 44. Kemar Roach, 13 overs, 6 minutes, 1 for 25. Jaden Seal, very impressive in the first test for a rookie. 11 overs, 3 minutes, 1 for 21. Jason Holder, 11 overs, 5 minutes, none for 17. Economical as usual. Roston Chase, the chosen spinner for this game. 9 overs, 3 minutes, none for 15. And Kyle Mears, the useful medium pacer. 4 overs, 9 minutes, none for 13. South Africa asked to bat first, 159 for 4, or 59.1 overs. That's the latest from St. Lucia. And the bet we're looking to get here is the Bush Hill handicap race number 7, 1,570 meters for 3-year-olds and older horses rated 30 to 15. The purse, $13,500. This race offers exacta, trifecta, the first leg of the pick 4, and it's the third leg of the Soca 6. So my pick 4 here will give you after this. And the starters are as follows. We're going to start with horse number 2, Visionary. Rashid Hughes will ride at 123 pounds for trainer Ramal Perkins Lovell. Over the page, horse number 4, Rockley. Eric Daniels, Scarlett to ride at 120 pounds for Robert Pierce. Number 5, Scarface, now owned by Mistaken Identity. Trained by here, Nichols, ridden by Siobhan Bell, 100, and he would use his apprentice claim. And he's down to, just trying to confirm that, down to 117 pounds. Good to have the young man here who has not made it back to Asabone Downs as yet. Horse number 6, Birdcage, ridden by Tashawn Hazelwood. Shadid is your trainer. The weight there is carded to be 111. The young man will pick up 4 pounds over weight and go to post at 115 pounds. Scratch horse number 7, Firecracker. And you flick the page. We're moving on to horse number 8, Little But Lucky. Ready, Addison Trotman, 125 pounds with a tongue tie. Richard Dean is your trainer. Riddick, horse number 9. Lester Edwards, rise at 122 pounds for trainer Kenny John. Spanish Eyes makes her debut here. She's a 4-year-old Bay filly by Casual Trick out of Intensified. Jamaica bred, blinkers and tongue tied equipment. Kemar Kelly's on board, 118 pounds for trainer Robert Pierce. And this one is owned by Steve and Alan Madu. Moving on to Mascara, the one I fancy here. Anthony Bishop is up, 125 pounds for trainer Edward Wolcott Jr. Sebastian, horse number 12, will go to post at 123 pounds with Enrico Prescott in the irons. Cheek Pieces, the equipment. Mascara will wear blinkers, horse number 11. And Andrew Nunez is the conditioner of Sebastian, horse number 12. A pair here for trainer Philip Batson, starting with horse number 13, JT's Angel, owned by Judith Thorpe. Shane Dawson is aboard, 117 minus 121 minus 7. That's 114. He picks back up 4 pounds overweight to go to 118 pounds. Stablemate, Midnight Chick will be rid of Alfie Ward in blinkers, 126 pounds. Blinkers, the equipment, and on the outside is Pray For Me, ridden by Slade Jones, 119 pounds, and the trainer is Andrew Nunez. So we are seeking the first winner here of the pick 4, and it's the last 4 races. And my winner is going to come from horse number 11, and that is Mascara, and has been in decent form. And I think really ought to take this field to the cleaners. Conditions good to soft by Spicy Tiger out of Heaven Sent. We've already seen, I think, Hunter run an excellent race when finishing 7 at good odds, paid $12.85 to place. Gay Smith is the owner. Edward Wolcott Jr. is the trainer. So that's my winner, horse number 11 in Mascara. Looking all the while, I'm going to take horse number 8, Little But Lucky, on my second line. So I'm just going to throw them together here. Form a second, a win, and a third last effort. And should be good enough with a weight of 125 pounds, the experience of Anderson Trotman in the irons on my second line. On my third line, I'm going to throw in Riddick. So I'm going for some odds now. And this one showing on the board, just waiting for the board to change back at 27 to 1. So I'm trying to bump up the trifecta here for you. Lester Edwards on board, 122 pounds for trainer Kenny John and Mr. North Cole. And that's the trifecta for me. So I'm going 11, Mascara, 6, actually not 6, 8, Little But Lucky. And on my third line, I'm going to take none other. I'm just trying to work out Riddick, horse number 9. So 11, 8, and 9 in that order. And to give you my pick 4, and I can tell you that my Soca 6, I'll tell you where my Soca 6 stands. and is officially dead. With conflict of interest on my second line. So my pick 4 here will be Mascara, number 10, number 11 in race 8, Piton Bunch, number 17 in race 9, Bowley Tap, number 1, and in the nightcap, Dashing Princess, number 2. Good luck. Join me for race number 8. As the horses make their way down to the start, I owe you some payments for race number 6. The winner horse number 6 paid $2.95 to win, and that was Dominus, and returned 130 the place. $2.95 and 130 on number 6 Dominus. For winning second horse number 9, What You Think, returned $2.40. $2.43 was horse number 3. And of course, horse number 3 in that event was none other than Fantastic Francis. She returned $2.95, $2.95. The forecast combination of 6 and 9 returned $16.30, 16.30. The trifecta of 6, 9, and 3 returned $312.75, $312.75. The high 5 of 6, 9, 3, 2, and 12 paid $5,000. And seems to be a 50-cent winner there. So, which means 50 cents is $2,500 at a dollar is $5,000. So 6, 9, 3, 2, and 12 paying $5,000 for a dollar, $2,500 for 50 cents. It has just been confirmed. There's a single winner of the high 5 at 50 cents. So that person will walk away with $2,500. So $2,500 won the high 5 of race number 6. That person correctly picked or selected 6, 9, 3, 2, and 12. Remember, you can go on your cellular phone, your iPad, your computer, what have you, your electronic device, download the racing app here at the Garrison Savannah. It's not an app. And give you the name once again. You can pay online with your credit card, so you don't have to come to the office. You can pay online with your credit card and make your wagering right from your fingertip, right at your fingertip. So talk about convenience as we welcome you back to the Garrison Savannah on a Welcome Back Race Day. Also, do observe all the protocols that have been put in place. Please sit 2 seats apart. Wear your mask at all times unless you are eating or drinking. And it's to be worn covering the nose, the mouth, and the chin. Do sanitize. And let us continue to enjoy the sport of kings.
So we're back with the Bush Hill handicap. It's run at 1,570 meters for 3-year-olds and older, rated 30 to 15. It's a pretty competitive race on paper.
It's the Fast Bet Mobile.
Number 11, Mascara, is the favorite. So we'll start with her. This is a 7-year-old chestnut mare who goes out here for Gay Smith. She's by Spicy Tiger out of Champion Heaven Sent. She has been in good form for over a year.
You can do it.
If she continues, she will be dangerous in this field, whether it be at 1,570 meters or 1,800 meters. She's always brought her best in her last 4 or 5 starts. 125 pounds. She's one of the high weights. A very small filly, but we know what we can get when it comes to Mascara, and the betting has gone in that way.
Wherever you are.
On the inside of her 3 stalls, inside is number 8, Little But Lucky, who's at 7 to 2. And this one also is in some good form. And she is an overachiever, and she know with, unlike Mascara, is a bit more versatile, whether it be 1,100 meters, 1,500, or 1,800 meters. A little bit lucky as of recent, since she's changed hands to the Deans, and that being Richard and Adam Dean. She's been in great form. She's hit the board in 4 of her last 5 starts. I think she was very unlucky not to contest the win last time where she finished 3rd. She was elevated to 2nd, and she will definitely be one to watch. And the one that she was elevated in front of was Sebastian, who will also be part of the pace and be one to watch. And they loaded pretty quickly, and it's Dean with the call.
Thank you. Just waiting for a visionary to go behind and join the lineup. They're on the starter's orders. Racing absolutely level, beginning with quite a bit of bumping early as they come off the chute and onto the main course. Scarface is the one who shows prominently. Also, Midnight Check. Down the inside, the Gray's Visionary. Pulling double on the outside is Pray For Me. Then there's Sebastian. On the inside comes Birdcage. Then there's Spanish Ice. Mascara caught a little bit wide, little bit lucky. Polishes the plastic, ready to her outside. Then there's Rockley, and the back marker is JT's Angel. The opening quarter is 25-3. Past the drill hall, and it is still on the inside. Midnight Check and Visionary who comes to ask a question. Slade Jones is pumping away hard on Pray For Me to get into it. One circling on the outside is Rockley. Down the inside, Mascara is looking for a scene to run through, and there are no more turns, and Visionary is in front. On the outside, here's Pray For Me with a grand ride. Right on the outside, Rockley. It's Visionary and Rockley. Rockley and Visionary. Rockley's trying to get away from him now. Starts to dash away. Opens up to win comfortably by about 2 from Visionary. Pray For Me is 3rd. Then came Mascard. Round up the top 4. The winner stopped the clock in 1:40-2. In a moment, the recap for you. Orders.
Fourth, horse number 11, Mascara, while considering the betting, trailing in 4th. So there you have it, 4, 2, 15, and 11 in a time of 1:40 and 2/5. And of course, that's all unofficial.
Absolutely level, beginning with quite a bit of bumping early as they come off the chute and onto the main course. Scarface is the one who shows prominently. Also, Midnight Chick. Down the inside, the Gray is Visionary. Pulling double on the outside is Pray For Me. Then there's Sebastian. On the inside comes Birdcage. Then there's Spanish Ice. Mascara caught a little bit wide. Little but lucky. Polishes the plastic. Ready to her outside. Then there's Rockley. And the back marker is JT's Angel. The opening quarter is 25-3. Past the drill hall. And it is still on the inside. Midnight Check and Visionary who comes to ask a question. Slade Jones is pumping away hard on Pray For Me to get into it. One circling on the outside is Rockley. Down the inside, Mascara looking for a scene to run through. And there are no more turns. And Visionary is in front. On the outside, here's Pray For Me with a grand ride. Right on the outside, Rockley. It's Visionary and Rockley. Rockley and Visionary. Rockley's trying to get away from him now. Starts to dash away. Opens up to win comfortably by about 2 from Visionary. Pray For Me is third. Then came Mascard. Round out the top 4. The winner stopped the clock hard.
So congratulations to all concerned. And they really turned up under the conditions. And Rockley, a 7-year-old bay horse by Baku Boy out of Shipmouse, owned by Andrew Pierce, trained by Robert Pierce, ridden the victory by Eric Daniel, took along 120 pounds. So congratulations to all concerned. And unofficial on the board, a final time of 1:40 and 2 time fractions, 25-3 for the quarter, half mile and 49-2. 6 furlongs in 1:13-4, the final time 1:40.2. The race finished 4-2, 15-11. Wait for that race to be confirmed official. Having said that, and gotten to that stage, we're moving smoothly along towards the end. And we are at race number 8. And it's the Older Maidens Handicap, 4-year-olds and older horses. And they travel 1,570 meters. A field of 19 will be without horses 1, 6, 8, 11, 12, 15, and 19. Those that don't go, number 1, Future Star. Number 6, 7, Stevenson's Thunder. Number 8, Odyssey. Number 11, Django. Number 12, Wilcox Valley. Number 15, Pray For Me, who just finished 3rd. And on the outside, horse number 19, Whispering Angel. So 1,570 meters is what they'll go next race. And we're well past the post time of 4 p.m., so we're half hour behind time. And momentarily, we'll have some further information for you. Just received the great news that race number 7 have been declared official. Race 7 have been declared official. And with the winner being horse number 4, Rotley. Second horse number 2, Visionary. Third horse number 15, Pray For Me. And fourth was horse number 11, Mascara. And the final time for the bushel handicap was 1 minute, 40.2 seconds. Thank you. This is a first-time starter owned by Shelley Davis Barnett. And it's a 5-year-old bay mare by Storm Arrow out of Kane Cutter. Number 3 is Sandstone, ridden by Kemar Chase. The young man having his very first ride. We want to wish the young man all the best as he starts out his riding career. Similarly to how early this afternoon we had Slade Jones, the son of Jonas Jones and the grandson of Chandler Jones. Kemar Chase is the son of Richard Ludan, the Jamaican who once played this trade here in Barbados. So we want to wish the young man all the best as he starts out his riding career. He gets the leg up on Sandstone and will go to post at 118 pounds. Well, Enrico Prescott has taken it easy all afternoon. He still seeks a first win. He rides Take It Easy, which is horse number 4 for trainer Rommel Perkins Lovell. And together, they will go to post at a weight of 114 pounds. Over the page, horse number 5, Pinjara, will now have a change of owner, owned by Mr. Adam Dean, ridden by Delano Lopez, 122 pounds, and Richard Dean is the trainer. Stevenson's Thunder is a non-starter. We're on to horse number 7, Princess Aurora, ridden by Shane Dawson for Hayden Nichols. And this first time stars a 4-year-old chestnut filly by John Bryan out of Emily Rebecca, owned by Mr. Scott St. John, trained by Hayden Nichols. Shane Dawson is on board, and Princess Aurora will go to post at 118 pounds. Scratch horse number 8, Odyssey. Silk Road is horse number 9, Raheem Top, raised at 111 pounds on horse number 9, Silk Road. Against his wish, gets the services of Rashid Hughes and goes to post with a weight of 113 pounds on horse number 10. Moving down to 13 with 11 and 12 non-starters. This is Major Bobby KMP. Ridden by Rashawn Mears. He claims 7 and will go to post at 115 pounds. So he claims 7 and puts back up 12 from 110 pounds. And there are horse number 13 on your program. Horse number 14 is Caribbean Dreaming. Blinkers and tongue-tied equipment. Tashawn Hayes will rate at 115 pounds for trainer Robert Pierce. Let me go back to horse number 13, which is a first-time starter. A 4-year-old bay colt by War Crime out of Lady Patrick, owned by Mr. Mark Goodrich and trained by Roman Perkins Lovell. If we could go back to Lady Patrick, I think one of her victory, if she had 2, I'm sure, or 1 on these conditions, and with the rain falling, we'll see how Major Bobby KMP responds here. We're down to horse number 16, Tea Time, and it's that time of the evening. Lester Edwards will ride at 105 pounds, having claimed 5, and he slots in at 105 pounds for Philip Batson and Tea Time. This is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Copy That out of China Tea, owned by Mr. Chandler Jones, and Philip Batson is your trainer. Next to that one in the starting stalls will be number 17, Piton's Punch, ridden by Eric Daniel, 123 pounds for trainer Robert Pierce. Lady Bird, who campaigned in last year's Derby, finished off the board. Raise the tongue tie, and Tony Bishop is aboard as usual, and he picks up 7 pounds overweight to go in at 117 pounds for trainer Edward Wolcott Jr. And number 19, Whispering Angel, does not see the racetrack today. That's the field for the afternoon's 8th race, and this race offers Exacta, Parry, Forecast, Trifecta. It's the second leg of the pick 4, and it is the 4th leg of the Soca 6. I'm going to pick a winner here. I'm going to stretch my hand out for horse number 17, Piton's Punch. So I'm going for the overseas, having come up from St. Lucia, ran second last effort. I'm going to stick to what I have in the paper, because originally, if I was to go by what's happening now, in her worst case run since coming to Barbados was on these conditions. So you might just want to toss that one out, but having put it in the paper, I'll stick to it and hope for the best. I'm hoping for a miracle, because she was beaten 10 out of 12 by 35 lengths under these conditions. She has 2 second place finishes on better conditions. So I'm not going to move. I'm going to die hard. So, you say die hard or die trying. I'm going to move up horse number 18, Lady Bird, into the fray. Just coming to your picture of the shocking pink colors and the pink cap. So, horse number 9, a little frisky there. Just coming to your picture in the pink cap, the first colors of K. Smith. This is Lady Bird and Tony Bishop on my second line. To complete my trifecta, sorry, because it's a trifecta race, I'm going to try and find a long shot. And I'm going to train Silk Road, the young Raheem Thorpe, 111 pounds. On the board, just this Lodge the jockey, who's waiting patiently just on the board, horse number 9, just waiting for the board to change to give you some odds. You want some dividends to bring up the money. It's in at 99 to 1. So should that run third, you will likely break the bank. So as it stands in this event, 17 with a Silk Road for third, horse number 9, and horse number 18. 17, 18, and 9, Lady Bird on my second line. Good luck. Join me for the afternoon's feature race, which comes a call in next.
Welcome back. So we're on to race number 8. It's the older maidens handicap, and the name is self-explanatory. It's for 4-year-olds and older maidens at 1,517 meters. So the favorite is horse number 10 against his will, and he is a 3-year-old. A 4-year-old bay colt by Happy Memories out of Lady Flood, and we just got a downpour of rain, and I think it's gonna be right to his likings. I'm a little bit against him because he seems to be a very lazy animal. He was getting on board, might be a plus. Probably that's the reason why he's the favorite as well. But he seems to just in his races suck up from minor positions. So I would be against here. The horses to look at for me would be number 17, Piton's Punch for starters. She's ran very well versus Open Company winners. And if she brings that back class here, I think she'll be very tough. One thing that may leave a little doubt in your mind is that she's had a poor showing after two good seconds. She had a poor showing on good to soft. So with the conditions on the foot and the little rain that we just got, that might be a question mark. To her outside is number 18, Lady Bird. This is another runner out of the Derby from last year. And like Gazy early in the day, she was thrown to the wolves as a maiden. And she gets the ability now to cut back and regroup as with the maidens, and we'll see what she can do. She's run well on conditions like these before, and she offers some value on the board at 12-1. Number 4, Take It Easy, who's being bet well. He's 7-1, making his second start. He's the son of Guineas winner Aman Yara, and he's well bred, unexposed. Janats tend to get older get better as they get older. And they tried to get this one in the midsummer. He was a second reserve, so that means they had to think he had some sort of talent, or maybe they just wanted to run. Who knows? I'm gonna go with the fact that maybe they thought he had talent, and he's on the same trend as the horse who beat him in his debut. That's Social Circle, who's also trained by Ramel Lovell. Did absolutely no running first time out, and then aired completely in their second start. It was grand and massive improvement. So I think that I'm going to go with Take It Easy on that trend as well, with Piton's Punch and Lady Bird. As we have, I think that's Caribbean Dreaming, and It's All About Me, who's a first-time starter on the outside as well. Tea Time is a first-time starter who's pretty interesting here with the pedigree. She is by Copy That, who gets runners to win first out, especially on this foot. She's out of China T, who is out of Race Mirror China Silk, who's a half to Joshua, who's the mother of Joshua and Jericho. So it's a pretty racy family. So a lot to consider with this maiden field, as Dean has the call for the older maidens handicap.
Thank you very much. Just waiting for It's All About Me and Caribbean Dreaming. I can see that one's behind as well. And Piton's Punch to join the lineup. So Piton's Punch is still behind, as well as All About Me. Lots of new colors in here. Princess Aurora, Scott St. John in the silver with black. And gotta say, we have another first-time rider here. I don't know his first name, but his last name is Chase.
Kemar
Chase. And we're just waiting now for It's All About Me. Racing, and one of them didn't go at all and came out bucking. And that is Silk Road. And as they come off the shoulder onto the main course, the one who's going to pick it up is Caribbean Dreaming. Caribbean Dreaming, who leads from It's All About Me. Piton's Punch to the outside. Then between horses, Pinjar. Towards the outside is Lady Bird. On the inside is Tea Time, Princess Aurora. Then against his will, Sandstone is along the inside. Then Major Bobby Campy. And the last one at this point is Take It Easy. As they head down the back stretch. And it is on the inside Caribbean Dreaming, on the outside Piton's Punch. These two race as a team. They're about 3 lengths up now of Pinjar. Then on the inside It's All About Me. Lady Bird is next. Then Tea Time Against his will is following this one, and then there's a break of 3 lengths before we get to Princess Aurora. The opening half was 25 flat. Opening quarter was 25 flat, the half mile in 49 and 3. They get over the hill, they've just got about 3 furlongs to go. And it is Piton's Punch, opening up by 4 from on the inside, Caribbean Dreaming, who's had enough. The one circle on the outside is Against His Will. Lady Bird goes with that one. Inside the quarter pole, they come on Piton Punch, still in front by about 2 lengths. Against His Will trying to close. Along the inside, Lady Bird has on her Sunday best, but it's Friday and she has nowhere to go. Inside the final furlong they come, and Against His Will has come to the front. On the inside, Piton's Punch not going on. Lady Bird trying desperately, but Against His Will is going to get home. Wins it now by about 2 lengths. Bird is second. Then on the inside, third was Piton Punch, and a long way back to tea time to round out the top 4. The winner stopped the clock in 1:41 and 2. In a moment, recap for you.
Attention, there's a loose horse on the track. There's a loose horse on the track. Your attention, please be careful. Final time for race number 8, 1:41 and 2. 1:41 and 2. And that's the hat trick on the card for the champion jockey Rashid Hughes, who's doing it against his will. To all the riders over on the back stretch, there's a loose horse coming your way. Please be careful.
Didn't go at all and came out bucking.
Silk
and
Road.
that is Silk Road. And as they come off the shoot it onto the main course, the one who's going to pick it up is Caribbean Dreaming. Caribbean Dreaming, who leads from It's All About Me. Piton's Punch to the outside. Then between horses, Pinjar. Towards the outside is Lady Bird. On the inside is Tea Time, Princess Aurora. Then Against His Will, Sandstone is along the inside. Then Major Bobby Campy. And the last one at this point is Take It Easy. As they head down the back stretch, and it is on the inside Caribbean Dreaming, on the outside Piton's Punch. These two race as a team. They're about 3 lengths up now of Pinjar. Then on the inside It's All About Me. Lady Bird is next. Then Tea Time. Against His Will is following this one, and then there's a break of 3 lengths before we get to Princess Aurora. The opening half was 25 flat. Opening quarter was 25 flat, the half mile in 49 and 3. They get over the hill, they've just got about 3 furlongs to go. And it is Piton's Punch, opening up by 4 from on the inside, Caribbean Dreaming, who's had enough. The one circle on the outside is Against His Will. Lady Bird goes with that one. Inside the quarter pole, they come on Piton Punch, still in front by about 2 lengths. Against His Will trying to close. Along the inside, Lady Bird has on her Sunday best, but it's Friday and she has nowhere to go. Inside the final furlong they come, and Against His Will has come to the front. On the inside, Piton's Punch not going on. Lady Bird trying desperately, but Against His Will is going to get home. Wins it now by about 2 lengths. Bird is second. Then on the inside, third was Piton Punch, and a long way back to tea time to round out the top 4. The winner stopped the clock in 1 for Piton Punch, still in front by about 2 lengths. Against His Will trying to close. Along the inside, Lady Bird has on her Sunday best, but it's Friday and she has nowhere to go. Inside the final furlong.
Waiting for the winner to be collected. Trainer Andrew Busher Nunez has started the Barbados Surf Club's 2nd racing season in a blaze of glory. And he's really caught a fire at the track when the rain is fall. We've had some rainfall throughout the afternoon, but that has not stopped Busher. And back in winner's enclosure again. And you can't stop this young man, Rashid Hughes. He's going from strength to strength. A 3 times champion of Barbados. The winner, horse number 10, Against His Will. A 4-year-old bay colt by Happy Memories out of Ladyford. Look at the breeding's Happy Memories in the rainfall. Owned by Miss Annette Harper, trained by Andrew Busher Nunez. And many congratulations. And looks very well turned out. Slim down.
and looks very pleased with what he has achieved. And congratulations to all concerned. They took along 113 pounds to victory in this, the older maidens handicap. Second was horse number 18, so you have to go downfield. And that was none other than Lady Bird. She ran a corker. Gave her all 7 pounds overweight, 117 pounds with Antonio Bishop. This one is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Spicy Tiger out of Heavenly Angel, owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Edward Walker Jr. Antonio Bishop was along for the ride. Third was My Choice, horse number 17, Piton Sponge, owned by the Jet Setters, trained by Robert Pierce. Took along 123 pounds with Eric Daniel. A 5-year-old Bear Mare by Factum out of MC's Magic. And fourth was horse number 16, Tea Time, first-time starter. Owned and bred by Chandler Jones, trained by Philip Batson. Les Edwards was on board. And together, they went to post with a weight of 105 pounds. Time fractions, 25 flat for the quarter, half mile and 49 and 3. 6 furlongs and 115 flat. They stopped the clock in 141 and 2. And that's all unofficial information for race number 8. As we await that race to become official, to be made official, I can tell you up next is the afternoon's feature race. Small field of 5. The top class horses going 1,517 meters in the welcome back handicap. For 3-year-olds and older horses rated 140 to 122 by extension. It's open to horses rated 121 and below. You can scratch horses 4, 5, and 7. Scratch horses 4, 5, and 7. And that will leave us with a very competitive 5. Thank you. Once again, as we like to receive the exciting news from the Steers, race number 8 have been declared official. Race 8 has now been declared official. And of course, race 8 was none other than the older maidens handicap over 1,570 meters, where we saw a win there for horse number 10 against his will. Second horse number 18, Lady Bird. Third horse number 17, Piton Sponge. And fourth, horse number 16, Tea Time, in a final time of 141 and 2. Thank you. And as we approach the afternoon's feature race, before I dive into that, let me take you across to St. Lucia, the latest at the Darren Sammy Stadium. Is South Africa batting first, 203 for 5. Dean Elgar, the batsman, out for 77, and he was bowled by Kyle Mears. So Quentin de Kock remains a pain. He's 48 not out, and Kyle Mears has added to those who've taken wickets for the West Indies. Two to Gabriel for 47, one for Roach for 33, one to Seals for 21, and Kyle Mears 10 overs, 1 for 19. Of 78 overs, South Africa has to bat first, 204 for 5. And here at the Garrison Savannah, at around 20 after 5, the afternoon's feature race is upon us. And it happens to be the welcome back handicap, and no one has welcomed back the races more than Andrew Busher-Nunez, who celebrated the Beaver trick. Jockey Rashid Hughes, a hat trick. And the likes of Robert Pierce and company have also enjoyed the day's proceedings. The afternoon's feature race is upon us. It carries a purse of some $25,000. It's for 3-year-olds and older, rated 140 to 122. My extension is open to horses rated 121 and below. Number 1 is Bolita, ridden by Enrico Prescott, 122 pounds, trained by Ramel Perkins Lovell. In 7 career starts, he's been victorious on 2 occasions and 2 seconds since coming to Barbados. Number 2 is the 2019 Gold Cup winner, Celestial Storm. And this one is owned by Roger Parvacino. Owned by Roger Parvacino. He's also the trainer. And in 30 outings, she's been victorious on 11 times, 7 seconds, and 5 thirds. Carries 125 pounds today with her last pilot of 2 starts ago, Delano Lopez. Number 3 is Rising Star. Takes along 111 pounds and is to be ridden by Rashid Hughes. 2 pounds to that, 113 pounds. And this one is racing because of Legends of Racing. Eddie Bell is your conditioner in 3 starts. He has just mustered that 1/3. Ironically, it was 3rd in our most prestigious horse race, the Gold Cup of 2020. He finished like a train and then disappointed next start. Number 6, Gandalf, ridden by Rashad Knight. 114. He will take off some pounds. Wait for the board to give me the final weight. Trained by Victor Cheeseman, owned by Bills Inc. And the weight there is 113 pounds as well, so -7 + 6. Has speed by Rockamador out of Poetic Justice. And 21 starts, 8 wins, 4 seconds, and 2 thirds. And the one on the outside is Zagan, ridden by Antonio Bishop. He picks up 6 pounds overweight, and owned by Mrs. Daniel and Martin Reisman. Ridden by Antonio Bishop with a nasal dilator on. Richard Dean is your trainer. 10 starts, 5 wins, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds. This race would offer just parry and forecast. And just let me give you some other equipment I might have missed. And it looks as though Rising Star will wear a tongue tie. And Celestial Storm is also fitted with a tongue tie, while Bodhi Tap is fitted with the blinkers. My winner is going to be horse number 1, Bodhi Tap. I'm going for the experience and the good run that he put down on Gold Cup Day, which he backed it up the very next day that he had a chance to run, which was long time. Boxing Day 2020, when going on to the Gold Cup winner, Knight Rider, who stays indoors. And this is an opportunity for Bodhi Tap to shine, even though the sun is beginning to leave us. He gets my backing here for the win. Trainer Ramel Perkins Lovell and owner Mark Gutteridge, Enrico Prescott still searching for that elusive win on today's Welcome Back Race Day, the opening day of the Barbados Turf Club, first day of the 2nd racing season. To complete my 2, I'm going to take horse number 2, Celestial Storm. And I'm going to pick this based on the conditions, which is being made a little softer with the downpour we had a short while ago. Obviously, the track has taken a little more pounding since then. So I think this will play right into her hands. I don't think they can go as fast as they probably would have gone had the going been firm. And I think that this should really bring her into the equation. This 7-year-old Grey Mirror by Get Stormy out of Raging Storm. So I'm going 1-2 at the top for a 1-2 finish in the afternoon's feature, the Welcome Back Handicap. 1570 meters for the top class horses. Good luck and join me for the nightcap.
And welcome back to the Garrison Savannah for the Welcome Back Handicap. It's for the top rated horses, 140 to 122, obviously open to those below. It's over 1,570 meters or 7.8 furlongs. And we've got a field of 5, but it's a talented 5. And we'll start with Bodie Tap in at 127 pounds, the mount of Enrico Prescott, trained by Romel Lavelle, and is presently the 6-5 favorite. 3-1 for horse number 2, Celestial Storm. This 7-year-old grown Grey Mirror is partnered by the apprentice Delano Lopez and conditioned by Roger Parvicino. Number 3 is Rising Star. Haven't seen a lot of him. He's in at 7-2. The mount of Rashid Hughes with 111 pounds and conditioned by Eddie Bell. Number 6 in at 2-1 is Gandalf. Rashad Knight gets the leg up this afternoon by Victor Cheeseman. This chestnut horse by Rockamador out of Poetic Justice is owned by Bill Zink and is in at 2-1 and in at 8-1. Your longest shot on the board, believe it or not, and now shortened up to 7-2. So, and that is horse number 8, Zagan. And Antonio Bishop has the assignment. Richard Dean is the trainer. And of course, he represents the Reisman brothers. And since we're on him, we'll start by looking at his form. Has done nothing wrong. In 10 lifetime starts, he has 5 wins, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds. Only once he has finished out of the top 3. But one can easily say this may be his toughest task today.
Definitely, and he was Terrene before there was a Terrene. Like he was that that young horse on the block that everybody was talking about and everybody was fawning over, and he had the talent. and he's been missing for quite some time. And he returned last time at 1100 meters with the top class, and he ran well. And I think this is where he's ultimately going to belong. He hasn't really stepped up to run with these yet, but I think a small field like this is not going to be too tough on him. And then if we go back to his last 1570 meter races, it was when he was a 3-year-old. And both were with Bishop. They were victories, and one of them he ran in 135. And to run 135 as a 3-year-old early
class
in the year, yeah, exactly, he has a class. But obviously, some injuries and COVID would have delayed him his ascension to this group up into the 140s. He's not up there yet, but he's running with them, and I think this is a good spot for him, and he should be able to hold his own.
Well, let's talk about Gandalf, horse number 6. This one, he's a locally bred horse, a chestnut horse by Rockamador out of Poetic Justice. He has also done very little wrong in his career. He's finished in the top 3 14 times from 21 tries. Granted, he had the benefit of running in some races only for West Indian bred horses. Right. But he has beaten Zagan 2 starts back. So, you can't discount him, but of course he's a relentless front runner.
Yeah, and I think that's probably, if he doesn't get the lead here, that's where he's going to run into problems. I think last time out he was taken back after Sir Jimmy and Trini Aviator and Bodhi Tap decided to take him on. And if Bodhi Tap decides to go with him from the inside this time, I think that's going to be the nail in Gandalf's coffin. But let's not forget, if we let Gandalf get to the front with his lightweight and let him dictate, he's then going to turn into the one to beat.
Pretty much. Rising Star is horse number 3. We haven't seen this 5-year-old son of a Gold Sapper much. Only had 3 starts since coming to Barbados. One of those obviously was the Gold Cup. He's definitely a classy sort. I think the trip may be a little short for him.
Yeah, well, this was my Gold Cup pick, and he's yet to hit the board since he's come to Barbados. Actually, he was 3rd, in the Gold Cup, but he's yet to fulfill that talent that people have had for him. Rashid Hughes comes and gets on board. The blinkers come off. Yeah, that has to be a sign of some sort of positivity.
And then there's Celestial Storm. There's not much you can add to her resume. She's done it all. She's the only horse to have won the Spa and the Gold Cup. She's finished in the top 3 in 23 of 30 starts. She must have a chance once she's on her game.
Yeah, I think that's important if she's on her game, because recently she has been a bit subpar. Hopefully she can get back on track now in a small field.
And then there's Bodhi Tap, who has run some very creditable races. And as you said, if he goes to the front end and he and Gandalf lock up, it would be interesting to see how they come home. But
because go ahead.
I still think I like his position drawn on the inside better.
Yeah, definitely. And there's no Night Prowler, so last time out he was a part of pace that collapsed, and Night Prowler picked him up. So maybe if the pace collapses here, there's no Night Prowler for him to have to look over his shoulder and worry about. So maybe it's Bodhi Tap's time to shine, as Rising Star is the last one to come forward. And then that's the field for the Welcome Back handicap. Rising Star comes in. And away they go. Gandalf broke away smartly as well as Zagan. And Gandalf is looking to cross over, but Ricky Walcott and Bodhi Tap will have none of it. It is Bodhi Tap on the inside who gets to the front. Zagan from the outside comes to join Bodhi Tap at the head of affairs. These two will storm up the stretch together, heads apart. Gandalf could not keep up with the early pace that is being set by Bodhi Tap, and he's now 3 lengths back in 3rd. Then there's the Gold Cup winner, the mare. Celestial Storm is 4th. And the trailer is Rising Star, who just went by Celestial Storm as they run toward the back stretch. The opening quarter was a fleet-footed 24-4, and Ricky Walker has Bodhi Tap at the head of affairs. Zagan is 2nd. Rising Star rushes into contention. He's 3rd. Gandalf is being niggled at. He's 4th. Under the half mile they go. Celestial Storm is the trailer. And as they get over the top of the hill, Bodhi Tap has been the leader every step of the way. Zagan is 2nd, a half length back. A length and a half to Rising Star. Celestial Storm is being put to a ride by Lopez, and Gandalf is the trailer, the half in 48-4. And Bodie Top yet to been tested. He's clear by a length to Zagan. Then there's Rising Star on the inside. The lightning is flashing. The thunder is rolling because a storm is coming. Celestial storm ratchets up the pressure off the turn. Rising Star goes with her. Bodie Top on the inside is trying to hang tough. Zagan has been displaced back to last inside the final furlong. It's Rising Star to the inside of Celestial Storm, and these two go at it in the welcome back handicap. Rashid Hughes and Rising Star game is a ball, and Rising Star turns back Celestial Storm to win it clear by 3 from Celestial Storm. Then came Bodie Top. Gandalf was 4th, and the last one home was Zagan in a final time of 1:38-2.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the dust has settled. In the afternoon's feature race, the welcome back handicap, the final time for race number 9, 1:38-2. And I tell you, we saw a storm. We had severe thunder the other night and lightning. And when it all finished today, it was all about the star, a rising star. So,
Gandalf broke the way smartly as well as
Gandalf is looking to cross over, but Ricky Walcott and Bodie Top will have none of it. It is Bodie Top on the inside who gets to the front. Zagan from the outside comes to join Bodie Top at the head of affairs. These two will storm up the stretch together, heads apart. Gandalf could not keep up with the early pace that is being set by Bodie Top, and he's now 3 lengths back in 3rd. Then there's the Gold Cup winner, the mare. Celestial Storm is 4th, and the trailer is Rising Star, who just went by Celestial Storm as they run toward the back stretch. The opening quarter was a fleet-footed 24-4, and Ricky Walker has Bodie Top at the head of affairs. Zagan is 2nd. Rising Star rushes into contention. He's 3rd. Gandalf is being niggled at. He's 4th. Under the half mile they go. Celestial Storm is the trailer, and as they get over the top of the hill, Bodie Top has been the leader every step of the way. Zagan is 2nd, a half length back. A length and a half to Rising Star. Celestial Storm is being put to a ride by Lopez, and Gandalf is the trailer, the half in 48-4. And Bodie Top yet to been tested. He's clear by a length to Zagan. Then there's Rising Star on the inside. The lightning is flashing. The thunder is rolling because a storm is coming. Celestial Storm ratchets up the pressure off the turn. Rising Star goes with her. Bodie Top on the inside is trying to hang tough. Zagan has been displaced back to last inside the final furlong. It's Rising Star to the inside of Celestial Storm, and these two go at it in the welcome back handicap. Rashid Hughes and Rising Star game is a ball, and Rising Star turns back Celestial Storm to win it clear by 3 from Celestial Storm. Then came Bodie Top. Gandalf was 4th, and the last one home was Zagan in a final time of 1.
Celestial on top, Rashid Hughes. So he joins trainer Andrew Busher Nunez in a victory. And many, many congratulations to the entire connections, including the groom. And they will just turn and bring him back. 3, 2, 1, and 6. Second horse, number 2, Celestial Storm, looked a winner inside the 2 furlong marker when he came to challenge Bodie Top, who by then had paid the price for 24 4 fractions, 48-4, 112-4. So they were really stepping up front. And when the gangsters came, he had no answer whatsoever. And the lightly weighted Rising Star split horses and just had a hold off Celestial Storm, which he did convincingly. So the winner now being led in by Nicholas Gibbs. And Road Boy, as he's called, affectionately called, many congratulations. Would have worked hard with this horse since he got it in his care. And perseverance, they say, it seldomly fails. So congratulations to them. Celestial Storm, as I said, was 2nd.
by Get Stormy out of Raging Storm. She was given every chance by Delana Lopez, trained by Roger Papachini, who's also the owner, but on the day, she just came up short, but she just doesn't know how to run a bad race. Congratulations to her. Third was horse number 1, Bodita. The 6-year-old bay horse by Bodimeister out of Pudita. Tried everything to hold on, having done those what they would consider suicidal fractions. Just didn't have enough gas in the tank when it mattered most. And in the end, he finished a commendable third, not disgrace, but a good third, a gutsy effort under the conditions, and took on 122 pounds with Enrico Prescott aboard. Roma Lovell was your trainer. And fourth in this one was Zagan. And this was an interesting, actually fourth was horse number 6, sorry, Gandalf. And this one, interestingly, came from the back, found himself a little bit of hot water early, but then ran past Zagan up the lane to collect that 4th position. Horse number 6, Zagan, sorry, horse number 6, Gandalf, finishing 4th. And this one was ridden by Rashad Knight, took along 113 pounds for that assignment. So unofficial on the board, 3, 2, 1, and 6 in a final time of 138 and 2. As I said, time fractions 24 and 4 for the quarter, the half mile, and 48 and 4, 6 furlongs and 112 and 4. Congratulations. And race number 9 is to be declared official momentarily.
Rising Star is now officially the Rising Star of today's feature race. The race 9 has just been declared official. The winner horse number 3, Rising Star, ridden by Rashid Hughes. Second horse number 2, Celestial Storm, the mount of Delana Lopez. Third horse number 1, Bodhi Tap, ridden by Enrico Prescott. And fourth, horse number 6, Gandalf, ridden by Rashad Knight. In a final time of 1:38 and 2. Coming up is the afternoon's curtain event, race number 10. And it happens to be the See You at the Races handicap. And the next day we will be looking to see you at the races is next Friday. And that will be the second day at the Barbados Turf Club's second racing season. Entries for that race day will close this Monday at the offices of the Barbados Turf Club. And if my calculations is correct, Monday is the 21st. So on the 21st at 10 a.m., entries for the second day of the Barbados Turf Club will close for the Barbados Turf Club's second racing season, second day. This race is for horses over 11, going 1,100 meters, horses rated 50 to 30, and by extension, open to those rated 29 and below. Also open to non-West Indian bred 3-year-old maidens. A field of 17 will be without horses 8, 11, 13, 14, and 16. Anyway, moving on to the and it's that time of the afternoon where we're on to the See You at the Races handicap. It's the final race on the Barbados Turf Club first day of its second racing season, and this field goes 1,100 meters. It's for 3-year-olds and older horses rated 50 to 30. By extension, it's open to 3-year-olds and older horses rated 29 and below. Also extended to non-West Indian bred 3-year-old maidens. Number 1 is Ultimate, ridden by Slade Jones, 123 pounds. Number 2, Dashing Princess, ridden by Delana Lopez, 121 pounds. Shane Dawson takes the ride on horse number 3, Shake Them Up Noble, and their weight will be 100 and, just waiting for it to come up on the board, 118 pounds on Shake Them Up Noble. Storm Force and Blinkers, ridden by Rashad Knight, 123 pounds. Flick the page, and we will find number 5, Brighton Star, ridden by Kemar Kelly, 121. Number 6 is Ruth, ridden by Eric Daniel, goes to post at 125 pounds. Afri Ward, who has the leg up on horse number 7, Gold Star, who seeks a repeat victory. The weight there is 123 pounds. Scratch, numbers 8. Number 9 is Stir It Up, ridden by R.A. Cumberbatch, Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Good to see the old veteran in the irons. And before he jets off, hopefully, to Asabonia Downs. And he goes to post on Stir It Up with a weight of 121 pounds. Kitty Cat is horse number 10, ridden by Farrell, 121 pounds. And he had a popular victory with her last effort, 121
pounds is the weight. 122 pounds is what horse number 12, T-Time, will carry blinkers and tongue tie her equipment. Similar equipment used on Kitty Cat, horse number 10. And Enrico Prescott will ride here at 125 pounds. Scratch 13 and 14. 15 is Secret Mission. Ridden by Anderson Trotman, 124 pounds. And on the outside with horse number 16, Mr. US being a scratch. Preacher Boy wears a tongue tie in position in saddle cloth number 17. Ridden by Rashid Hughes, 124 pounds. That's the field for the afternoon's curtain event that will bring the first day of the second racing season to a close. This race offers by forecast exacta trifecta superfecta. Is the sixth and final leg of the Soca 6 and the fourth and final leg of the late pick 4. I'm going to try for a winner here with horse number 2, Dashing Princess, the inside draw. 121 pounds with Delana Lopez. Is a speedy event. And Dashing Princess is owned by Mr. Stephen Biner, who's also the conditioner. And if this win will show that Stephen Biner will surely notify us. You can go to the bank. Everything is safe. And this one is ridden by Delana Lopez, who's also seeking his first win on the card. Remember, we're looking for a 4 here in the superfecta. On my second line, I'm going to take the speedy horse number 6, Ruth. For round table start for Eric Daniels up. 125 pounds with 2 lifetime wins from 10 starts and has done exceptionally well sprinting. Stretched out to last year's Derby distance, which by breedings looked beyond her from a down perspective. And the finish down the field, 7th on that occasion. And it comes back to a distance that she will obviously relish. She falls on my second line. The third line will take horse number 10, Kitty Cat, a relatively easy winner, shocking winner at that 27 to 1. And if she can reproduce that form, she should have a say in the thick of things on the Farrell. Trainer Edward Walcott Jr., 119 pounds is the weight. And to round out the top form will take the outside drawn, just one inside the outside. And that is number 15, Secret Mission. And only because of the draw, I think that she's going to have a tough assignment with 23 pounds with Anderson Trotman up, drawn in what will be post position number 11. So I'm going to close out 2, 6. That's the top 2. I'm going to take 10 Kitty Cat on my third line, and I'm going to take horse number 15, Secret Mission, to round out my top 4. Good luck, and I'll put a recap and a spin on things as soon as I get the okay from the steers at the completion of race 10.
as the horses prepare to load for the afternoon's curtain event. I have some payments for you from the feature race, which was won by horse number 3, Rising Star. And he paid $4.50 to win, $7.80 to place, $4.50 and Rising Star to win $7.80 to place. For running second horse number 2, Celestial Storm, return $1.05, 105. The exact of 3 and 2, return $21.40. So if you had the exact combination of Rising Star and Celestial Storm in any order, you're entitled to collect $21.40. Thank you.
Pretty decent form. 10 starts, 2 wins, 3 seconds. And she's been competing against the top horses. I mean, she broke her maiden early, but then she was behind Lake Fantastic, behind Deja Vu, behind Semper Fi, behind Deja Vu, War Eagle, Dominus, War Eagle again, and Dominus won already today. Deja Vu also won today, so we know that this is a horse with some ability. A daughter of Aristodemus out of Soca Diva, trained by Robbie Pierce, who's looking for his 3rd win on the day, and he has Eric Daniel aboard. Of the others, we start at horse number 1 is at 16 to 1, and this is Ultimate. Slade Jones gets the call, and Ultimate has really not done much except 1 win from 12 starts, on that occasion beating Lady Diva and Renat, and that was all the way back in January 2020. I think he'll have to run his best race today. Dashing Princess has only had 3 starts, did manage to finish 3rd on 1 occasion, and that was the last time she ran out, which was Boxing Day, behind Gold Star and Mischief Maker. Shake Them Up Noble. There's not much to say about this 5-year-old mare. 11 lifetime starts, 1 second, and would really have to pull one out the bag for owner-trainer John DeChandler. Storm Force is trained by Stephen Bino for Sir David Seal. And he has 1 win from 5 starts. On that occasion, he was chased home by Kitty Cat. He does benefit from a 7-pound claim with Rashad Knight. I can't rule him out, but I will not say I'm really hot on his chances. Brighton Star, still a maiden after 7 starts. 1 win and 1 second and 2/3 from his 7 outings. And I don't think sprinting is really going to be his forte. Ruth, we talked about her. Gold Star, 10 starts, 2 wins, no seconds or thirds. So it seems to be either win or nothing. This one, representing Mr. RJ. And let me tell you that Gold Star, the board changes just as I go to give you the odds on that. Gold Star is 18 to 1. Ruth is 8 to 5 favorite. Brighton Star is in at around 7s. Stir It Up has Ronaldo coming back up. 8 starts, 1 win, 2 seconds. On that win, defeated Nzinga and Sensation, and Nzinga went on to win the Derby. But that was quite a while ago. That was since 2019. Kitty Cat, with 15 starts and 2 wins to her credit, winning last time out, beating Right on Time and Oberoi. I think this should bring her into the reckoning at this level. Time After Time is number 12. Just to check the board here for some odds. And in at 21 to 1, shortening it up. 15 starts, 2 win. Decent sort. And you'd have to go all the way back to December 2019 for the 5-year-old mare's last win. Secret Mission has 2 wins from 18 starts. That last win was also back in 2019, but does benefit from a Anderson Trotman ride, and of course Anderson Trotman and Andrew Nunes, when they team up, it usually spells trouble. Preacher Boy is also trained by Andrew Nunes and is ridden by Rashid Hughes. He's the solid campaigner, having 5 wins from 42 lifetime starts. So he's been around quite a while. But his last win, last time he passed the post in front, was all the way back in May 2019. So a lot of men here have not won for a long time, and it makes it very difficult to handicap. I've been looking at it and trying to find a winner, a selection here, and it's been very challenging, Rashawn, because not only have we not had races for a long time, but outside of Ruth, there's no other recent form to really jump up about. And I guess, she was favorite for that reason in that 8-5. And although it has been a day where favorites have taken quite a beating, who can you find to oppose her? That's the question. With just 2 more to load, I guess that question will be answered shortly. Rashawn, your call.
I must be praising the fact that we have lights. Because I was just looking out there, I was like, it's getting kind of dark. And now the lights come on as Secret Mission goes forward. They're all in. Their flag is raised. And away they go. Dashing Princess dashes away from the gates and goes off to lead clearly by 2 lengths. Past the 5 furlong marker. Storm Force is second. There goes Secret Mission from her wide draw. In between horses is Brighton Star. Tracked by the favorite Ruth, who is 6 lengths off of the lead. Shadowing Ultimate. Stirred Up rushes into contention as well. Then there's Gold Star. Shake Them Up Noble. Time After Time. And the trailer is Kitty Cat. And she's 17 lengths off of the lead as they get over the top of the hill. The opening quarter was 24-4, and it was a brisk pace set by Dashing Princess as Secret Mission looms. Here comes Brighton Star as they come under the quarter pole, and it is now Secret Mission who picks it up under the mile marker. Brighton Star is next. Then there's Kitty Cat who appears out wide with Time After Time to her inside. Then there's Preacher Boy as they swing to the judge, and Kitty Cat has made a bold move off the turn from last to come into the stretch with the lead, and it's Kitty Cat and Farrell who come inside the final furlong with 2 lengths on top of Time After Time, and Kitty Cat goes back to back. Kitty Cat wins from Time After Time. Then came Preacher Boy, and Gold Star was 4th in a final time of 1:08.2.
So, race number 10, the final time, 1:08.2. And back-to-back victories for the combination of Kitty Cat and Farrell. So these two have done it once again. And I think if memory serves me correct, they will finish off on a winning note. The last time they appeared, I think it was in the final race as well. So we wait for the unofficial result to go up on the board. The result now posted on the board: 10, 12, 17, and 7. 10, 12, 17, and 7. And the final time is 1:08 and 2/5. 1:08 and 2/5. We're just going to wait for the winner to come back.
So, as posted on the board, 10, 12, 17, and 7. Another victory for the combination of Jamali Farrell and Kitty Cat. So these combinations working exceedingly well for the combination of owner, Mrs. Gay Smith, and trainer Edward Walker Jr. as they bring the curtain event to a close in grand style, identical to how he closed off race day towards the end of last year. And just waiting for the winner to come back. The winner now coming back in. And the winner, horse number 10, Kitty Cat. A 5-year-old bear mare by Spicy Tiger out of Sword there, owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Edward Walker Jr., and confidently and superbly ridden the victory by Jamali Farrell. Many congratulations to all concerned. And she looks very racy indeed. And back-to-back success. So a double for the combination of horse and jockey. Second was horse number 12. And that was Time After Time, running easily her best race for a long time. A 5-year-old bear mare by Carpe Diem of Kate O'Connor, owned by Legends of Racing, trained by Victor Cheeseman, ridden by Enrico Prescott, took along 123 pounds. Third was horse number 17, Preacher Boy, and he came with a run late. 7-year-old bear gelding by Preach to Me, it was Shall We Dance, owned by Sir David C., trained by Andrew Nunez, and ridden by Rashid Hughes, took along 123 pounds. And rounding out the fourth position was horse number 7, Gold Star, a winner of his last start, a 5-year-old chestnut horse by Eagles Peak out of Gold Bead, owned by Mr. R.J., trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Affy Ward, took along 123 pounds. So unofficially on the board, 10, 12, 17, and 7. And the final time posted on the board at 108 and 2/5. The first race went off at 109 and the 5th. So we close the afternoon a little quicker than we started.
Marker, Storm Forces second. There goes Secret Mission from her wide draw. In between horses is Brighton Star, tracked by the favorite Ruth, who is 6 lengths off of the lead, shadowing Ultimate. Stirred Up rushes into contention as well. Then there's Gold Star, Shake Them Up Noble, Time After Time, and the trailer is Kitty Cat, and she's 17 lengths off of the lead as they get over the top of the hill. The opening quarter was 24-4, and it was a brisk pace set by Dashing Princess as Secret Mission looms. Here comes Brighton Star as they come under the quarter pole, and it is now Secret Mission who picks it up under the mile marker. Brighton Star is next. Then there's Kitty Cat, who appears out wide with Time After Time to her inside. Then there's Preacher Boy as they swing to the judge, and Kitty Cat has made a bold move off the turn from last to come into the stretch with the lead, and it's Kitty Cat and Farrell who come inside the final furlong with 2 lengths on top of Time After Time, and Kitty Cat goes back to back. Kitty Cat wins from Time After Time. Then came Preacher Boy, and Gold Star was 4th in a final time of 108 and 2.
And that brings us to the end of today's proceedings, where we saw trainer Andrew Nunez take the spotlight as far as the trainers go. Rashid Hughes continued where he left off and had a dominant day as well. Trainer Robbie Pierce landed a couple wins, and other honors were shared between trainer Eddie Bell, who took the feature, Xavier Blanche, who took the opener, and Edward Walker Jr., who closed the day with Kitty Cat and another top-class ride from the apprentice Farrell. Kitty Cat was last early up. Farrell didn't panic. He just stood this sat there and waited his time, switched to the outside.
Set of good news from the
Kitty Cat just picked them off one by one. Came to the top of the stretch with just about 2 or 3 horses in front of him.
Inform you
and
that race number 8 has been declared official. Race number 8 has been declared official. The winner horse
our
number
next
10,
race day is
Kitty Cat.
a week
Second
from today,
horse number
that's
12,
Friday. And we
the
look
horse
forward
number 12
to having you join us here at the Garrison.
Would be none
on behalf of
than
Rashawn.
time after time. Third horse number 17,
Nathan Yard, who you
Preacher
didn't hear
Boy.
from up here
And
today.
fourth place
And of course,
went
our
to horse number
song man,
7,
Egan.
Gold Star, in the final time.
And Dean Springer,
of
wishing
108
all of you a good night.
and 2/5. Time fractions 24 and 4 for the quarter, 49 and 1 for the half mile. And they stopped the clock, as I said, in 108 and 2. That brings us to the end of the Barbados Turf Club first day of its second racing season under the new and very strict COVID protocols. I want to thank you all for attending and being very good students of horse racing. Racing will continue in earnest next Friday with entries for the second day of the Barbados Turf Club second racing season set to be closed this coming Monday, the 21st of June at the office of the Barbados Turf Club at 10 p.m. Vincent? At 10 p.m. and entries will close at 10 p.m. for that day. So racing will continue in earnest, as I said, next Friday with the second day of the Barbados Turf Club's second racing season. Entries will close this coming Monday at the office of the Barbados Turf Club at 10 a.m. Today's racing, the Welcome Back Race Day, was simply spectacular. And champion jockey Rashid Hughes came out of the gates gunning. He struck a beaver trick. And among those wins, he captured the afternoon's feature race with Rising Star, a 5-year-old bay horse owned by Legends of Racing that captured the afternoon's feature race. And he had to share the spotlight with his good friend, a man who was given him many a winner in trainer Andrew Busher-Nunez, who also starred on the day, winning 4 races. Robert Pierce, who was also in winner's enclosure on 2 occasions. Anderson Tom Trotman also budgeted home 2 winners, and it stands subject to correction, but I think he would have achieved career win number 550 today. And those 4 simply dominated the proceedings. We saw another impressive performance by Deja Vu, who returned from finishing 3rd in the Barbados Derby to romp home today. And then Queen of Piton, since coming up from St. Lucia, she has now gone 3 for 3, and I'm sure she'll be gunning for the top class. All in all, it has been a superb day of racing on the behalf of the directors and the management staff of the Barbados Turf Club. It certainly has been my pleasure, Lyndon Yard, filling in for Bertie Corbin, and I look forward to being here with you next Friday. Whenever you do travel safely. Good evening, goodbye, and God bless.